Welcome back, everybody, to Quake Pro League Week 11. I am Homeless Lions, joined by the one and only British Biceps. The restraining order has been lifted, Dan. We're together once again.
I kind of wish they put it back, but no, it's good to be here. You look more degenerate by the week. I don't know what is going on with you right now.
I am letting down my parents aggressively. It's fantastic.
Yes. Yeah. How are you doing anyway?
I'm doing all right. I'm ready to stand and deliver. We got a hot serving of 7 today, actually. Wheat will be with us for the last 2 featured matches. Whole bunch of goodies, but as we usually do, Dan, you have to take a look at the recap. It was actually 2 weeks ago because last week was the APAC qualifier, and spoilers later. But getting into it, Strong Sage versus Kron. Quite the beatdown. Poor Kron, Dan.
I mean, he's kind of getting used to it by now, so I don't know how much of it is poor Kron, but I've really enjoyed watching Strong Stage this stage so far. He obviously has a huge challenge this week, but once again, he shows today, he brings out just new tacks, new strats, and has all the flair to go with it. So I'm really enjoying his playstyle, but again, yes, Kron was in a lot of trouble. We did see Toxic going up against Zeniku, puts in a really good performance, but unfortunately for Toxic, again, not able to bring out the win here. Zeniku going from strength to strength, sitting in the upper mid bracket in the table so far, but look really, really good.
Yeah, not bad at all. And I mean, credit to Tox. You got a map.
Yep.
Not too bad. Jumping into Avic versus Dramas. A little close one here, too. Dramas takes this one 2-1 over Avic. I think surprising a couple people.
Yeah, Dramas has been a little bit inconsistent, but so has Avic. I mean, I was looking at the scoreboard before, and he's gone neutral on maps, 15-1, 15 loss. It just shows the way Avic is playing, but he was still Dramas. Getting better as the stage goes on. Sirius, on the other hand, taking this one, I think it was at 3-0, so he's been looking really good. Obviously, again, he's in the featured matches today, but has put in an amazing showing for his first stage in the QPR.
Yeah, not bad at all. Then we're jumping over to Saigib versus Chain, another close one. Saigib taking this one to 2-1. Chain in a bit of desperation mode here as we look at the overall brackets a little bit later in standings. It's do or die time, Dan, for Chain.
Yeah, really unfortunate. I think I saw a tweet from him recently saying he's not going to lose a single series from now on in, and he just did again, and he is sitting way down in that relegation zone. It's not where you would expect it to be given his performance at the finals, but this is just the way Chain has been playing recently online. It's just not been as good as anyone would expect, and specifically from him. Then we just missed one series, but now we had Rafa versus Kilson, which is obviously the big one, the showdown, and Rafa just looked formidable throughout that 140.
Absolutely unstoppable. The championship match, if you were. And yeah, it was the Rafa show. It was a fantastic display, and for the first time all season, I feel like we saw Kilson kind of broken. That map number 3, you just kind of saw him be like, there's nothing I can do.
Yeah, Rafa was just playing way too good. I think Kilson's been a little bit off. I mean, when you think back to that series against Sib where he was stressed. He lost map 1, could have lost a second. He's just not looked himself since then, but take nothing away. He still played phenomenal, but Rafa was on another level in that series so far. So everyone is now looking at Rafa as the one to beat. Kilson's obviously been top of the leaderboard for nearly 2 stages, but Rafa claiming that top spot back. So really impressive performance from him.
Absolutely. As we take a look at the overall summary, and then we could hop over to the global rankings. As mentioned, Rafa sitting atop the leaderboard there. And yeah, Kron, Chain, Sib, Saigib, all those men need to step it up because we are getting closer to the Quake World Finals.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later, but obviously in context, I think Chain has played virtually everyone in the top 10s now, so one would expect him to claw his way back up that leaderboard, but you would definitely not expect him to be sitting down there. Sib's done a good job to pull himself out of that relegation spot, but is very much on the cusp now. So those are the two we're really looking at, and obviously at the top of the leaderboard, Rafa taking his way in the lead quite significantly now, beating Kilson out, but he's also lost a series earlier on to Zeniku. So both him and Wenger, I think, are the only two to lose one series alongside Kilson. So those 3 are really the ones that are really up at the top.
Absolutely. And gigantic spoilers, mute the stream if you don't want to know who won the APAC qualifier. I'll give you 3 seconds. It was Dan DeKing. Pretty, yeah, I mean, I can't count, it's hard, American school system. I feel like that was kind of, I don't know, not, kind of predetermined. Kama had a great showing through that run. I don't even think Steege got the chance to play. He's another huge contender in that region. But shouts to Dan DeKing, punches his ticket to the Quake World Championships to try and get into the Quake Pro League.
I mean, he was so close last time, played phenomenally well on land. So he, if anyone does deserve it from the region, amazing to see him back. Really looking forward to seeing him at the finals. I think, everything we saw from him online last time was yeah, it was great. So I do think he'll be making it this time, but he's done well to get this far.
Well, we got a couple more weeks before we get to see him play, but it will be quite the ride. Again, some of these players do or die. It's going to be really rough. One of them, Kron, as we mentioned earlier, and he gets the first match against Wenger. That is a rough start. But looking at the overall schedule, Kron, Wenger, Strong Sage, Rafa, Dramas Chain, Toxic Saigib, Avik Maxter, Nosfa, Raisy, Sirius, Zenaku. That is a solid lineup.
Yeah, some big deciding matches in there. Looking at the bottom end of the matchups today, Sirius Zenaku, really looking forward to that one. Sirius is moving into a series of matches now that will define his season, but he's put himself in amazing stead so far, so that's going to be an incredible one. And also Strong Sage versus Rafa. I think many people might assume that's going to be a blowout. I'm not banking on that. I think that's going to be super interesting. And my last pick is going to be that Avik Maxter. So we got some incredible matches today, but they're the three I'm definitely looking forward to most.
Yeah, I think Strong Sage Rafa is going to be a fantastic display of old versus new of Strong Sage. I think the youngest player from the Americas NA region going up against the GOAT of Quake. And what better way to display how far you've come than that match? So that's going to be a true test for Strong Sage. And again, he's already surprised us against some of the top players. So might be more of the same. But again, circling back, we're going to start it all with Kron versus Wenger. And I can't help but feel like this might be a pain train for poor Kron.
Yeah, I think so.
Don't hold back, Dan.
I mean, as much as I enjoy his playstyle, he hasn't shown anything this season so far to suggest that he has it in him to take a map off Wenger, who's been, again, going from strength to strength throughout the season. I thought he looked a little bit rocky at the beginning of the season, but as it goes on, as all good players, as all champions do, he's been putting in the work, he's been refining that play, and it's in the lead up to QuakeCon now. So I would expect Wenger to come out swinging, and, Kron might get one or two maps close, but I think this will be a 3-0 Wenger fairly comfortably.
Didn't even look at the pick bands yet. That is insane. Let's hop into those and see if you change your tune, Daniel. Let's take a look.
I haven't, no.
Okay, it starts off on Blood Covenant, into Corrupted Keep, finishing it off on Molten Falls. If you want to run me through the champ picks, please, Dan. Fantastic. So we have Anarchy versus Nyx on Blood Covenant, Strog versus Ranger on Corrupted Keep, and then Visor versus Athena on Molten Falls. I think those are pretty good setups, but again, I think the way Wenger's been playing, and unfortunately the way Kron has been playing, it might be a little one-sided.
I'm really intrigued by the bans, particularly the Keel ban on Blood Covenant.
Very offensive to me.
I think it's exactly that. He's just opening up the pool a little bit, but in doing so, he has given up either Athena, Anarchy, or Nyx to Wenger, which is a really risky tactic. Obviously, Anarchy can hold his own against a Nyx, but the best Nyx players in the world should be fairly comfortable in this particular map. Just controlling that mid ground with the Nyx capabilities is more than enough for a player like Wenger to take control of that map. So, interesting tactic. We'll see if it pays off 40. My hunch says no. Corrupted Keep, the scale was banned. That's more of a strategic pick because obviously we know Kron can come up with the more creative setups, and he does like the scale bearer, which can cause some chaos on a map like Corrupted Keep, so that's fairly sensible. The Strog pick, perfectly reasonable, and the Ranger pick is a mega speciality, particularly on that map. I really enjoy the way he sets the tempo with the Ranger. And then Molten Falls, Athena is an offensive pick on that map. Obviously, very good, the verticalities there. But Visor equally is a nice pick. The problem is, obviously, if you don't pay dividends with your piercing sight, then Athena can really run rings around you. So it's going to be a tough one for Kron, I think, on this one.
And to dive into specifics, how do you feel about the slash ban on Molten Falls? You think that was... something that we don't. I don't think we've seen Wenger play a lot of slash, but he was just trying to get rid of the speed, in your opinion?
I think it's just that, yeah. He knows that he doesn't want to leave it open for Wenger, basically. So he feels more confident against Athena and against the slash.
Sure. Well, there you have it. There's the pick bands. We're going to get into the game shortly and kick off week 11 with our first set between Kron and Wenger. But as usual, the players need to be ready. We need to give them time. So now it's the Quake Pro League podcast. Dan, how do you feel? Quake World Championships around the corner. I get to be within 10 feet of you. We get to hit the bench press together. I almost said the gym press because I don't know what I'm talking about. It is going to be a long day. I'm very excited.
That's the real content I'm here for. Beacon Muscles podcast is back. It's been a while, my friend.
It's been a while.
I can't wait for QuakeCon. The one and only year we're getting. It's going to be phenomenal. I mean... You're there, which is fine, but
yeah, it's a detriment, but it's fine.
It's fine. No, it's going to be.
They've allowed me. I'm excited. I hope we get a weight set on stage so we can see you bench live while you're casting. I think the chat wants it.
I mean, if chat wants it, I mean, who can deny chat, right?
That's what I'm saying. It's all for them. I did hear the noise. We are hopping into map number 1, chat, so thank you for being patient, although you didn't have a choice in the first place. Let's have a great day of Quake, shall we? It's just going to be a great day.
Hold it together, Footy. It's game one.
Holy shit. It's been 15 minutes out. Let's go.
Wow.
All right, so Blood Covenant. Again, Anarchy versus Nyx. A little bit of a classico here as we will dive into map number 1 with the lights. Kron versus Wenger. I don't know if predictions were set. Predictions were already set in the booth. It seems to be a clear 3-0 for Wenger, but it gives the opportunity to Kron to surprise everybody. So we will see shortly here.
I mean, what you haven't made your predictions, man. You're always really good at this. You're touching it.
I would go Wenger 3-0, but I also feel like Kron can maybe pull a map out, but Wenger's just been too strong.
Okay, very, very diplomatic of you, 40.
Always, constantly. As we are live now, map number 1 for week 11 of the Quake Pro League. Kron and Wenger starting it off. You're going to start off on Kron right now with that Anarchy, trying to get all the weaponry he needs. Stacking up that armor to the heavens, a little bit of machine gun, and immediately takes 2 rails, might be 3, and ooh, fancy footwork to get away from that last one, uses the inject. Decent damage with the machine gun, all things considered, but Wenger starting off early with some good rails.
Yeah, but this is one of the challenges of this particular matchup as the Anarchy. If you don't get,
Oh my God.
if you don't get the railgun spawn, then GG. And Wenger's already made him pay. This time he will at least get up a spawn so he can make his way across. But there we go, lovely use of the Ghost Walk off the bat as well. Offensive Ghost Walk. Trying to just keep that pressure onto Kron. He's not connecting as much as he would want to. Anywhere near as much as he would want to, and in fact, actually just going to steal away that rail for a little bit of extra ammo. But yeah, this is one of the challenges. You semi-pray to the Quake gods, you get the right spawn, and unfortunately for Kron, he didn't do it. Wenger defending the rail, knowing that weapon is the one thing that Kron wants. He gets it fairly cleanly, so he can now build his way back into this match 40.
And really nice exit rail, and has the time to get back to the Mega as well. And Wenger now actually trapped on the wrong side of the map, hits another great rail. Kron needs to get in and try and finish this in the Ghost Walk right in the nick of time. Now it's going to be a mad dash to the Mega, and it's going to be free because Wenger knows he shouldn't contest that.
Did you just say right in the nick of time?
You like that? That's what I get paid the big bucks for, Dan. 1-0, 130. What a rocket. As you are just blowing out people's eardrums. The gain on that one, Dan. Lord?
I turned it down.
Well, you're too strong. What can I say? Rails exchange from both players. The inject comes out from Kron as he's trying to tap dance on the Mega, claim it, but it could be the death of him as the machine gun coming out. Is it going to pepper him down? And it does. And look at that. Don't you hate it when you die and the item spawns on your camera? The worst feeling.
It is the worst feeling. At least he spawns by the heavy, the 40, which was up. Doesn't have a rail though, so we're back to where we were in the first minute of the game, where Wenger's just going to stand on bridge and just completely shut down any opportunity for Kron to make his way across. And this is the problem when you leave something like a Nyx open. You give it to the caliber of Wenger, he's just going to play nice and patient, and that positional play alone is the security to lock down the map.
Oh no.
What is a punching bag at this moment in time, 40?
Yeah, and it's brutal. The rocket to take off the Mohawk into the rail, and now the vertical attack from Wenger. Oh, slides by, has to pop the inject. Might be able to steal this heavy, but I think he's going to go down here. 56 HP. Wenger doing great damage. And actually, a merciful god this time. Disengages and tries to make his way over to the Mega.
Yeah, he doesn't want to take the risk, but in doing so, with not being the cleanest, he has given Kron the rail. But he's worked his way around to steal across that Mega. He knows the timing of the heavy as well, so Wenger is perfectly set up for the next 30 seconds of this map. Yes, Kron got the rail, which is definitely what he needs, but he has to spend a bit of time regrouping, pick up those lights. So Wenger did hear the use of that inject as well, so he knows it's not up. If he does connect with the rail, he could push on in, but instead backs off, might rocket jump up to make his way across the map, and try and pressure his next Mega.
Kron's just trying to disappear off the map right now, moonwalking his way towards the lower armor shard. Gave up Mega. Heavy already in Wenger's possession. Big stack, and Kron just playing the I want to stay alive game here. Tucking in by the LG. And there it is, Wenger.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, 2 quick rails. Can't even get around the corner. Takes him down for his 3rd frag. Here's another one off the spawn. Good LG. Capitalizes off that And it is all downhill from here, Dan, I think.
I mean, it's 4 minutes in, but yeah, it feels that way.
I'm just saying, Wenger looks like he's heating up. That's the last thing you want. He's stringing together rails. He's playing off the spawn well. There is time, but it just looks like everything Kron tries to do is just dictated by whether Wenger lets him or not.
This is the power of the Knicks with that double jump. You can just get across, use the walls to get across and control this high ground. It's just what Anarchy cannot do. Yes, Kron is actually connecting in these rail engagements slightly more than Wenger, but Wenger now has both items on lockdown. Another aggressive ghost walk just to get the speed boost to ensure he can lock that down. And you can already see the challenge of Kron at the moment. Doesn't really know what he wants to do. So he's just trying to go with these rail jewels and hope he connects more. That is, at the moment, seemingly the game plan.
You saw him earlier line up a nice shot, just took the rail out at the wrong time. Found a nice rail there. Good one through the telly. But just like that, Wenger can drop back to one of the majors. Again, as you mentioned, great item control from Wenger. It doesn't really matter that Kron is hitting maybe a little bit more rail because at the end of the day, nice little wall jump play there too. At the end of the day, Wenger has all the items he needs.
Oh, you could get a frag here. Wenger's low. And this is it. This is it. Kron is just trying to play around these rail jewels at the moment. Wenger is allowing it because he's obviously picking up all of the items on the map. I think Kron's had a major item now for the last 4 rotations. And eventually, when he does miss out on one of these jewels, that's when the pressure will begin to rise from Wenger. However, that previous engagement just after the last Mega has won in this next Mega. Because now Wenger didn't have the stack to feel confident to pressure it. So, beginning to slowly chip away at Wenger, but now Wenger is playing this slightly more defensive strategy. Kron has to, being the one that's 4-0 down, make some sort of move.
Oh my God, make it stop. Run, Kron. He's coming for those cheeks, buddy. 62 HP as he does make his escape towards the pillars. Stacks back up to 107, but uses the inject. And again, the entire map is Wenger's. A nice rail wall jump combo, and this should be it with the shotgun, and there it is. Down goes Kron.
You can almost see in some circumstances, Kron just feels like he's given up and praying Wenger doesn't miss, just running around the map hoping someone like Wenger's going to miss a shot. It's not the strategy you want, and now 3 minutes to go. He's having to make more and more riskier plays. LG from below is not really going to do too much.
Kron just took a little bit of, just a skosh of tri-bolt there in that position. Unfortunately, Wenger able to capitalize, get a 6th frag, a little bit more of splash damage. There's a nice drop onto Wenger. Can he get the frag? No. Wall jump into shotgun.
No.
And ghost walk for a little insurance.
Oh, this tri-bolt, man. 72% tri-bolt. Are you kidding me?
That's ridiculous.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Oh,
here we go. Now he's heating up.
Warming up for the rest of the matches. Nice movement there from Wenger. Re-up on the rail. A little bit of shotgun blast and again, ghost walk ready just in case things go wrong. I think Wenger smells a shutout, and that's what he's going for right now as he gets the files. Wants that ghost walk up just in case. But this is a good drop by Kron here. Could be a frag, and oh dear lord. Buckshot, the top of the dome.
To the brain.
Auto tri-bolt again. Wenger does slide out of there before he takes another rail. That would have been Kron's first frag, and it's got to hurt a little bit to go an entire map, not get a frag, and know that you have 2 more against Wenger. So hopefully Kron can get something together near the end here in what we might call garbage time, because I think Wenger's got this one in the bag in terms of the victory. We'll get a little momentum going into map number 2.
Kill ban, am I right?
I'm so mad about it. I don't even want to talk about it. If he had Keel, it would be completely different right now. Nice rail. Wenger with one of his own. Willing to hang in the pocket, take that tackle to the face, 9-0. Mad dash over to the heavy. Not going to fully commit. Does have the ghost walk if things went totally wrong. But a minute and a half until Wenger can punch this one in as an official dub.
Yeah, clinical. You know, a big part of the momentum really does come down to that first spawn in this matchup, but at the same time, there was many moments of just carelessness from Kron. Sometimes it doesn't feel like he's playing with sound. He's been caught off guard an awful lot.
Cannot confirm or deny.
1 minute warning. Watch.
Oh, don't do. Oh my God! I thought that was going to be a direct. Shooting range for the last 30 seconds here on map number 1 as Wenger easily takes this victory.
He's nearly got 3 times as much damage as poor Kron. 4,000 damage. Oh, no, double. 4,000 damage to 2,000 damage. So yeah, 1,500. But even still, double the damage.
American school system. I tell you what, they rub off on everything.
You are rubbing off me already.
I can't wait to do it at QuakeCon. 12-0 is going to be the map score. Potentially maybe one more if Wenger, yeah, this might be. Yeah, all right. 13-0.
Okay.
Clock it. That's it. Great start for Wenger. Rough start for Kron.
Did Wenger just yawn?
That would be the coldest pop-off I've ever seen in esports ever if he yawned after that. I'm not sure. You might have to check the tapes, but map number 1 officially in the books as Wenger's, and it was quite the blowout. Hopefully map number 2 will be a little bit different. We're going to go into CK. Rails not at play. I don't know. Given the way Kron was playing, it looks like it might just be a little bit more, and Wenger might just pepper him with rockets and LG. So if you're a Kron fan, you better start praying now because it was brutal on map number 1.
It was brutal, and part of it you gave up that next to Wenger, and this is what happens when you give one of the best players in the world, probably the best champion on this map. He just absolutely used it to perfection. The ghost walks, the wall jumps, all of it was done extremely clinically. I thought Wenger actually started pretty slow in terms of at least his mechanical skill. It was a little bit off, but just the utility of the champion alone was enough to see him through that rocky period, and then you could see the momentum from Wenger's side building. He is very much a momentum-based player. When Wenger feels himself, you can see that confidence flow through his game as well. And as the minutes went by, you could see it build, and Kron had absolutely no chance. And I think around 5 minutes in, I almost feel that he gave up a little bit because there was just more carelessness coming from his side. Write that game off, move on to game 2.
Yep, mental reset, get ready for Corrupted Keep. It'll be Strog for Kron, Ranger for Wenger, as you mentioned already. You love the plays that could come with the Ranger, let alone in the hands of Wenger, and I tend to agree. The Orb, so versatile. Damage, escape, misdirection, everything you want, and Wenger is able to use it to the fullest of its ability. We will get into map number 2 shortly. So again, Kron on the cusp of yet another L, unfortunately. But maybe he can surprise us. It has to be a complete turnaround from map number 1. But crazier things have happened here on the Quake Pro League.
Indeed. It would be crazy, though, to take out Wenger, but you never know, 40.
Just at least make it a little bit more competitive. That's all. Just give him a little scare, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, the spawn on this map does matter. Maybe not as much as Blood Covenant with the railgun, but usually you see the first fight around LG rockets, so it really depends who gets there and who wants to attack first. I feel like Wenger isn't really afraid. He's got all the confidence after map number 1. As you said, you could see that in-game swagger start to show. I feel like it's going to flow into map number 2, and we might see an aggressive play off the spawn from Wenger here.
He, for me, is probably the best player in terms of, as I said, setting the tempo with the Ranger on this map. He's definitely a specialist in it, so that's the one thing Kron has to try and manage. And as we know on this particular map, it very much comes down to the positional play and the consistency in damage. You want to have that stack preservation and make sure you can be managing your opponent's stack. Does Kron have that level of experience is the question I have to see. Starting though over on Wenger. Nice and slow start for both of these players managing it. Wenger with the hit scan. Kron doesn't have an LG yet, so similar to map 1, Wenger's just going to go ahead and abuse that fact, forcing Kron off the map, and now he's lost out on both major items and frag 140.
Yeah, absolutely brutal. Wenger opting to just play defense and make sure the LG does not get in Kron's hands rather than the aggressive play, and it works out fantastic. Kron just couldn't take that fight at all, and now it might be more of the same here. Get caught out by the rockets.
I picked up the heavy, but you can already see similar game plan to map 1 from Wenger's POV. He knows he's got the weaponry advantage, so he's just going to play around that fact. He's standing on this mid-ground, preventing Kron from making any sort of entryway to this room, and he's quite happy to allow Kron to have one of the major items if it comes to that. He wants to maintain his control over this weaponry.
big rockets
Oh,
into
nice.
the orb.
Oh,
But Kron,
2
as he's
HP.
falling to the boneyard, the fadeaway from Kron puts his first frag of the set on the board. Only 11:30 in, not bad. Huge turnaround time, Dan. We'll see.
Genuinely don't know how he got that frag, but okay. He's also very early for this item.
But good rocket. Just needs a little more. Is he going to dive in on the mega?
He does.
He is going to win.
Madman.
He's got nothing to lose, Dan.
He's quite, that is true. Oh,
Huge
what?
rocket from. Well, Wenger put a stop to that rather quickly.
Kind of looked like an NPC there, just surprised to see Wenger, and they got hit in the face with a rocket. It's a lovely play by Wenger in contact. Okay.
Ooh, okay. But very hurt. This should be an easy refrag right before the mega again. Heartbreaking, but well done from Wenger. He's going to give up the heavy. Doesn't want to take that spam damage. Trying to dive in there. Kron jumping around. Getting a lot of machine gun damage. Wenger does need to be careful. Out comes the peeker play around the corner. Dealt with nicely. Still, Wenger a little tender. Needs to be careful. The shotgun blasts chipping away at him. And now he's stuck in the boneyard. And Kron actually gets floated back. Wenger says, "Get off of me." Oh my God, make it stop.
Oh dear. Slight over-aggression from Kron's perspective, but at least he's having fun.
There's nothing wrong with tucking your tail between your legs after you get LG pushed
Yes.
back onto the ledge and saying, you know what, not my fight. But Kron hanging in there, pays the price. Big rockets from Wenger, a little bit more LG coming out. Does need to be careful now. Again, weak, but we've seen him turn these around before. And he has the dire orb as well. So much LG coming out of Wenger.
Yeah, nice little double back from Wenger right there. Kron is just sticking around. I mean, they've wasted enough time for the Wenger to come up again. And actually, yeah, this time Wenger makes a little bit of a mistake there. Overconfidence and maybe a little bit of mistiming as well to drop into Kron's path. The score is only 5-3, so Wenger definitely needs to be cleaner with his play so far. But at the same time, Kron needs to just manage his aggression. We've seen him a number of times now jumping into these fights. Sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't, but you also don't want to give Wenger an inch.
Comes out again, dealt with nicely. Wenger defending this choke point well, and Kron just taking that bead of lightning to the face right before the mega. And now enough time for Wenger to actually get in, potentially maybe dire orb onto this heavy, and he doesn't even need to. Clean frag from Wenger.
No, and if there was a turning point, that was obviously a big one there. Kron giving up an easy frag that he shouldn't have done over by the mega, and now full control going Wenger's way. He can now reset, as we saw in the first minute, and just manage it. Some very interesting long-range machine gun engagements going on for both these fights. Kron is just trying to create chaos, and at the moment it's kind of working. Oh.
Just enough of a peak. Both players extremely weak. Next machine gun bullet would have did it, but Wenger comes out on top 8-3, denies the mega. Silver lining, heavy does go to Kron. Can he make something happen? We haven't even hit the midpoint. A lot of action in this one. 8-3. Wenger really, really weak. Just gets by the corner. 16 HP. Kron looking to capitalize. A little bit of LG. Almost pushes him off the map. Finally gets the frag.
I mean, on the plus side, nobody's had control yet. They're just both playing free-for-all at the moment, which is entertaining to watch, if not lacking in strategy. 1 HP! No! Ooh, I thought he was gonna die.
That would have been just absolutely insane. 1 HP buckshot, Fred, from Wenger. It'll probably happen, but unfortunately not at that time. 8-5, still a close contest between these two, even though, as you mentioned, it's just kind of been back and forth sloppy. Nobody really has control. Nobody's dictating the pace. It's just kind of a street fight right now, Dan.
Yeah, Wenger's tried to put that stamp of authority onto the game, but as we saw in the opening moments, in the opening minutes, should I say, Kron just didn't want to have anything to do with that. Came flying through doorways, moves that would genuinely be reckless, but they paid off at the time, and that's caused this now inconsistent stuttering game from Wenger's POV, sneaking around, but Kron does make that turn just in time to spot the opponent. Oh, I said I'm up for a good 5-6 seconds, but Wenger knows the timing, so does Kron. Both going to battle it out. Wenger has the orb, so if he wants to get away, he has that functionality, but decides to hold on to it instead.
Utilize it for another play. Still up 3. But would like to open this one a little wider. Decent rocket there. Wenger through the telly, setting up behind the statue rather early, and this could be a terrible position if Kron can capitalize and get some good damage going. But
He has the orbs. He's always got that get out of jail free card, if you will, and quite happy with it. And you can see now he's actually playing a lot more careful than he was just 2 minutes ago, respecting the scoreline because this could spiral very quickly. He knows Kron's got that full control, and in doing so, he's won himself a heavy.
oh,
Nice.
there's the dire orb play. Kron very weak. Wenger actually has some armor. Kron just sitting there with nothing and is stuck in such a terrible place. There's a drop buckshot. Almost gets rocketed through the grate. The rocket jump up. Wenger wants to try and finish it, but Kron slides around. Wow.
Nice rocket.
And just plays like that where you think Wenger is just fully in control and Kron hits a fantastic rocket. He does eat one right there as he's grabbing the Mega, but this is still really close.
It's definitely really close. See how low both of them are at all times. All it takes is a clean frag from a trap, and he's right back in this map. Unfortunately, Wenger is preventing that from happening. It was very disciplined play, keeping Ron on the ropes.
No, and off the spawn, this will be another one as Kron just trying to get something going, but nothing really landing. Wenger right on time for the heavy. He's going to have a nice big stack. Kron does get the Mega, but down 5, 220 left. A lot of work to be done, and with an LG like that, it might, it might happen, but he took so much damage from Wenger. He needs to be careful about the refrag. No majors up 14 seconds. Needs to live off the lights and the health bubbles, and Wenger wants to make sure that he pays the price. Does have dire orb if he wants to chase. Little machine gun around the corner, won't land. Through the telly he goes, trying to cut him off, and there it is.
Very early.
Can we get that soundbite in the game when you die and you're too early? Because that was perfect, Dan. I love it. There's the dire orb play around the corner.
Nice.
Kron just caught slipping with that one. Nice play from Wenger.
Somebody that's generally quite creative with their abilities. I feel the peaks have been fairly off this game so far, but that's also credit to Wenger. He's never really presented opportunities to use them. Nevertheless, the aggression from Kron's worked a fair amount this map. You can see him coming flying through the doorway again, but at the end of the day, Wenger has too much experience and firepower for that strategy to work in the long run. As close as it is, never really felt like there was an opportunity where you felt Kron was going to run away with the game. Wenger always had that element of control and discipline to the match where he was controlling the aggression, but there were just moments of brilliance from Kron that made it work.
Honestly, there was just very, very good rockets that would be the deciding factor. Even after those engagements, he was so weak that Wenger didn't really have to stress too much to jump back in and get the refrag. So, absolutely right. Spot on as always. 40 seconds and Kron riding the lightning on that one.
Done that a few times this match alone.
Definitely a little brutal here as it's just let's get practice. Ooh. Well, guys, don't look at the explosions, and Kron actually gets away with that one, but Wenger, again, in 2 maps, takes the set. Good God, okay.
Played the long game for that rocket.
Yeah.
GG.
Indeed, 18-8, maybe one more here. They get a little spicy. Yep. Wanted just that one more. 19-8 is going to be the official score on map number 2. Wenger takes the set 2-0 with one more on the way. Was a little more competitive for that one for Kron, so silver lining, but again, kind of what we thought, more of the Wenger show.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, it was more competitive because Kron was able to create chaos with some magic moments, but never felt like he had any sort of control of the match to the point where he would walk away with a victory there. It was obviously slightly competitive for the first 4 or 5 minutes, but there was that turning point that Wenger got a fairly clean frag, both major items, and then was able to just rack the pressure up from there on out. Yes, Kron was able to keep some pressure onto Wenger, but it was more managed pressure from Wenger's POV. Any damage Kron was doing, Wenger was doing at least an equal amount, so it wasn't particularly threatening. And Kron is having fun, but he's also lacking any semblance of true strategy to take a map off someone like Wenger.
Tell me how you really feel as we take a look at the breakdown from Corrupted Keep. The accuracies for the weaponry. A couple of those LG fights, Kron got the better of Wenger, which is rare to see. So, again, silver lining here and there, but as you said, yeah, overall game plan and strategy seems to be lackluster, if not non-existent, on the side of Kron. Moving into map number 3, it's going to be Molten Falls. He's going to have Visor, Wenger's going to have Athena, and I believe probably a little bit more of the Pain Train that we've seen on map number 1 and 2.
Yeah, we haven't seen Kron try and slow the map down at all, really. There was a few moments on Blood Covenant where he was trying to play that keep away game, but unsuccessfully. Playing a Visor, you have to do more of that. And the question is, can he do it successfully going up against an Athena that will be trying to chase you down, play around that verticality? So it's going to be a challenge, and we just spoke about in the intro, that use of the ability from Visor's perspective as well is going to be critical. He has to make sure he is able to capitalize and actually make use of that ability. If not, you don't really offer an awful lot. So we'll have to see. Once again, I'm still going to side on the 3-0. I haven't seen anything to suggest otherwise, but I don't know. We'll see.
Well, I hope he pops the vision and just plus forwards directly in Wenger's direction, because that makes for the best entertainment here at Quake Pro League. So we'll see. We'll see exactly how Kron wants to approach this, but it is official. Wenger takes another set, 2-0, looking to add on a flawless victory and add the third, but we will see. Kron may have some tricks up his sleeve. I don't know. It's always hard to tell, Dan. Probably not, though.
Yes.
Yes. Fantastic. Well done. How's chat doing today?
High
Right, there we
540.
go. Map number 3 underway.
Oh,
Quite a way to start the day.
2, 1.
yeah,
Fight.
definitely.
It's full of medicine for
This
Kron.
has been a set in the Quake Pro League that I have seen.
This definitely exists, and we are in the server right now.
Yep.
This is map number 3 between Wenger and Kron. Nice rail from
Nice.
Kron there. There's the hook to gain the speed. A little bit wild on it.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
And I think he did what you said. He popped the vision and plus forward. So
Yeah, no fear. That's what I like to see. I feel like Kron's been training in North America for Quake.
second vision comes out. This time he does connect with the rail, but Wenger is stacked to the teeth. There we go. This Kron is doing a much slower gameplay that we said he needed to do, so that's a good start. Actually pushing in aggressively onto this next Wenger, but now decides to retreat at the very last second. Wenger's just going to absolutely chase him down, though. I'm not entirely sure what the thought process there was from Kron. I quite like the push, but then he decided to not engage, and that ended up doing neither. So, got to be more decisive than that.
Second guessing, and it cost him his life. Great rail. Here's the hook in, and it's done.
And now we have a huge split between the major items for you. So Wenger has all the time in the world to make his way back across. Also got a hook just to make sure Kron's not going to try and stand his ground with this rail. Does hit a double, but it is not in time for that pickup. Wenger will get away for now. He probably won't pick up a frag, particularly not after that rail, but the damage has been done. Good defensive play by Kron, but he's got nothing to work with now. Wenger also has timing on the next light armor over by that Mega, so he's going to make his way across that as well.
Wenger trying to open this up with another rail. Heard the light armor go, heard the jump pad again as well. 2 hooks. In case he wants to get a little crazy, might get an angle here, but no, instead opts to try and set up for this next heavy attack here.
Ooh, nice.
Ooh, that rail and vision was beautiful from Kron.
Yeah, that was really nice, actually. He worked his way back into this game due to his rail. And we saw on map 1 in Blood Covenant, his rail did keep him in. No!
Oh no! You can see, I was on Wenger's POV, but you can see Kron look down and be like, well, shit. Straight off the map, into another frag. Wenger's popping off right now with the combos. Hot and heavy from the Italian. And there's just not much you can do. Very unfortunate for Kron.
Wenger just looked across and was like, how do I teach these kids?
Oh, Kron wants to get in there, but he gets denied with the rail. Going up the jump pad, that's a freebie for Wenger. Does do decent machine gun damage. After all, I think that is a light champion, but they're going to meet in the rail, and the LG's just too strong through the doorway.
Oh my gosh. Tron's tilted, I feel like. Now he's just, his finger is now officially stuck to the W key again.
Yeah, my strategy didn't work in the first 2 minutes, time to plus forward. Good rail. This is an opportunity here. So much tri-bolt to hook, unfortunately. Not getting Wenger out of there, but Kron's already gone, so it's not a big deal.
6-0, 3 minutes in on this particular map is not a scoreline we often see, particularly when you're playing a visor and don't have any type of ability to close the gap. Wenger, as we said before, has timing on that light armor, so using it as bait to take that engagement, and he did what he needed to do. Taking away enough of the stack from Kron. Or he could push up here, but no, not after missing that rail. Maybe not.
There you go. The plus forward works if your opponent can't hit the shot. So Kron's going to keep that in the back of his mind here, going down the stairs. Might try it again. What a rail.
Yep.
Using that vision well, as you mentioned, he has to get some sort of return off of that ability, especially being down 5. Good opening rail, but Wenger able to stack back up and now making his way cautiously towards the Mega.
Yeah, good exit from Kron. He needed to get out of that room cleanly, and by doing so, you could see Wenger picking up the timings, but Kron has the momentum here. He just needs to be careful when approaching this mid ground. Wenger clearly knows where you are, Kron, and he can't afford to waste any stack. So nicely played by Wenger. The vision's going to come up soon, so I would expect him to ping that just to find out where his opponent is. He hasn't seen him for a good 30 seconds or so. He heard it. There you go.
Mission pop. Wenger almost got a chance at a rail opportunity here, and he's just going to kind of dance around knowing that Kron sees where he is. That's a free rail for Wenger right there. Here's the jump pad. He doesn't even really care about these items. Oh no! More lightning!
Do it!
What
Why,
man? Just brutal.
I mean, it's just dumb. Like,
ill-advised is what I would have gone with, but sure.
yeah. Okay.
Oh man, 7-1 as we are over the halfway point of this one. Map number 3 between Wenger and Kron, and it has been the Wenger show. Kron pushing the limits of what you can do out of control and with limited resources, I guess is what Dan is trying to say.
It's just like there is not a world where that move works. Like,
yeah, but if it does,
why?
it's going in the highlight reel.
Is that worth it? That 1% chance you might pick up a frag?
As a gambling man, I love it. So I think it was
that's not even the
said,
point, right? Because even if you get a frag, you come out of that with 10 HP and your opponent gets the whole map. Like,
doesn't matter. Big dubs in the middle of the game.
Oh, I'm gonna quit this. I'm quitting this cast right now.
It could change everything, Dan. You don't get it. But it was DeHang that famously said, "It's not stupid if it works."
I mean, the hang is stupid for saying that.
Shouts to the hang.
Yeah.
As Wenger gets another clean heavy here after taking a rail from Kron. 7-1. Kron's got to put a little bit more gas on this. Get going here as the pressure is on him. Lightning guns raging from both players. We've seen Kron take these fights before. A little bit of buckshot from around the corner. Oh, that's a clutch rail right before the mega pickup. And could that be the turnaround that he needs? 3 minutes, 5 frags. Jumps over a rail. Anything is possible.
Oh, that's a nice rail, though. But now we're at that point again. We saw it in virtually every single map now, where Kron, if he wants to get back into this game, just has to run at Wenger. We've already seen that being unsuccessful at the best of times. So yes, he's got full control, but he's also got 2.5 minutes to close the gap on an Athena on a map like Molten, where that level of scoreline is pretty scary.
Just trying to dance all day, almost gets that rail. 60 HP, but limited resources there for Wenger to try and stack back up. And he kind of wants to fight for this, seeing if he can get a rail, maybe make a move on this. And Kron is just, he can't buy a rail right now. It's very unfortunate. Okay, there's one. Wenger still
Damage is done.
back up. Yeah, not bad.
For whom?
You know, for Wenger. I mean, he takes some rails, stacks back up, comes back in. Oh,
no.
it's terrible for Kron. Don't get me wrong.
I was going to say, I thought you meant for Kron, but no.
No. Yeah, no, the pressure's on Kron. I've been watching Wenger, though. But yeah, down 5, I mean, you do have to just run at him. He's been doing it all game, and now when you need to, he doesn't really do it. So I'm confused, but that's fine.
game is it's pretty much over now. But commendable map 2 from Kron. You got to feel that. And I felt like when he came into this match, it didn't feel like, particularly after opening a map 1, he had the confidence he could win a map, and that's why we've seen some of the plays we have. And so that mental side is definitely something he has to just try and fix. I appreciate he might not be able to practice and to force as much as other players, but at the end of the day, you've got to try and play the game like you could win. Many of his decisions don't reflect that.
I agree completely. There are some factors at play here, but at the end of the day, he said, gotta put on your tri-pants, Dan. That's what we say in the Americas over here. I guess britches is what you might say.
What?
I don't know. 7 to
It's the
3.
1800s.
It might be, I don't know. Oh.
At least you amuse yourself.
I do. It's the only way to survive. 20 seconds, 8 to 3. Wenger with a clean sweep over Kron, and I will be looking for a job as a chimney sweep
Yes,
after
we're
this.
not allowed to cast again together. I can see why John denied us this opportunity.
Yeah.
Dear Lord.
I could see my phone light up with the angry text messages from 04 right now. It's fine. Set number 1 is in the books. What a play to end it.
I'm so glad we're going to a break. Come on, Seb, throw it to break.
That was a hell of a way to put the stamp on it, though. Shouts to Wenger taking it 3-0 over Kron with quite the final rocket. Pure display of championship excellence on there. Or maybe Kron just making poor decisions. A little bit of both. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B throughout the series, Dan.
I don't feel Wenger was particularly tested. There were definitely times in that set where I felt he was almost more frustrated the way in which Kron was playing than anything else. But it was controlled from Wenger. I thought map 1 in particular was really well played, but you could see map 2 and 3 was more just restraining and maintaining the chaos from Kron's perspective. Wenger wasn't very much tested. You know, movements like that where any good player's just going to wipe the floor with you. So it is what it is from Wenger's POV. He did the job. He got the 3-0. That's what he wanted.
Yeah, fantastic display. And again, look at that, putting the stamp on it with that last frag as we take a look at the breakdown from Molten Falls. But yeah, it was a story of Wenger not really being tested. Again, the coldest pop-off in the history of Quake Pro League, the yawn. That's going in the top 10 plays. What a way to start the day. Unfortunate for Kron. And again, the leaderboards, it's brutal. We're getting up to the final weeks here where it's the final push to try and get the best seeding you can. And I think for Kron, he's going to be battling his way out of the trenches from the get-go all the way to the Quake World Championships. But what a way to end set number 1. I'll get it together over here. Dan will come back. And we have quite the matchup. Strong Sage versus Rafa, the battle for North America, young versus old. Don't miss it. We'll take a quick break and be right back. Welcome back to the Quake Pro League Week 11. We just saw our first set of the day go down in flames if you're Kron. But we are going to get into the second set of the day. I am 40 Lions, joined by the one and only ZSX. And this is going to be a big one, especially in North America. Strong Sage versus Rafa.
This is definitely one that I'm looking out for. I feel that Strong Sage has been looking incredible. I think he has a bit of an X factor to his game. He brings these new ideas, this slightly new play style, which can frustrate opponents because it's quite unorthodox. And he just has this quality where I think he can unlock Rafa. I don't think he'll win, but I can definitely see him taking a map. He has something about him, 40.
He's already pushed the likes of Kilson to his limits. He's picked clutch into Raisy and beaten Raisy. So he's done things that people wouldn't expect him to do. Can he do more of the same? Again, a lot of people view Rafa as the end boss, the GOAT, the final boss of NA at least. So we'll see. This is going to be a big test for him, but I think he's got what it takes. I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what he has in store. But yes, Rafa. I mean, endgame is always winning. He's putting up great numbers this season, same as the rest of them, top of the leaderboard right now, looking to keep that going as we get closer and closer to the Quake World Championships. And this might be a teaching day for Rafa right here as he teaches the youngin how to play this game and kind of what all the experience amounts to, and he's got a lot of it.
Yeah, and he's also at a point where he might even look more homeless than you. So that's interesting. But no, I think the only thing going is that...
First of all, how dare you? Clearly, he's very well put together.
Yo, I actually want to call you out by calling him old. That was disrespectful.
I said new versus old. I mean older. He's young versus younger sounds weird.
True. True,
right,
but no, I think the only thing is that Strong Sage is obviously meeting Rafa, where I think Rafa's in his best form to date. And we spoke about it in the Wenger series, but Rafa's definitely one of those players that ramps up nearer and nearer the finals. And we're getting to that point now where he is beginning to peak. And that is scary. We saw it last week taking that 3-0 against Kilson. That was, I don't say even unexpected. It's something you can see Rafa doing. It's just now he's bringing it, whereas he wasn't doing it quite to the level he is doing it now.
Yeah, one of the first times I've seen Kilson headbutt his monitor, but let's get into the pick bands here between these two and see exactly what we have in store. And the boy is crazy. Clutch on Deep Embrace for Strong Sage versus Strog on Rafa's end. Then we jump into Corrupted Keep, Molten Falls. In terms of the champs, run me through those. I do see a Sorlag too, so this is going to get interesting.
Well, we know what Strong Sage likes to do. He likes to run at you, and so he will pick the fastest, tankiest champions to make that work. He also had the first ban, which means he gets his beloved clutch. Rafa's obviously going to expect that. He's going to be prepared for it, and it can go horribly wrong, but every time we've said that so far, he's made it work absolutely admirably, and he's played it on Deep Embrace before. We said it was going to be tough, and he came out strong. It's going to be very tough against Rafa. Rafa is one of those players that knows how to control it. He knows how to maintain his presence on the map and not be threatened by the clutch. And he's expectingly, with the clutch coming out, he's picked a slightly tankier champion in the Strog and Pika with that the health vial to recoup his health after these messy engagements. So I think that's a really smart pick. Corrupted Keep again. Strong Sage has gone for speed over anything else. The Anarchy is still picked reasonably often on Corrupted Keep, but it's fallen off the meta a little bit. But it's still a very good pick on that map. Once again, it allows him to go aggressive, has that inject and everything he likes to play around. Rafa's countering that with the Ranger, same as we saw with Wenger, can go toe-to-toe in terms of the speed, but also has the blow-up potential with the Orb, which you want to use against an Anarchy so he doesn't get away. And as you said right at the end there, we do see this Sorlag coming out. Now, we don't see the Sorlag an awful lot similar to the clutch. It is a bit of a nuanced playstyle, but I've seen it a lot from Strong Sage on his streams. He knows how to play this and min-max it, quite like old school Raisy in that aspect.
In terms of the breakdown, we have the full picture. What's the prediction? Are you still just gonna go 3-0 Rafa, or do you think Strong Sage can push Rafa to his limits on this set?
I think he can push him to his limits, absolutely. The ones I would expect him to push Rafa the most are definitely maps 1 and 3. I think the Anarchy can work on map 2, but it's quite a risky pick, and Rafa will be able to contain that. So map 1's going to be the most interesting. It could either be a small victory for Strong Sage or an absolute blowout for Rafa. It's going to go one way or the other. And map 3 likewise.
We'll see shortly. We're going to get into it. They're configuring the last bits and bobs as they need, so everything is perfect for this one. Predictions? Sorry, Chad, I can't multitask. These hands are stupid. But anyways, Dan and I were actually talking during the break, and I think we're going to have a bit of a bench press contest at Quake World Championship, and someone's going to shave their head. More details to come as the players get ready to jump into this set. Number 2 of the day here at week 11, but yeah, we got a whole bunch of things going on. It's going to be great. It'll be great. I don't know what a bench press looks like, so you're gonna have to point me in the right direction first. But I think I could throw up like 800 pounds or whatever the bet was. I don't even know.
It's just body weight for you, right?
Yeah, exactly. I just lift myself up. When I get out of bed in the morning, it's a big W. So knock on wood. But I can hopefully do that a couple more times this year. Let's see. But the players are slowly getting ready, Chad. So thank you for your patience. Again, you don't really have a choice. You just have to sit here and listen to Dan and I ramble on, mostly me, as Dan puts up with me. Just want to make sure everything's good to go, the gentlemen, before we get into this one. Again, big matchup between these two. I think a lot of pressure is on Strong Sage. He's already shown us that he can take the best to their limits, but this is going to be, I think, the final test here, especially in North America between these.
Yeah, is this going to be one of those changing of the guard moments? I think it's coming a little bit early for Strong Sage, but he's one of these players you look at and think when he brings it all together, he can go that direction. You know, he has shades of Dahang to his game, whether sometimes the way he pushes, those aggressive pushes, but has even more mechanical skill to boot than Dahang, which is saying something.
Yeah, and it's always hard to be the newcomer into the league, and then everyone kind of looks at you like, what are you doing? You're trying to forge your own meta. You're trying to show everyone you belong. I think he's doing well week in, week out to do that. Taking a map, maybe two, off Rafa would be incredible. So we will see. They are in the server right now. We're going to get into it. This is going to be the second set of the day for week 11 here on the Quake Pro League chat. We're going to get into it. Strong Sage versus Rafa is officially live.
Let's go. Over on the fridge himself, Strong Sage. Sorry, not Strong Sage, I'm in the clutch, but it is a fun champion to spectate, and I really enjoy watching talented clutch players because it just takes a completely different mindset to be able to use it. And I think we even commented when we see a strong Sage playing this before, he might even play it better than Raisy.
Yeah, I mean, it takes insane confidence levels to pick that into Raisy and be able to win. Big Rocket almost gets the rail combo off the back of that. Does hit another rail. Rafa already in trouble off the bat. There's the heavy. Struggles to get through the death hole here. And now it might be, oh, just in time to get the mega. He's going to try and do as much damage as he can. And Rafa wins out on that fight.
Just the Strong Sage knows he can push on in. And this is one of the reasons why Rafa picked the Strong Pika, because he has a slightly larger stack with the medium champion, but also has those vials to restack because he knows exactly what Strong Sage wants to do, which is that refrag off the bat. Going in aggressive, huge rockets coming out from the clutch.
Ooh, missing a couple freebie rails right there. That one's going to cost him, but Strong Sage so fast on the clutch, and incredible rockets earlier at the heavy, and that was based on the positioning, playing near that campfire. Catching Rafa out a little bit here, taking a lot of damage, needs to be careful going into a bit of a defensive mode as he's able to claim the upper light and 2 health bubbles and slow this thing down. Strong Sage 2-1 over Rafa early.
Yeah, but Rafa's consolidating these items. That's the big thing for him. He definitely doesn't want to give anything away to clutch. Keeping clutch just on that starting stack is more than adequate for you to feel confident to take fights and keep pushing it. Once again, he's forced out that shield, and that's exactly what he wanted to do. Rafa did not take anywhere near enough damage from Strong Sage POV, so it could be a hard minute or so for Strong Sage. Lovely rail, that's critical. Oh, lovely drop from Rafa though. Really nice.
Ooh, another free rail though. Rafa needs to be careful.
Ooh.
Nice play there from Strong Sage. But again, a little bit weak after the engagement. Won't have the shield for 15 seconds. 2 vials will make it 4. He really wants to try and get in on this mega. He's going to take too much damage. Needs to be careful and conserve that stack. And Rafa just machine gun ready.
Nice. You can see the pressure Rafa trying to pull up here. He's just going absolutely full throttle here because he just needs to keep on top of this clutch. Doesn't want to let him get absolutely anything. Every one of those rails that Strong Sage misses really does begin to add up because it allows Rafa to continually chip away. Wow. As I say that. So nice.
Strong Sage off the back of that, able to get his second mega of the game. Fantastic rail, might get another one, but Rafa volleys a rail back of his own. 72 HP, Strong Sage has to get out of there. He's railable, just gets out of rail range with that 25 pickup. Is he gonna have enough stack to try and fight for this heavy, decent rocket? That's gonna send Rafa packing. So Strong Sage able to stop the bleeding here. Up 2, looking pretty good.
Really good. Rafa trying to change tack here and go in close the gap, get these close range engagements. Strong Sage hits a critical rail, actually keeping Rafa very low towards the end. He's going to scuttle back round, pick up that health vial. Order 3.5 minutes in, and Strong Sage can just clean up his rockets a little bit in these close range engagements. Be in an even better position, but has that lead, which is pivotal.
Ooh, just missing out on that rail. Rafa doesn't miss his.
It's scary to push this though when he's in that kind of environment, because obviously you're just going to charge in. You know he's got the shield available. You're going to want to hit these opening rails, which Rafa has done.
Positioning again from Strong Sage. Here comes the peeker. A little bit of damage here. Dealt with nicely. Actually gets a lot of chip damage after that. Big rocket into the shield. Is it going to be enough? Another rocket misses on the rail.
It wouldn't have been enough, but it would have been close. What Strong Sage is doing really well, in fact, is closing these entryways from Rafa's POV. Nearly goes off the map. Gets the frag 40 cleanly as well. Gonna fire his way back around, pick up this rail.
Just doesn't have enough damage in him to get that. Just swap LG to rockets. Now we are all tied up as we are hitting the midway point. What a start to this set. Big buckshot from behind the LG. Melting down, and what a clutch. Thread of the needle rail by Rafa. Goes up 1 now. Strong Sage in an odd position. Has the buckshot, just gave up the mega, but will have shield. Does he dive in on this? Good machine gun damage on the way out, but look at that fadeaway rail from Rafa.
Yeah, that was a bit, in my opinion, a little bit of a mistake from Strong Sage. Rafa heard his opponent up. Thompson was able to get across the map and regroup, but as I say that, he just closes the gap so quickly. Has he bought enough time for this mega? No, he's not confident enough. Just going to restack, get back up to that base stack. Hasn't got a shield up for another 15 seconds. So needs to be slightly careful. Has to hit this next rail.
Not so lucky, needs to be careful. Rafa could get the drop on him quite literally as he's down a bird. Big tickle there from LG. 66 HP, just getting around the corner. There's the pickup.
His mind just works so quickly. It's incredible to watch.
And Rafa able to capitalize. And yeah, it's crazy watching Strong Sage play clutch. It's just so many inputs, taking so much data all at once, making so many of these micro decisions. But unfortunately, again, for me, it's these missed rails that are just costing him everything right there. Rafa able to dive in with the LG, take a 2-frag lead. Strong Sage has to be able to pick it up. If you're gonna play, if you're gonna live and die by the rail, you gotta hit those shots. And again, rail up close is not the choice. And did he hit that on the way out? I think he did, but doesn't even matter. Rafa's stack is gigantic now, and it's only gonna get worse as the mega's gonna be up here. A little tickle to push Strong Sage away, and Rafa's got full map control. Oh Lord, that almost sent him flying off the map.
Yeah, and this is the point now that's absolutely critical for Strong Stage. He's not getting any items. Rafa's got this big split between the two mages. As you rightly put it, the clutch in particular relies so much on hitting these opening rails. You just can't, because your opponent's always going to be able to do pretty much max damage to you. So you have to make sure you're absolutely efficient with your own damage. And Strong Sage has begun to miss a few of these critical rails that he wasn't doing in the opening minutes. And now Rafa's adjusted to the tempo of Strong Sage. Oh dear.
See you later. Silver lining, he did steal the mega, but 230 left on the board, down 4. He's got to be pretty picture perfect to try and bring this one back. Decent rocket from down below, pushes him off the heavy. Is it going to be enough? He does grab the heavy. Unfortunate for Strong Sage, but still the ability to maybe bring this back now.
Grabbing that was obviously a big moment for Strong Sage. With 2 minutes to go, he really needs any resources he can get. But Rafa's going to sacrifice pretty much his life to try and challenge, make sure the clutch stack is just low. And once again, Strong Sage not able to connect with these pretty much flick rails in the environment. He's just moving so quickly.
And that one was an easy one there. The last dash for the heavy. 11-7 for Rafa. It looks like he might be able to take this one. There's no shield for Strong Sage, no safety net. Rafa with the bigger stack, he's able to pepper him down with the machine gun up top at the light armor.
Yeah, I mean, Looks like Strong Sage prioritizes his movement over his aim, which is definitely the right thing to do. He just has to find that balance where he doesn't miss some of these shots, because they do look like high-risk maneuvers a lot of the time. If he can just improve his percentages in these engagements, you can suddenly see this scoreline shift, because there were just a number of absolutely pivotal shots he began to miss, and every single one of those Rafa was able to capitalize upon. So,
yeah, it's as if, you know, he prioritizes dodging so much he makes his own shots harder, and it gets very flicky. And again, up in the air, like you said, it's you got to hit this damage. You got to have high damage output as a clutch, otherwise players will make you pay, especially Rafa here, 13-7. And oh no, the tri-bolts sends him down in the shield, just trying to get a little bit of damage on the way out. Nice rail, but no big deal here for Rafa. Oh, buddy.
Rafa managed well. There was definitely a period of adjustment in his game, but you could see what he wanted to do, why he picked the strong. And it's all about managing the stack of that tank, really. In the day, if Strong Sage doesn't have the stack, he can't make these aggressive maneuvers, which he was doing in the opening minutes. Rafa had that full control, kept that split alive, and in time he wasn't going to be able to get the item. Obviously, he kept on top of the clutch. So really well played.
Really well played indeed, able to weather the storm on that one, but very, very good start for Strong Sage. Again, 2 more maps on the way. Rafa looking to put this one away in 2, but Strong Sage made it interesting. I wouldn't say he necessarily pushed Rafa to the limits. Again, Rafa, one of the best players at mid-game changes and adapting to how your opponent is playing. So the task is tall here for Strong Sage. I think it was a decent start going into map number 2. We're going to see if he has the endurance now. As you're going to go best of 3 with Rafa, it is not easy.
No, not at all. This is the map I was also the least confident on going into this series. If Strong Sage is going to pick up at least a map, I feel that Yannicky has a lot of merits, but at the end of the day, as we saw on this particular map, he also relies on the stack as well, so he's going to have to slow it down a little bit, play smarter. From what we've seen in the past, though, he does play this map very, very well, so it's definitely not no hope, but in terms of the picks, I just prefer the Ranger in Rafa's hands than the Yannicky and Strong Sages.
Take a look at the breakdown for Deep Embrace. There are your stats, and yeah, as a rule, I think Ranger is just a very, very strong champ, especially against an Anarchy, just because of the Dire Orb, the versatility. And again, in the hands of a player like Rafa, you have no shortage of scenarios in which you can utilize that Dire Orb and get the advantage on your opponent. So we will see how much of that plays into it here as we are getting ready to jump into Corrupted Keep shortly. Strong Sage on the Anarchy, Ranger for the Rafa, and then Molten Falls potentially as a decider. It would be wonderful as a viewer to see that, but Rafa working on a 2-0, perhaps a 3-0. And I think no matter what happens, again, Strong Sage has proven that he can take maps off the best, if not beat some of the best players in this league. So again, I feel like this is kind of just a learning experience, right? I know that you scrim a lot against everybody in here, but this is kind of the first official match right here in the Quake Pro League. You're getting a lot of good experience. You're playing against someone who puts wins above everything else and is just absolutely lethal in the arena. So every little thing, every little engagement, there's a lesson to be learned, and I'm sure he's going to go back and watch this VOD regardless of how it goes, and he's only going to get better. I mean, this guy is still pretty new to everything, and he's really showing up. So very impressive from Strong Sage. And Rafa's just Rafa. Another day at the office for him.
Definitely, from what we've seen, probably the most dedicated person in terms of self-improvement. Just from watching him as well, I do think he can struggle with his own mental game a little bit, but that's always going to be the case when you're slightly more inexperienced. You have to learn to cope with that and adjust on the fly, which is something he just needs to do. But you put it correctly, and he's making big strides, and you can see how far him and Sirius as well, which we'll see later, both of them have come on so much in the first 11 weeks. So really excited to see them grow into it, see the finals and future seasons.
Going to be fantastic. Yeah, we will see Sirius later today. I believe he has the last featured match. Yep, last one against Zenaku. But focusing back up on this one, I heard the noise. We're going to load into map number 2. It's going to be Corrupted Keep between these two. We'll see if Strong Sage has a little something left in the tank. Again, it was a good start to map number 1, but Rafa just kind of downloaded him in the end. Learn how to adapt, learn how to play, and then just do all the things Rafa that we've grown to love about that player. So we'll see. We'll see how map number 2 goes. Anarchy versus the Ranger might be an uphill battle here for Strong Sage, but is he up to the task is the question.
I mean, from what we see for Strong Sage in recent weeks, he'll definitely find a way to make this close. I mean, he's probably the most unorthodox player we've seen in the QPL, but he finds ways to make it work. So let's see if he can do the same here. Oh, the cameras are backwards. I was very confused.
A little bit of delay added to the heavy from Rafa there as he does a little bit of initial damage at the Mega. Machine guns from both players. Out and about. Good damage from Strong Sage here. No armor to his name. Needs to be careful.
Sit up, baby.
Let's use the inject. Rafa just tracking him. A huge buckshot. Strong Sage needs to be extremely careful now. And that's it. Just like that, the split from the beginning. Rafa is able to get it and make his way back. Dire Orb on and through, and he's able to grab both items. And just like that, you are completely just avoided off the map. And now, Strong Sage needs to be so careful again, and that's not the exit you want to take.
No, you could see Strong Sage off that first frag was already quite frustrated with the way that went down. Oh, that is...
Lord.
Yeah. Trying to make something work, but in exchange, we're not getting a frag. He's also given up complete map control. Doesn't have any hit scan to work with apart from that machine gun, so just really want to take these engagements with Rafa. Rafa's just going to actually steal away the lights as well, and this is what Rafa does best. Play Pac-Man.
Yeah, everything just becomes Rafa's resources. This is mine, these are mine, this is mine. And that's exactly what this is, and this is really, really bad news bears for Strong Sage here. Trying to pepper the heavy with rockets, but just can't do enough damage, and there's the buckshot again, and 5-0 early on. And you gotta start thinking, Strong Sage loves to play aggressive with the heavy champions, getting a lot of damage, and somehow that LG makes it work, and that was crazy, but down to 1 HP, and look at that refrag right there.
I was about to say Strong Sage needs to try and punish this methodical rotation, which is what he did off the bat there. But at the same time, he is just an anarchy. He is so weak. He even popped the inject to try and survive there. He just has nothing to work with. Already 7-1.
Oh my god. Yeah, and being used to maybe heavy champions, you have to be able to flip in your mind. I can't play the way I'm used to or the way that I like, especially as an anarchy. I mean, a keel pick would have been fantastic as Rafa puts another one on the board, 8-1. But you know, that's a discussion for another day, Dan. We could focus up on the game at hand here. 240 in, 8-1. Rafa with no signs of stopping.
Yeah, well, this is. I think he's going to learn a big lesson from this already. And I mean, we're already 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes in, and it could be a real painful one. Obviously, there's still time for him to make it respectable, but at this point, it's respectable is about as much as he can get out of this map. I'm feeling he's already given up too much headroom for Rafa.
Full head of steam for Rafa here, up 7, 3 minutes in. Here's the vials be picked up. Also, Dire Orb on hand too, so he does give up the Mega. Perhaps a little bit of a gift there from Rafa, but he's able to back up onto the heavy.
Rafa showing mercy? No.
Never.
Not with his D'Artagnan look going on today.
Look, he climbs to the top of mountains to train as Quake World Championships comes closer and closer, okay? Likes to train in solitude. A 7 frag lead here. We're hitting the 4th minute of this map. Strong Sage trying to take control of the middle of the map. Still no armor. Is able to grab another Mega. Rafa trying to maintain position above this heavy right here. Machine gun out. Big damage from both players right now as Rafa drops down onto the heavy. And again, every time I check, it feels like Strong Sage has no armor.
No, Rafa's doing an amazing job just managing it. Strong Sage got him low, but the wrong weapon out there. And something I have noticed in his game, though, is his close combat rockets are erratic. He definitely needs to work on his rocket placement. You know, that engagement there, yes, he had the wrong weaponry out, but you have to connect with something. He did 0 damage for the first 2 shots, which means Rafa had all of that time, good 3 seconds, just to pepper away completely unreturned damage. I mean, it's just a fact. He has to improve that.
So for the newer players that are watching that are inspired by Strong Sage, what what tips would you give to improve that? Is there like a training, just play a lot more, hone in the sensitivity? What do you got for the children?
It's a good question, 40, to be honest with you. I wouldn't say tweak your sensitivity. Rockets in particular are about patience, and I think it's just adjusting your mindset to be more calculated with them. I think, you know, that's a really difficult one. Don't know if I'm best placed at this point to help advise.
Of course you are. How dare you as the dire
It's being
lord.
conscious of it. Let's put it that way. It's being conscious of it.
Patience and prediction more than aim with rockets specifically.
Yeah.
As Rafa making this one look easy, Strong Sage just getting caught in these choke points with LG. Melts as an anarchy. No inject to use as well. Rafa able to claim these items easily.
This is also what we said though, right? 40, the anarchy pick on this is all or nothing, and unfortunately it's such a high risk pick against someone like Rafa that he leaves you with nothing to work with, and we can see exactly that. Strong Sage just barely had anything. He's had 4 major items in 6 minutes. 5 major items, but he's gonna die for this one even. Oh no, or not.
To claim his second with a decent stack, and now he's got the heavy, so potential to add a couple more to the count here. And as you said, make the score look a little bit less lopsided. But all in all, I think Rafa's pretty comfortable with the spot he's in right now. A little bit defensive for the last 3:30 of this map. Claim the series and walk into map number 3 with some confidence. But yeah, I mean, the pick, a little risky. The rockets from downtown, and he can't get around the corner. Rafa from beyond the arc. Nothing but net. So yeah, the moral of the story, chat, Keel pick, uncorrupted. Big shotgun blast from Strong Sage through the telly there to get his 3rd frag.
That's a bannable statement.
I am so sick of the Keel slander. Like,
I've seen your stream. I mean, it's not good.
How dare you, right? Don't blame the champion for the operator's errors.
I mean, this is also true. Both things can be true.
Exactly.
Get up.
Rafa trying to catch out Strong Sage here. Dancing around the Mega way too early, trying to get a lightning gun. And now he's stuck behind the statue. Has to hit some decent rockets here to get out of this one. Oh, almost eats a rocket. Rafa's just gonna go through, and there it is, buckshot to the back of the head. 15-3 in favor of Rafa.
No, no! Oh, no!
Get the bucket.
Oh, dear me. We're back to that point where it feels like Rafa is paid by the frag. Minimum wage.
We don't know that he's not. I'm saying, I feel like it might be the case. 16-3 with 2 minutes left. He's probably going to try and hit 20. Strong Sage doing everything in his power to make sure that doesn't happen. Big buckshot after a lackluster one, and there it is from downtown, another dire orb. Why not? Just tack it on. And he's able to steal away the light, maybe double back to the heavy. No, that play will unfortunately cost Rafa the heavy. But I think he's okay with the scoreline, Dan. I think he feels comfortable right now.
He's not annoyed. He gave up 3 frags.
He might be, to be completely honest with you, but at the end of the day, looks like another win for Rafa here. 2 in a row against Strong Sage. And whether or not it was the pick, it was the start, a little bit disappointing for Strong Sage here. Because again, he's had such good showings against other players. Oh my god!
1 minute warning.
Still 1 minute to go. Make it end.
Make it stop. He's gonna have nightmares about dire orbs.
I mean, once again, Rafa showing us exactly why he picks this Ranger. Can set the tempo, has that orb to either get away or blow up the Anarchy. We've seen all of the above. And yeah, mixture of start, mixture of over-aggression, mixture of tilt, and mixture of Rafa just being on another level today.
Yeah. Again, another day at the office, it appears. 20-4, potentially going for 21. That rocket almost hit. That would have been absolutely insane.
Rafa's trying to retire Strong Sage before he even gets going.
It's just welcome to the league, and I'll see you on land. That's really what this is. That's really what this
Basically,
is.
I'm king of NA, bitch.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I've never heard Rafa curse in my life.
No,
Almost gets
never.
the other one. Never. 22-4. The score on that one. And to be fair, I've seen Rafa do that to other players that maybe you wouldn't expect to. So, you know, if you're strong stage, it's like, yeah, okay, that was corrupted keep, right?
Yeah, I think he fell after the first 2 minutes. The map was over and was playing it out. So, you know, Rafa's on another level today. We said it. You have to play perfect to beat Rafa in any of your best days, and the strong stage was far from perfect on this one. Got off to a poor start. You can already see 2 minutes in. We're 6-0 in. Oh, 5-1, sorry. But either way, a big enough scoreline for Rafa to close it out after their 7-1, 2 minutes in. So it was tough considering how strong strong stage was on map 1. We were obviously fearful going into this one with the picks alone, given the playstyle that Strong Stage likes to employ, and unfortunately we were proved right.
Yeah, a bit brutal there, and I'm interested to see. I mean, this is a good test, right? You've already lost the series, big deal. Going into the third map, what do you have left in the tank? What mental fortitude can you display and say, hey, I'm still going to fight for this? Like, the series is gone, but at this point, once you start getting closer and closer to the Quake World Championships, you start getting into best of fives. First two maps don't really matter. I mean, obviously, everything matters, but endurance, mental toughness, all of that comes into play, and I think if he could make map 3 competitive and maybe even steal it away, I think that's a fantastic sign for Strong Sage.
Yeah, I agree. You know, it's hard when you pick up your favorite champion and you get beat down with it 15-7 there. And it was obviously competitive for the first 5 minutes of map 1, but it really wasn't, as we talked about. It was fairly controlled from Rafa, so it is hard going into the rest of the series not being able to push it even closer on map 1. But on map 3, it is I quite like the sword lag. Obviously, it's not as strong as it used to be, but it's still good. And Visor can be exploited if you get a little bit lucky and Rafa's not connecting with some of his rails. That means the piercing sight doesn't become as useful as it would otherwise would. So you can capitalize upon that, get some momentum going. It does require a little bit of luck. It requires you to hit your shots, which he wasn't doing on map 1. So everything has to come into line. But this is, you know, we said maps 1 and 3 were the ones we were going to look at in terms of if Strong Stage are going to take a map. So hopefully he can pick it up after map 2.
Hopefully, again, we'll see what he has in the tank and if he could bounce back or if it's just going to be another rollover 3-0 for Rafa. And again, Visor, I mean, any champion in the hands of Rafa, deadly. Visor more so than most. I mean, iconic duo, maybe? We'll see.
It's a slightly more of an interesting pick from my perspective, because when I see Rafa's picks, he normally tries to side with champions that have more movement advantage. So picking up the Visor leaves him a little bit vulnerable there. It's not often what we see from Rafa's POV. The only time he really has done it in the past is the likes of a BJ. So let's see what kind of a game plan he has planned for it. That's the one thing about Rafa. He's somebody that definitely comes into every one of these matchups with a specific game plan. And so that's what I'm really interested to see.
And again, with Rafa, he has subsets of game plans too. So if this doesn't work, and depending on what the opponent's doing, he's able to adapt like that and just a completely different strategy, leaving the opponent having to adapt. And if they don't, that's usually where Rafa capitalizes and takes over mid-game, maybe even earlier. So we will see. We are loading up into map number 3 shortly. And again, I still feel like Heel Pick would have been fantastic on Corrupted Key. But chat, hope you're having a good day. This is going to be the last map for set number 2 between these two. Quite the banger of a match to start the day so early on, Dan.
It is indeed. It is indeed. Let's hope it closes out with a strong map 3. I think this will definitely be a lot closer.
See what you did there. I like that.
Thank you.
You're a punny guy. You're a punny guy. All right, map number 3, Molten Falls. Getting into it. Closing out the series between Strong Sage and Rafa. Can Strong Sage bounce back and put one on the board? We'll see in 10 minutes. Nice rail off the bat. A little bit of spit for insurance, and he just gets out of there. He's okay with that damage, and let me conserve my stack. There's a wall there.
Oh, Nelly. That's not what you wanted to see. Roast lizard for lunch.
Unfortunate. The tail just got stuck on the wall. It happens.
Yeah. least it was a suicide. Rafa's not off the board yet.
Oh, fine. I feel fine. Oof, almost hits the rail. Rafa grabbing those time balls. We'll have a vision again shortly. It's just a matter of, again, Rafa playing off his opponent, not necessarily the items. What do you want to do and how can I make your life hell?
Yeah, but look at the stack that Strong Sage has. He wants to take a fight here. And Rafa's game plan is to avoid it. Play the distance game, play this chip damage game. He doesn't want to make chaos with his close range engagements.
Oh, the float back. Rafa needs to be careful there. Strong Sage putting him on notice, but you saw the game plan from Rafa. Again, playing his opponent, not the items. Where are you going to go? I'm going to match you. I'm going to do damage to you and then take control of the map. But Strong Sage does a good job of making sure that doesn't happen. But this could be curtains. The spit won't save him. Rafa able to melt that lizard once again, taking a 2-frag lead.
Yeah. Again, that was the one comment I have about Strong Sage is just play sometimes. He can get baited into these engagements and it's just a little bit sloppy in terms of mechanical skill sometimes.
Ooh, risky jump pad in the shotgun, just not coming up. Like Strong Sage wanted, not connecting with the damage. There's one rail looking for another one as he has the vision. Almost gets the one on the way out.
Nice.
Tail offer.
Stopwatch.
It's looking painful for Strong Sage because once again Rafa's got the lockdown on these light items and this is something you can do at Molten Falls. Pick those light items up, cut your opponent out, and then what can they do? Strong Sage looks a little bit lost at this point in time. Got his one light, but nothing else to work with for him.
Yeah, and so comfortable that Rafa's able to deny the light before the heavy again, just keeping the resources completely off the map for Strong Sage.
What it does is even if you don't know where your opponent is, you exactly know where they are because they're starved of resources. They're going to be camping out on these lights, and you can see Rafa just, you know, as the other one's been taken, my opponent has to be there. So even though he hasn't had any confirmation of it, he knows exactly where his opponent is. So he hasn't even used the ability just yet on the visor because he just doesn't need to. He knows exactly where his opponent is.
Yeah, just full control of the map. Now he's willing to pop it after the mega pickup and he can just go right in. And again, the item split, everything is managed to perfection from Rafa right now.
The good thing is that it is still a manageable scoreline from Strong Sage's point of view. You just saw him get the timing there as well, running near the doorway. And he's been able to slow this tempo down. So whilst he's had no resources, he's got himself up to this starting stack now. So his next objective is trying to catch Rafa on an exit route from one of these major items to punish him. There we go. Perfect. And now he can contest for this next heavy. He did get railed, obviously, so that's the challenge. You heard the TP as well, and Rafa just using that speed to make sure he pushes in.
Able to steal it, but it might cost him his life here. Rafa looking to put the fourth one on, but good rockets.
Nice!
Ooh, okay, and that is the turnaround that Strong Sage was looking for. Back to 0. Putting the deficit to 2. Now needs to be careful. Trying to hold his ground here for the Mega. Does get it mid-fight, and that saves his life, but he is so hurt after all of that.
Yeah, Rafa's not that upset by losing out on that fight because his end goal there was just to do as much damage as he could. So in doing so, he's now won himself the next heavy for free, and he knows exactly how low this Sorlag is. He obviously wants to try and catch him before he gets to restack again. It's going to take Strong Sage a while to get back up to any sort of comfortable level of stack. Still railable, in fact.
While Strong Sage is trying to live off the lights, Rafa will take
Rafa's
liberties
taking
with everything. Yeah, this is all mine. This is my convenience store. No wares for you.
No, but he also knows how low Strong Sage is because he's the one that's taken the lights and the heavies. He knows that Strong Sage has no stack. He's desperate to fight.
By that same token, congrats to Strong Sage for staying the hell away from Rafa for as long as he has. Is he going to make a mad dash for the Mega? No, he's not that confident. He just wants to try and hug this light armor, praying for it to spawn, and Rafa will just keep running the majors.
This is one of the reasons why Rafa also prefers the movement advantage of his champions, because as well as he's playing, he just can't catch the soul lag as well, because he's not as quick. He needs to set these traps up, but Strong Sage is doing a good job to completely vacate the map.
Yeah, I really like the play coming out from Strong Sage. Again, down by 1, but the ability to stay in the game, keep your head in it, not get crazy and just start pushing because you lost the first 2 maps. I like all of that. That's all a good sign in terms of the endurance and staying in the set. Rails exchange from both players. Again, Rafa will win out on that because he has just every item under the sun.
And every time Strong Sage makes these moves, if he does receive a rail like that, it sets him back another rotation because he can't afford to commit. He needs unreturned damage. He's doing the exact right thing. He's still got plenty of time in this map. He's trying to just outmaneuver Rafa, and he's doing a good job of it. There's the first unreturned, so now he's going to feel confident to contest for this Mega. There's the second. He's won him the Mega. Now the pressure comes up. He needs to consolidate this advantage, try and take away the heavy, but he's doing a really smart thing. He's just delayed the item. Now Rafa is completely offset for the next rotation.
Oh, a little crazy, though, trying to spit and do damage and rides the lightning. Rafa is ticking away. Will grab a health bubble to negate the spit damage. Potentially an exit rail? No, he just wants to take the fight straight to Strong Sage and the shotgun blast somehow. I don't know how he's alive after that, but Strong Sage able to scurry away. And Rafa, again, just asserting dominance and taking all the items, but that one was close.
Yeah, the smart thing about delaying it was trying to offset for the next rotation. The bad thing is he wasted too much time, and Rafa capitalized upon it by just taking a strong position on the heavy. Now with the 2 minutes to go, it's getting to the point 40 where Rafa's going to continue just to play this rotation. He doesn't need to make any risky maneuvers. Strong Sage is the one that has that pressure, and with nothing to work with, he needs to pray for a miracle. He needs to hit back-to-back rails with unreturned damage. Rafa's going to take a push. He knows he's got the heavy and the light to fall back on if he needs to.
A little bit of spit. The rocket's not really landing at all. The spit will do minimal damage as Rafa's able to just back away, tickle his way out of there.
Oh, this could be dangerous for Rafa. Until
nope,
that
rocket, cancels any opportunity there. And this might actually be a frag for Rafa as now Strong Sage caught up on the double bubbles. Yeah.
Nice. There you go. GG.
Didn't really have a choice in that one, Strong Sage. Now it's push time, and oh my god, the defensive rockets. Hit him with a juicy double, Dan, as Sir Mix-a-Lot might say. Up to 50 seconds left in its go time. Strong Sage has to throw the scales at it. Do the best he can with Sorbet, and that's not what you want to see, but again, no choice at this point.
No. And Strong Sage only had 6 major items all game. So commendable to stay in it, keep it as close as it was, and that's exactly what he needs to do. Obviously, Rafa was not tested, but that's not the point. In the way in which Rafa was controlling the map, on a map like Molten Falls, there is nothing else really Strong Sage could do except stay in it, not take damage, and play the tempo he was playing. So he definitely did the right thing, but giving up those early frags was ultimately his downfall.
You win. You lose.
GG?
GG's indeed, as I think I've shrunk a little bit. Nix is just messing around with my camera, Dan. Don't worry, we'll be fine. But yeah, that's the end of the set. The little technical difficulties, it's fine. Does anyone have a cat at home? Just me? Okay, so shouts to Rafa, but I really like the way Strong Sage played that last map, able to kind of stay in it, play as defensive as he needed to. It just didn't come together in terms of the fights and the unreturned damage that you kept talking about. But still, it's nice to see that he didn't just throw his body at the problem, you know, create more problems than he needed to, and kind of at least play with a semblance of a strategy and, you know, game plan.
Yeah, obviously map 1 and 3, the ones we spoke about, they were the good maps. Map 2 was an absolute stomping, and he will definitely learn some lessons there. Wrong pick, got off to a bad start, definitely some tilt, you know, nothing really went his way and didn't show any semblance of material to demonstrate a comeback, but that was really well played, good adjustment in play style, exactly what he needed to do. Was never able to build the control so he could play as aggressive as he wanted, but it was nice to see that swap up in play style from Strong Sage. So definitely one to look out for going into the season. Nothing to write home about here, and nothing to feel ashamed about either. Losing 3-0 to Rafa, everyone coming into this stage would have assumed that would have been the case. It's only because he's been playing as well as he has that people were even looking that this could have been a 2-1 to Rafa, you know? So that's credit to how well he's played this stage so far, and still made Rafa work for it at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, credit to him, victim of his own success. Definitely something that he needs to review and that he can learn from. But all in all, I don't think he's going to hopefully be too bothered by it. There are a couple weeks left as we get closer and closer to the Quake World Championships, and seeding matters, so he wants those back. But again, it's Rafa. So that's 2 in the books. Dan, we got a lot more on the way. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to figure out my entire life, hopefully. We'll be back with more Quake action. I believe we have Dramas versus Chain coming up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Quake Pro League. This is week 11. We are 2 sets in. We're about to jump into Dramas versus Chain. Dan, how do you feel about this one? Dramas sitting at 9th, Chain sitting at 16th on the leaderboard, respectively.
Yeah, I think that Dramas had a slightly inconsistent season. Many people, even myself, had some high hopes of him coming into this one, maybe breaking into that top 6. He had a fairly slow start, but has definitely been picking up as these weeks are going on. And taking out Avec last week was definitely a big boon for him. Avic's been looking pretty decent, not maybe his strongest, but it's still always got to be a good notch on your belt to take Avec out. Whereas Chain, sitting way down there, and he's got trouble. He's got to look at himself hard now, and you can see the results coming out here. He's played Serious in week 1, and I said it before, but I think he was quite lucky to play Serious in his first week into the Pro League, because Serious has definitely developed a significant amount since then. It'll be a different result now. Obviously losing to Raisy, Wenger, the Strong Sage was the big turning point there. I think in context now, maybe it makes a bit more sense, but we were looking at him then struggling week on week and thinking, where's Dramas gone? Then losing to Nosfa, who'd been playing pretty decent, but he has begun to be a little bit more consistent these weeks going on.
I was going to say, on the rise, if you're investing,
Yeah.
Drama stonks through the roof right now, looking to add more to it. And again, on the flip side,
Exactly.
Chain absolutely not happy with his performance. We talked about his tweet earlier where he's like, I can't keep doing this. No more losses. Unfortunately, straight into a loss. Still trying to turn it around. I love the energy, okay? Sometimes the plan doesn't always work out, but I love the energy. And Chain has been one of those players that you always talked about that was kind of like hovering around top 4, and he never really was able to close out kind of games and assert his dominance and put his stamp on games, and he kind of let some games flutter. And just looking at the history, unfortunately, it has been a rough road for Chain this season.
The only saving grace that you can look at this is that virtually everyone he's lost to is top 10, apart from obviously beat Toxic in there, but Toxic is the only one that really sitting outside the top 10. I think that Saigib one is the big sting for me. Everyone else on that list, you would probably expect him to lose to it. He got some 2-1s in there. But losing to Saigib is a pretty bad sign. No disrespect to Saigib, but that's someone you would hope and expect him to beat. And not doing that puts him in a really tricky situation now, because he's going against Dramas, as we talked about on the Resurgence. Not a lot of weeks left to pull himself out. Yes, he's playing everyone now that's in and around him, so he has to start picking up results. He's somebody that when you meet him on LAN, very committed, very thoughtful about his game. One of the scariest players on LAN, and every time we see him on LAN, he makes top positions. He just can't transform that into any sort of consistent league performance. And this might be the stage where that comes back to bite him if he finds himself in relegation.
Definitely a rough road. It might be a rough road for this week as well. Let's take a look at the pick bans and see if there's any semblance of hope for Chain. We're going to start on Awoken, Molten Falls, and Veil. And what in the hell is that clutch doing there, Dan? Exactly.
I don't think we've ever seen Chain play this champion.
I am not sure. Maybe not in the context of the Quake Pro League. Maybe he's done it in other cups and online tournaments, but I don't think I recall ever seeing it. I'm sure Flea's in the chat with his stat book right now, ready to call us out. But yes.
This is one hell of a hidden strat. It's taken him 4 seasons to bring it out.
A very deep pocket clutch that he has.
That is the ace in the hole right there. I mean, it makes a little bit of sense. It makes sense anyway. Clutch is a very good champion if you can play him well. It makes more sense because he's also going up against an Athena, so you can really lean into that stack differential to bully. But we also have seen this champion lose. However, it is on a map like Awoken where you can play that keeper, where you can close the gap quickly. It does make a lot of sense on paper. Obviously, the question is, can he play it well? Can he play it proficiently? If not, you have an Athena with the grapples in the hands of Dramas, who we know has incredible aim. It's going to be punished as well. So this one is super interesting. Molten Falls, also super interesting. I love the slash pickup from Dramas. He's always going to take that there if he can. And he's picked it into the Nyx, which we know you want to close the gap, use the shotgun, get in the face of Nyx. So that's going to be a challenge for Chain. And if, the interesting point for me here, 40, is that we've seen Chain pick up Veil whenever it's on the board. And he's left it out there. So definitely a definitive shift in the way in which Chain is thinking about these games now. Obviously, his strategy, his mindset hasn't working. Is this a new side of Chain? Let's see.
Maybe. I mean, he's got to know something we don't, because that clutch pick is just still like, what is going on? I thought it was a typo, but no, it's true. He's locked it in. He's going to play the fridge, and he might pay the price.
Is he? Are you sure? It is PGL. I don't trust the graphics.
How dare you, Dan? Cut off his mic. Production, kick him out.
Production.
Can you replicate me? Two videos of 40? How dare you?
Oh,
Producers in my ear livid right now.
so
Absolutely
bad.
livid. Shut it down. The show is over.
It's been nice knowing you, everybody.
We are getting ready to hop into the map. The players are readying up, making sure they're ready for battle, as it's going to be another best of 3 between these two. And predictions in this economy, chat, calm down, please. Well, I just don't have enough fingers. We don't have the resources. But yes, this should be a good one again. Previous teammates, if we go back into Quake Champions history, they used to play twos together. They've played each other constantly on and off inside the Pro League in different cups, various tournament formats, so they know each other really well. But yeah, that clutch pick is going to be very interesting just to kick it off on map number 1. Looking forward to seeing exactly how Chain approaches it, and if it's going to fall to shambles, to be honest, because I don't know how much you could hide practicing a champion. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. He's got something up his sleeve for sure.
He does. He has locked it in. So my apologies, PGL. You are correct. But no, it's yeah. This is a big turning point. And as you point out, they also have a very opposing playstyle. You know, you'll often see Chain wanting to play this defensive, angle-based playstyle, whereas Dramus is somebody who just likes to bring the aggression, plays quick, wants to get in your face, play heavy combat. So that clash of styles is definitely interesting. But this is a draft that we haven't seen from Chain before, both in the map rotation and in the champions. So it's gonna be interesting.
I really hope we see that style of dramas where it's just like rail all the time. Shotgun rail, long distance rail, middle rail, yeah, anything. Rail is the appropriate weapon for any of these types of engagements. And we might see it, and I think we're just teasing you. Did we go back to lobby? It sounds like we did. We sure did, chat. So hit you with the first psych out of the day. As something went wrong, we'll figure it out, but probably kicked a cable. I don't know what to tell you. So bench press, what's that like? Anyways, are they saying anything in the lobby? Yes.
I just love watching you squirm.
Oh, do you? Well, buy me a drink first. So yes, we are going to get into this one. They're going to restart the lobby because I did something wrong. You could blame it all on me, chat. It's fine. And as for the predictions, again, you could blame it on me. That's fine. In this economy, we don't have the manpower for that. So apologies. We're going to hop into this one. This will be set number 3 for week 11. Chain versus Dramus. And again, Chain really has to turn it around starting this week. And I feel like even if he does, he's still going to be down there by relegation status, and it's going to be rough. But at least building some confidence, momentum, we get closer and closer to the Quake World Championships will be huge. Dramus still looking to skyrocket as he's on the up and up, wanting to add another W as he's had a long line of losses. But as you said, to top 10 players, so not something to be overly worried about, but definitely nice to get out of that slump and start putting dubs on the board for sure.
Yeah, and he often, one of his traits was that he would generally lose, but it'd be a 2-1. But he's been whitewashed quite a few times this season already. So I do feel he's been sweating a little bit, putting his thought into the game plan and looking at how he could change things up. What is wrong with you, 40
Have you read chat? There's some heaters in here, man. There's some very creative people. All right, we're getting into this. We're live right now. It's a cesspool. You deserve better. Don't do it. All right, map number 1 between Dramus and Chain. Thank you for your patience. And we are live between these two right now as Chain trying to battle his way to a victory and climb the leaderboards. He's got that clutch, and it looks pretty crispy so far. We'll see.
Oh, we'll have to see. As you say, he's looking mightily stacked, and this is obviously going to be one of the factors that Dramus in particular has to pay attention to. You say it looks crisp. He's hitting all of the walls with this clutch so far. But even still, it doesn't really matter when you have that much health and armor to work with.
Ooh, decent rail, but it was right before the pickup, and he's going to get chased through the telly. And nice little move there from Dramus. Let's give up the items. Just trying to make some of these rails connected finally. Down to 50 HP. Chain has to put the brakes on. Both players extremely weak.
It's just mental, you know. Dramus has basically had to hit 6 rails back to back, and Chain is still walking.
Yeah. Dramus right now 6 for 9 rails. Nice.
How has Dramus got no major items actually? How did he not get anything off the start?
Right off the spawn. The vroom vroom very fast. Chain VTEX right here. He is hitting literally everything with the top of his head, but still making his way towards the middle of the map. Heavy goes in favor of Dramas as well as the Mega. So first rotation for Dramas. Chain does have the shield.
Yeah, but it's also worrying. He had all the items and is now off the map completely. So not the best start for Chain when he had everything in the pocket to get a frag and still failed to do so. He was close, but that is a little bit of a worrying sign moving into this map now. It is still 0-0, obviously. But Chain needs to reflect on that and be more careful in his approach play.
Oh, wow. Oh.
Okay. Dramas still was not railable though, so that's not enough damage coming out from Chain's perspective. Gets away though and can pressure this next Mega. Dramas is down below. Oh, fails his grapple. This is some awkward engagements going on from both perspectives.
Oh, wow.
What is happening?
Oh, no, he made it work. Up the jump pad, can he land these rockets? No, needs more damage, and he does. Chain comes out on top, so maybe the plan was pure aggression? Oh my god. Oh, he almost gets the follow-up.
Yeah. Chain's movement on the clutch is definitely not clean. I mean, we have watched Strong Sage earlier today, so we have a little bit of a comparison to work with.
To be fair, if he was going in a straight line, it does look crispy. But yes, he is a little rough around the edges, so to speak. The tied 2-2. Real big edges. 2-2. Still nothing to be overly concerned about, as the scoreline is close. Again, does have the shield to pop. Nice little nail jump there into the shield, and now this is a bad way as he hooks into the heavy. Might get pushed out. Can he hit the rail? Dramas comes out on top of the rail of his own.
Yeah, that was real nice play by Dramas there, completely understanding the situation. Needed to get in and out, and just by doing so, trapped Chain in that environment. So you can definitely see that Chain is not comfortable on the clutch. However, the strategy of picking him was purely about the stack, and that is always going to be something he has at his disposal. But the question is, can he just make it count at this point?
No, it's just taking so many rails. There's the chase from Dramas closing in on this frag, and there's the drop. He takes a rail, not a big deal, because he's able to fall back to this Mega. Chain could have pressured off the spawn, but he didn't really have much to work with. Just now grabbing an LG. After all of this, does have a shield, but he just hasn't had the right opportunity to try and play aggressively with it, Dan.
No, it's been largely reactive and defensive. He made one push with it, but it was a predictable push. Even with the shield up, Dramas was able to melt his opponent going flying up there. Chain actually missing out on the first shotgun, and that is going again to force out a reactive shield, which means it's not up again for another 40 seconds. Chain is off the items rotation at the moment. Considering Dramas had 0 items after a minute, he's now got 5 and 7 majors to his name, so had virtually all of them since.
Not bad at all. Slow to start, but he's more than happy with this 3-frag lead here, looking to add more as Chain. Ooh, that's a big rocket right there. That could be a start of something. Dramas able to grab the heavy afterwards and get out of there. Chain gonna track his opponent down. Now we're seeing the move and clean up a little bit. Some more of these jumps. There's a big play from Dramas with the hook. LG on LG with the shield up. He's struggling to hit it, but he does steal away the Mega. And after all of that, stacks are about even. There's the drop down rail. Both players very susceptible, and Dramas will finally plant him.
Yeah.
It's just a little sloppy from both players there.
This is one of the more unusual games we've seen. That is for sure. Don't want to be taking these round engagements as a clutch. That is
what?
Not, that is not.
You take that back right now, Dan.
Apparently his ass is that fat, he could just take the measure, the Mega from units away.
Yeah, the measure really came into to play there as Chain now struggling to hit these rails. He's going to dive in onto this heavy, and he's going to try, and he's going to take some more damage. 55 HP. Dramas firmly with the stack advantage, and there it is. It makes it look easy with the LG.
Bro, this game is so dumb, it's making me dumb.
Look, this is all calculated, and I will not stand for this slander of North America. How dare you?
Yes, you just summarized it right.
7-3. Rails exchanged again, but Chain needs cleaner kills. Good rocket. What just happened?
Come on, Dramas. He's hitting everything. 66% Rails, 60% LG. Wow. Okay, maybe that's 70% LG now. It's definitely gone up. Yeah, 61. Wow.
I just don't understand what happened, but it was beautiful, whatever it was. Drama's up 6 now, a little bit of rocket damage, big damage from Chain, just can't flick in time, trying to find that last rocket.
As chaotic and as crazy as this game is, you have to admire the way in which Dramas is playing the Athena, though. The use of these in-combat grapples has definitely been a point of separation between the two. Chain is trying to close the gap, but Dramas' creativity with those grapples has been something we haven't spoken about. So yeah, that's pretty critical. Bye-bye. Nice though.
Nice sequence from Chain, looking to add potentially a little bit more if he can get this chase down. Is it going to be clean enough? Gets through the doorway. Ooh,
no,
the weapon
wrong
swap.
weapon. Yeah,
that cost him, but still railable. And there it is.
I mean, this was the game plan, which was hopefully get a clean frag, then just run at your opponent. But even I think there was a little bit of overconfidence in that running approach, though. You know, a couple of times he just wasted huge amounts of stack, which is difficult to build as a clutch.
Oh, and he needs to get out, missing with that rail. It's going to be huge. If he can just maintain, stop the bleeding, try and fight for the next cycle, there is a little bit of time. If he can utilize the shield, though, it's only 4 frags. And this is a preemptive shield, way too early for the heavy. And this might cost him big, Dan.
Yeah, he's in trouble now. He's not very good at that jump. And this just shows that, you know, Clutch on paper, as he failed again, has a lot of validity in this particular matchup, but it just shows how difficult it is to play. This is why we look at people like Raisy and now Strong Sage, and even Sip, these experts of Clutch, how much work they have to put in to perfect this champion. Anyone that's seen Raisy's streams has seen him just play it non-stop to try and get to the point of comfort where it becomes second nature. It's such a different champion.
Yeah, mechanical ceiling for it, absolutely huge. Dramas comes flying by. There's the shield popped with the defensive rockets from Dramas will actually keep Chain away. He wanted to chase that one down with a minute 10. He had no other choice. The mobility of Dramas going to be huge here for the last minute. Chain has to string together 5 kills just to send it in OT.
Got the stack, but he's going to get... Ooh, nearly got pinned to the ceiling. Dramas, though, once again with these hooks, nearly gets away. 4 frags in 40 seconds. Nah. Oh no, this is one of the most awkward fights we've seen.
You leave these boys alone. Chain trying to get the last bit of damage in Dramas, just a little bit of a shoulder check there because, again, you are in an Astro van, Chain. You are huge. I do like the voice line, though. Fair to be deleted. It's cold. Cold as ice. Big rockets here. Needs to find another one, but Dramas, the LG is just too strong. As the time ticks away, map number 1 will go to Dramas.
Well, I see why we haven't seen it picked in 3 years. I admire the confidence.
It wasn't that bad.
It was not great. I mean, it was the right pick given the Athena. Like, the logic was there, but you could definitely see that Chain was not comfortable on that champion.
Just needs more reps, that's it.
Yeah. Yes, but it wasn't. He hasn't done them, which is why he couldn't lift the weight like he would the bench press.
Yeah. It's gonna be bad. I'm gonna show the world that I could bench press a thing. I just need to figure out what it is. But yeah, unfortunate for Chain there. He had an idea, but the execution was a little bit off. Dramas able to capitalize using that Athena well. And good LGs and good rails. I mean, again, against a clutch, it's easier. It's certainly easier, but still, well done to Dramas taking map number 1. Still have 2 more maps to go. Still have the ability to bounce back. Chain, we're gonna get to Molten Falls here shortly, and it's gonna be Slash versus Nyx. So a little bit more even of a matchup, but Dramas does have that burst of speed using the crouch slide.
Yes, and it was still very close. because the clutch is a good pick. But we have to credit Jamis, and we said it, like he hit everything as he needed to. If he didn't hit 60% LG, 65 rail, it would have been even closer. So Jamis played exceptionally well to respond. It was still a tough ask for Jamis to, particularly in that opening minutes, right, where he had no stack, had to hit everything. He had to execute well. He did that, and he particularly played the Athena extremely well. So full credit to Jamis there. As you said, once Chain's got more reps on the board with regards to clutch, it was nice to see him pick it up. Definitely shows his intent to shift his strategy, try and be more aggressive. I think that's something that's lacked in his game style. And it's nice to see him attempting it. Definitely didn't look that comfortable though, but to still bring it that close, considering how hard Jamis was hitting, shows he has potential, and I hope he does practice it.
And a quick side note, it just makes me furious that you're willing to play clutch and not Keel, but that's fine. So Molten Falls next map, Slash versus Nyx. You sounded like maybe you were more in favor of the Slash due to the speed, or is that just situational, and if you have to catch up to your opponent, close the gap kind of a thing?
It's definitely situational. We know how powerful Slash can be, but we also know how tricky Nyx can be anyway. But this, again, Slash in the hands of Jamis, we know how strong he is on that champion. So this time, Chain can't play, obviously, the same strategy as he did last map. He has to go back to something he's a bit more akin to, which is that angle-based gameplay. Slow it down, try and restrain Jamis' aggression.
We'll see if it's going to be more shotgun rails from both players here. Map number 1 was definitely interesting. Some of those engagements left me scratching my head. That's fine. Constantly doing that anyway. Map number 2, Molten Falls. We're going to get in there shortly and see if Dramas can put this one away in 2. I'm not sure the history in terms of record between these players. I'm sure Flea has that handy somewhere. But I feel like Dramas has been getting the best of Chain recently in these bouts between the two. So we'll see if it's going to be another one for Dramas this week.
We will see. All things considered, as different as that first game was, it did feel like Chain was playing better than in previous weeks. So this is definitely a completely shift in strategy in map 2, though.
Ooh, I would finish him right off the bat because of that miss rail.
And that's exactly what Slash brings. She's able to just close that gap, force the Ghost walk out, and now she has the speed to do exactly the same thing, but you don't have the get out of jail free card.
Is prioritizing those vials, grabbing everything so he gets that snail trail back immediately.
Yeah, and he'll know we have around 10 more seconds or so because Chain has no resources to gather up, but instead opts just to play positional, get up to a healthier stack before the next aggressive push.
Just jumps right over him, and the Ghost Walk again has to be pop, has to be careful of that trail. Doesn't want to take that extra damage. Does take a little tick on the way out. I like the way Dramas utilized that to make sure even out of the Ghost Walk, you can't be in this area. You're going to take damage, and you're going to take a lot of it. Again, prioritizing the vials to make sure that the Ghost Walk is kept on cooldown as long as possible. So twofold for Dramas, able to use the snail trail at will and make sure that the Ghost Walk is used sparingly or not at all, really, from Chain, as he's going to feel the wrath of that cooldown every time Dramas takes it away. Coming through the telly, hitting a great rail, looking for another one, swaps to LG. Chain on to 50. There's the buckshot, make it double, and that's Dramas' first frag.
Yeah, and already we're seeing this, the difference in champions coming out that we talked about in the intro. Dramas abusing the speed of the Slash as he does so well. Whereas the Ghost Walk has been purely reactive and defensive. Even once again, it's there. He's trying to push it, but has to double back. Oh, lovely read by Dramas.
Big rockets from Chain. Tribolt just missing out. Both players are down to 25. Chain looking a little bit healthier now, but still not healthy enough to contest the heavy pickup from Dramas. Yeah, lovely read, as you said, knowing that he wants rail in the light armor. Doing good damage, focusing, zoning him out.
Yep, Dramas stood in the vicinity.
Wow. Nice rocket, huge rocket from Chain, and there he is. He's on the board.
Lovely. That rocket had missed, it would have a completely different story, but it did not miss. Lovely defensive play by Chain. That is what he is good at, though. That's why he loves a map like Veil. He can play that style.
Less than 7 minutes for Chain to put together something beautiful enough to send us to map number 3 as the decider. Again, Chain at the point of fighting for his life, really. Leaderboard-wise, as he was dead last, unfortunately. LG on LG Dramas. Ooh, okay. I love the rail into Ghostwalk, and now he can grab these resources and maybe, definitely get to Mega in time as the speed slash doesn't really factor in here. Denying the armor shard as well. Nice footwork and a good swap to Rockets to grab his second frag. Maybe some damage off the spawn. Dramas moonwalking backwards. Needs to be careful. Does have the rail out. Both players trying to get some more damage here. Chain, 15 seconds till the Ghost Walk. Dramas knows exactly where he is.
He's getting hit a shot. I like the push over by that Mega from Jamis' POV, but he just didn't connect with anything, and Chain punished him. Ghost Walk is back up now, so Chain can be a bit more aggressive, more confident in his play. And he's maintaining his presence around these entry points, these choke points, so well. So all of his pressure's been coming from it. Dramas has been running straight into it.
Chain heating up right now, controlling the choke points, as you said. But Slash hitting these speed bumps that are just big 100 damage rockets. Dramas needs to be careful. Again, will have the speed to try and catch back up, but first needs to stabilize and get back on the map in terms of items.
Five-minute warning.
Lovely rail there from Chain, but returned well from Dramas as he dives down a little bit early onto the heavy. Rails from both players will miss, and this is going to be a big battle here. The Tribal doing a little bit of chip damage. Dramas able to get out. Never mind. I was going to say scot-free with the heavy, but good exit rail from Chain, keeping the damage high. Able to rotate back to the Mega as well. So Chain looking at better and better as time passes throughout this map.
Yep, he's getting more comfortable, more confident. He's built his way into it. He's managing the aggression from Dramis as well. So what is Dramis going to be able to change to get back into this one? At the moment, Chain is doing a very good job of making sure he just positions himself around these choke points, which is exactly where you want to take these fights against Slash. As I say that, though, he misses back-to-back rails, which is where he becomes vulnerable. He has to retreat. He has this Mega on lockdown, though. They've been trading items pretty much all game.
Ooh, buddy,
Yikes.
those rockets. Bails him out of a tough spot. Almost hits
Lovely
another one.
read.
Does. Gorgeous.
There you go.
Absolutely gorgeous.
This is
Almost
Chain
another one.
much more at home on map 2.
And as you said, Rockets more patience and prediction than anything.
Here we go. They've been delaying this heavy as well. Dramis still hasn't come for the Mega. In fact, there's going to be another engagement. No. Dramis does hear that pickup. Spite of the fact it was delayed. And they go back to trading.
Big rail from Dramas to open it up, looking for another one. Chain trying to hit one of his own. Swaps to the Tribal, gets minimal damage. The jump over. Oh, buddy. This is going to get messy here. Big damage with that rocket up the jump head. A little bit of LG. Chain standing his ground in the trade in favor of Chain.
Enzu gets the spawn. Dramas gets in on the Mega. Chain has the weaponry to keep pushing here. Not confident, though. This is much more the tempo that Chain wants to play at.
Especially for the last 2:30 with Ghostwalk in hand. 3 frag lead. Gonna play hyper defensive, control those choke points even more than we've seen before. Missing with that rail, with the speed of the Slash, you can't really blame him. But yeah, Chain looking to put this one on and hang on. Now it's all about defensive Chain. And he steal maybe 1 or 2 more items, not put himself in harm's way, and send us to map number 3 as the decider.
Yeah, Dramis needs to go out of his way to try and split the items, though. Because they're just trading items, he's always giving Chain a sufficient stack to defend himself. And that Dramus has been doing so because he backs himself with these rails and the damage, but it's just not been working out for him. So strategically, I would have liked him to have seen it's pretty much too late now, but to go out of his way, try break up that item rotation.
Oh, what a read! Nosfa comes out, Chain barely alive. Is it going to be worth it? No, Dramus falls. He's going to have to redo that movement.
It's huge, obviously wasting so much time now. Rocket jump? Yeah.
Oh, huge rockets from Chain.
Oh, no way.
That's it. I'd say final nail in the coffin right there.
Yeah.
Dramus is going to kick himself for that earlier flub with movement. Almost had Chain. That would have opened it up. Good defensive recovery from Chain.
Yeah, Chain played phenomenal this map. Exactly the way you need to play next. You need to slow it down, play the choke point to go slash. Base your game largely around the rockets as much as you can. That's exactly what he did. Rockets combined did more damage than all of his weapons put together. So it showed you the game plan of Chain.
Yeah, and not really willing to engage or give away free rail angles. 11 of 24 for Dramus, which is not, you know, we're not used to seeing that, but we're also not used to seeing people not really give up the angles. So you give Dramus the rail, he's going to utilize it, but Chain doing a good job of minimizing the rail damage, making him play up close, and getting those opportunities for big rocket LG shotgun damage. Really nice map from Chain.
GG.
You could see Chain absolutely ecstatic about this victory. Going into map number 3, killer mentality, I love it. No emotion. There's no time for it, Dan. Okay, there's still map number 3. Job's not finished.
Win. You lose.
Shaking the head though.
All right, it's one. Let's get another one here. So fantastic display on Molten Falls by Chain against Dramus, utilizing the Nyx Ghost Walk very well. Again, taking away the rail angles and rail opportunities, or at least minimizing them for Dramus, which is one of his big factors. Dramus, fantastic rail player, but if you take that away, he's going to have to come up close and personal, and then it's easy rockets around those choke points, as we saw with Chain.
Yeah, and I think the downfall for Dramus was he tried to just go toe-to-toe in terms of combat, and he kept getting caught out in the same situations, pushing into Chain. Chain did phenomenally well to maintain his composure, and you saw a few times the strength of Chain mentally and the way it was reading Dramus, so that was really, really impressive. Obviously, would love to have seen Dramus try and, as I said, take a risk, split the timing so he could try and get control, break up the match a little bit, but once Chain got into that rhythm, Dramus really didn't do enough to try and change it, just felt he could outfight Chain. You could see all of these times just rushing into Chain, which is just such a risk when you're a lightweight champion like Slash. So really well played by Chain. He knew exactly what he needed to do, and he executed it perfectly.
Can he repeat the process on map number 3 is the question. It will be Vale, Strog for Dramus, and Eisen for Chain. Again, Dramus getting his sliding champions that he loves and prefers. Chain playing a little bit more of a defensive per map champion, and Eisen, very good utilization on the turret and the rocket arena, especially outside the telly towards Mega. Might be maybe some placements near rail, we'll see. But overall, between these two and the champ picks, what do you think is going to go down on Vale?
I prefer, they're both very strong, to be fair. They're both very, very strong. I think they both suit their play styles as well, as you say. Sliding champion, tankier champion, has the Pika, all of the offensive capabilities that you want on Strog, whereas Eisen has good defense.
Sorry. I was just going to say that he was one of these players was unfortunately going to come up a little short. But you were saying, Dan, sorry. Didn't mean to distract you.
Can't deal with this anymore. Felt like I wanted to play.
Call your agent because you're stuck with me for another 4 or 5 hours.
Felt like I wanted to play Mario for a second and just jump on your head. What is going on today? What is going on?
This is a day. It's definitely another beautiful day of Quake here at the Quake Pro League Week 11. We are going to get into map number 3 between Dramus and Chain, and it'll be to the decider because of Chain's wonderful play on Molten Falls. We're going to see if he could repeat that on Vale and get a big necessary dub in his pocket, because it has been a rough season for Chain. Woo! All right, chat. Calm down over there. Let's go. Dramus versus Chain live on map number 3 as the decider winner will take the series. Chain really hoping that it's him. Working hard, great display on Molten Falls. Can he keep it up right now? Starting off on that Eisen. Has Rail looking to maybe make his way over to LG. Good dodge on the rocket. Fortunately missing some early damage. But all things considered, not bad because he didn't really take any.
Yeah, and this map can definitely play out like we saw on map number 2, where we could see Dramus falling into the same traps. There's plenty of choke points on this map to play around the rocket for Chain, and it works so phenomenally well on map 1. And we always know how much Chain values this map in particular. So, all things considered, looking at the context of this series, one would have to favor Chain.
But Dramus just has this flashy it factor with the rail. And again, if Chain can minimize the rail angles that he gives Dramus, I firmly believe Chain can take this map. But if he starts getting into those rail wars, it might be bad because Dramus can just pop off with the rail. You're just trying to get up close and personal. LG on LG as Dramus tries to make the push towards this heavy. Chain trying to bait him into the Timmy turret as well. Big rocket through the telly and just a little tickle to end it. Chain takes frag number 1 on Veil.
Overzealous from Dramus' point of view. He wasn't in the position to really contest for that item, and yet he sustained pressure and it was to no avail. So really well restrained by Chain, playing nice and slow and calculated. Dramus definitely needs to reflect on that because these situations now happen a bit. So he's definitely falling into the way in which Chain wants to play tempo-wise.
Chain making his way to re-up on rockets in position for this heavy a little bit early, just looking for exit damage after the mega, and that rail was beautiful. That angle is just so tricky. Deals decently with the peeker there, throws the Timmy turret down for a little bit of an annoyance, but no big deal from Dramus. Decent rocket, forcing Chain back into the light armor window area, and what a rail. With the toesies right there.
Yeah, Dramus worked his way back into this now. He's got both major items to play with off the back, so can keep that pressure on. But as we said on the previous map, has to be careful pushing into these choke points. This is where Chain wants to fight. Another full rocket from Chain. Every single time this seems to happen, Dramus needs to be way more careful when going in. Even if he gets the frag, he's given up so much health and armor. Fortunately, Heavy is just spawning in time and he has the lower armor to play with. He might even lose out on this next mega.
How crazy does Dramus want to be right now? Positioning from the lower as he can go through the telly, sends the peeker in to scout. Now he follows. So Chain deals with it nicely, and Dramus unfortunately can't hit any of the rails that he wants. So now he's in a terrible position. Chain has to know he's weak, should be able to push in on his heavy, but playing a bit conservatively.
Chain doesn't have any hit scan. He shouldn't be able to push in here if Dramus plays this well, but he's just won himself a heavy with no right to. Dramus, even with no stack, should be securing that item.
Ooh, so much tribal. All tied up at 1. Closing on the 4th minute. Map number 3. Again, the decider between these two. The LG, is that going to keep him at bay? Dramus rocket jumps, but he flops it.
That was a unfortunate event.
Indeed, not how he wanted that to play out, giving Chain the lead now, and also map control. Dramus now has to rely on those rails, play a little defensive, and try and open this thing back up. But yeah, that was just a flubbed rocket jump that cost him so much. Now he's trying to deal with Timmy. Timmy set up like a sentry. That's a good first rail. Looking for another one. Can he clip the head? There's a haircut, and there's the peeker. And just like that, turns it around. Dramus and the rail. Name a more iconic duo.
Wins himself both major items off the back of that as well, so he can continue this momentum forward. Chain does get himself a rocket, which has been his go-to weapon these previous 2 maps. Jamis definitely has learned part of his lesson from map 2, though. He's definitely not pushing in, trying to force these engagements, playing more around the rail as the opening weapon.
Oh, that rocket. Oof.
Oh,
my
how's he
God.
alive?
Beautiful rocket to deal with the people there as Chain. He wants to try and tie this back up, lacking a rail, but does have rockets and LG, and what a rocket it is. Good lord.
Sent Jamis packing there. Jamis still in the area, but he really can't commit for this mega. This map is incredibly back and forth. No one's got any security, but he's locked down the map just yet. Constant back and forth with this combat.
But a tri-bolt from down below his Chain. Stalk his prey and maintain the high ground, just diving on this heavy. Waiting to, rather, as it does a spawn, and it'll be free. Dramas nowhere to be found. Wants to try and stack back off the lights before the Mega, which will be up in 10. So, Chain, how are you going to attack this? Goes to the Thunderdome to grab some more rockets. Spots out Dramas and gets out of there. Rocket jumps up instead of using the telly. Takes a little bit of extra damage. Takes a lot of peeker damage. Good rocket from Chain, but all in all, interesting approach.
No, big cross, yeah. Can't afford to be doing that. Feels like Dramis has got himself into a little bit of a rotation now. He's adjusted to the way in which Chain wants to be playing. He's unsettled him, and Chain's not been able to set up in these choke points and take these engagements. Also being on the back foot in terms of scoreline. His Chain needs to go out of his comfort zone now.
Getting the scouting information from the peeker, knowing that it's bad news to go through the telly, and he still doesn't care. Takes so much rocket damage. That was so much rocket damage. Oh my god, he ate every single one of those. It's like me at a buffet, Dan. It was brutal. Chain able to capitalize on that. Mega is up. He's going to add a slight delay, which actually almost syncs up the items. But Dramas was willing to take that rail before picking up the heavy. Lord.
Lord, indeed. Dramis did literally nothing, as you say. Swept the cart.
After all of this, one frag separates these two as Chain trying to fight from below, get a little bit of rail damage. The tri-bolt volley in retaliation will not land either. Items swapped between the players. Rafa's trying to take down Timmy with the rail right there. Make sure that there's no shenanigans in the Thunderdome.
Needs a rocket, though. Trying to work his way into it, but he's completely unsure of where Chain is. Finally, he gets the weapon of choice. The items are pretty much still synced, as you said, so maybe a battle for position up at top, and Chain gets there early, hits the rail. Good damage in response from Jamis, but might just be quite happy to secure the item. In fact, Chain's going to come in super aggressively. Big rocket to rail combo. Jamis is dead. Ties it up. 4-4, 1 minute to go. Chain also has the Mega to fall back on.
Chain has got the combos right now. 1 minute warning, just missing out on that rail. Dramas misses with his own. Needs to be worried about Timmy. A little bit of damage on the Hyper Blaster there. He is going to be the next item up. Chain trying to pressure this. If he can win this, it's going to be huge for him. Great rail through the telly. And he's going to drop down. Needs to be careful.
No
but
way.
He gets enough. He knows he can tank the rails. He's willing to take the trade on damage.
Oh. Dramis has no idea of timings. He just completely missed out on the Mega to get that rocket. And now he's given up the Mac because of it. Huge mistake. He could have tied it up.
Oh, big peeker to the face. He needs to capitalize, and he does. 20 seconds to tie this up. Does Dramas have it in him?
Oh, no. Pops
No
his head,
rail.
but he knows exactly where he is. No rail, but he has to chase. Old school pushes him through. He's going to go run the long way. Chain, though, just holds strong on the Mega. Still 5 seconds to go. Huge rail coming out. Mega's been taken as well. Chain just drops on down and will escape for the victory. Wow.
Yeah, Drama's not happy with that one, knowing that it was within just arm's length, just within his grasp. Chain doing a really good job to come back and kind of turn the tables immediately, capitalize, and run away with the map and the set. And that's exactly what he needed. This could be the turnaround he needs. Fantastic start, but a very close map 3 between these two.
It's the way Chains plays when he gets more normal champions, removing map 1. He's never really a player that gets beaten down. He's a very gifted player, understands how to adjust and play and slow the tempo, and that's exactly what he did here. And then as soon as Jammies made that massive mistake up by the Mega, just eating all of the rocket damage, Shane was able to run away with it. He kept the pressure on, he kept it tight, he was under the cosh for large periods of that map, but Shane did what Shane does, he kept it close.
Yeah, a brutal onslaught, just volley of rockets by that Mega, and then again, knowing he could tank that damage on the way down, and Drama's had rail out. Good push from Chain. 6-5 is going to be the map 3 score. Overall, Chain takes it 2-1 and gets a very critical W on the board. Again, still not looking good in overall leaderboard rankings, but he does have a couple weeks to try and boost himself back up and make the seeding as favorable as possible at the Quake World Championship.
He does indeed, and as we said, he's got a couple of weeks now where he plays people in and around his own ranks, so one would expect him move into a little bit of form now, maybe pick up a few maps, a few series here and there, and he should move into a bit of comfort zone. But everyone has been playing phenomenally well, and it's really difficult to call who's going to fall down. So nobody wants to be in that space, as you said earlier. We've got some huge names coming through the challenges at the moment, and so there's definitely no security. You're going to be able to stay in the QPL. It's a challenging place to be.
Yep, chopper block is not where you want to be. But where you want to be is here when we come back from the break. We got more quick action. We're done with 3. We got 4 left. Wheat's going to come, hopefully wrangle us in for the last 2. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more Quake Pro League action after this. Welcome back to week 11 of the Quake Pro League. I'm 40 Lions, joined by the one and only ZSX. And I'm just having some height issues. I don't know what's going on, Dan. But we have our fourth set on the way. It's going to be Toxic versus Saiga.
Yeah, an interesting one for sure. I mean, two players that have had, again, hit or miss seasons, but where are you going, Mr. Potato Head?
Yeah, I don't know. I gotta get a box to stand on. I gotta talk to 04. I'm the shortest person on the cast. Anyways, you were saying
reinforced box.
That's true. Steel box.
I mean, you put me off. You put me off track there. Let's just go into the picks and bans so I can remind myself what the hell's going on.
We're not even right. There's other things we have to talk about first.
Is there?
Well, yeah. Roll the video. Roll the video of Tox. Tox is my favorite.
What is going on?
This is falling apart.
He wasn't even ready for this now.
Yeah,
this cast, man.
All right. All right. Welcome back to Quake Pro League Week 11. And here we go. So there's Tox. so Tox has had a bit of a rough ride. Last week, he was able to take a map off of Zeniku, which is pretty good considering Zen is on the up and up as well. So we've seen historically Tox be in the lead mid-map, and then last 7 minutes, again, I hate to bring it up because I feel like it's Caster's curse, but just throws it away. We see 2 wins on the board, a lot of losses. Some of those do have maps in the series, but, I mean, it's another week, another chance, and it's going to be against Saigib.
I mean, the good thing is that Tox has generally been beating players that you would expect him to beat. The worrying thing is the amount of 3-0s in there that have gone his way. There's been such highs and lows with Tox, as we know, that comes with the territory with Tox. I've always said that I would just love to see a bit more stability and consistency in his play, even just be back to basics, be methodical. But some of these games we've watched him in has just been wild. And so if we can add that to his game, he's incredibly scary, but it just hasn't been his day. Now, this is a matchup one would look on paper that he would be probably slightly favored to win, but at the same time, if Saigib shows up and Saigib plays his game, we've seen him take maps off the likes of Rafa and has it in him to beat anyone. So this is a more of an interesting one from my perspective, because Saigib can play that nice, stable, methodical game that Tox sometimes lacks.
Yeah, and coming off a 2-1 victory over Chain, Saigib's got to be feeling pretty good. I mean, Tox is a whole nother beast to deal with. And depending on the pick bans, you might be going up against some of Tox's best champs. But as we take a look at the history for Saigib this season, a bit of a rough road for him as well. He is sitting currently, I want to say 13th, it looks like, on the leaderboard. So again, on that chopping block or close to as we get closer and closer to the Quake World Championship. So this is going to be a big match for both players.
Yeah, and obviously looking at that, again, losing pretty much to everyone you expect him to, but that Kron loss was the big one for me. No disrespect to Kron, but given the rough road he's had this season, yes, he's still a very good player, but you would expect someone as experienced as Saigib has been in the league so long to take that one. So he's just another one of these players that has not been living up to expectations. And we've just seen Chain picking up a victory. If Saigib loses today, he could be another one than what you see down in that relegation zone. And we've seen good players go into that space and get knocked out, and we've never seen them since. So could there be another NA guy to bite the dust here?
Potentially, as we are going to jump into the pick bans now that we are ready for them. We can see exactly what we have in store. We're going to start off on Deep Embrace and then head over to Awoken and end the series with Molten Falls. In terms of the champs, Dan, is there anything that you see that you really like?
No, I think we've seen many wild drafts today, 40, but this is probably the most traditional. I think the biggest pick I like on the board there is probably the Strong Peaker on Tox, just because we know how much he enjoys that type of playstyle, and he gets it on a map like Deep Embrace, but the Doom is obviously a very stable pick to go up against it. So I think across the board here, they've gone for picks there you feel comfortable on. The Anarchy on Awoken, for instance, is a little bit more unusual, but it's something Saigib enjoys and he knows how to play well, so that's the most important thing in this type of matchup. So, I think this is actually probably one of the more even drafts we've seen today.
Yeah, so Strog versus Doom to start off on Deep Embrace, Ranger versus Anarchy, and then Galena versus BJ on Molten Falls. Interesting. You said before this is going to be a big set for both players. Who do you think you tend to lean towards now that we get the full picture?
This is one of those where it really depends how Tox turns up. If Tox turns up and doesn't play as good as we know he can, Saigib will take this one, 2-1 probably. But if Tox turns up and plays as strong as he can, I expect Tox to take this 2-1. I expect Saigib to get a map. I think he's good enough to do that. Which way it then leans, in my opinion, it actually depends on how well Tox plays, not well how Saigib plays. I think Saigib will be, as Saigib does, pretty good and stable. If he plays as good as he can and Tox plays as good as he can, I would still probably give it to Tox. And so the question is, which Tox turns up today?
We will see shortly as we're getting ready to load into map number 1, and we're going to see if we see the ascension from Saigib to Saigod. Maybe we'll see the aviators, maybe we'll see a headband. I don't know.
It's been a while, man.
It
taken
has.
a look, but not pulled it off anywhere near as well.
It makes me sad. I kind of miss it. But he's got to get into his own rhythm and start his own kind of kickstart to the map, and it all starts with Deep Embrace. So we'll see exactly what we have in store. Toxic versus Saigib, 4th set of Week 11, live right now between these two players. We're going to start off on Tox.
Big confrontation from the start. Tox taking virtually no damage, but dealing it out from below. Saigib having to scuttle away, using the Berserk as well to try and get around the map, and it works out beautifully.
If we didn't mention before, Saigib's rockets are pretty nuts sometimes, and he literally just hits an air rocket to throw Tox off the map. Now, he is reeling after that, 13 HP in just a matter of time before Tox gets that back, which he does, but still, strong start from both players here. As the refrag comes out in a timely fashion, Saigib making a mad dash to the heavy. Is it going to be quick enough? No. Tox is there to deny that one and pick it up himself.
Tox is running low on LG and has not got a rail, so needs to spend more time getting the weapon he needs to fight, but he just wants to fight, even though he's not really set up to do so. And that's the type of decision-making he needs to eradicate from his game. Lovely use of the stronger peak, but it is trade.
Not bad. Again, this could be a street fight. We're well on our way. 120 in, 3-2 already. More of a traditional Deep Embrace where it's fast-paced, maybe even a little sloppy down here. LG on LG side, get moonwalking his way out of there. Gets stuck on the geometry of the map. Seen that before today, and that'll cost you every time. As here comes Tox flying in with an LG of his own, and there's the rocket. Well placed. Tied at 3.
Well, these two are certainly playing some Quake.
You're in the server. Indeed here. Saigib, wow. Even with the Berserk, gets hit with the rail, using that speed to try and grab the heavy, which he does, but very weak. Tox doing the scouting report with the peeker, stuck in a terrible position here, and just enough damage. Good rail around the corner there. Saigib grabs his 4th, but he's still very weak, so Tox doing a good job of trading damage. Can he stay on top of it to get the refrag? Oh, and the trade for Saigib. Not too bad, as now they get fresh starts. Wow.
Non-stop action between these two, but Saigib is the one slowly building that momentum of getting the better of these trades. Again, Tox just going mano a mano. Jesus.
A lot of peeker damage. That's the finish one. Pulls up, jump pad. Saigib getting Berserk out of there. Oh, he hits his head, and no. Can't run away. They'll find me. 6-6. We're not even 3 minutes in, Dan.
They just want to fight.
This is it. Love it. Love to see it. Tox able to get the best of Saigib on that one before securing the heavy. Saigib spawns on the LG. Beelines it to the Mega, but now takes a position on the machine gun. Still a good defensive position here as Tox comes sliding in through the doorway, but so much damage with the LG.
Just relentless damage.
Can't stop, won't stop. Well-placed rocket, and oh, Tox still the LG. Too much to handle, and slowly the frag lead is building for Tox. He's still incredibly weak, looking for resources. Saigib able to claim the Mega for free. A little bit of tri-bolt. Fantastic rail from Saigib there.
Really, from both of them, to be fair, it's just incredibly back and forth. We've already had 5,000 damage combined between these two. 4 minutes of play.
Ooh, nice little tri-bolt angle to get the information. Tox comes flying around the corner, takes too much LG damage. Sygib melts him down, cuts the lead to 2. What a rail. Oh, Sygib making this look easy. He's hitting all these rails and not taking any return damage from Tox here. Tox, so be careful. He's flying in with the LG again. Sygib utilizing the double jump well to grab the heavy and make his way over to the Mega. No! He gets hit with the putback. Where are you going?
Tox has 20 health and yet wants to fight.
Yeah, no fear.
He had 2 health
no
bubbles
time
behind
for fear.
him. He just backpedaled, my friend. The scary thing is that Sygib can definitely hold his own. The aim is not one-sided in this game.
No, not at all. I mean, Sygib has great rockets, fantastic LG. Both players hitting 36 and 34% respectively in regards to LG. Tox getting the best of them in terms of railgun accuracy, but Sygib's technically fired more shots. So I'd say all things about even right now, including the score. And the control is about even as well. Sygib getting a little bit more heavy and megas. Fighting from below. Tox trying to make some magic happen. Decent rocket there from Sygib in retaliation as he's using that double jump to gain space. And Tox trying to punish this pickup, but it looks like he might go down again. And Sygib's so weak. Can he make a miracle happen? And no, he gets slapped in the face with Tox's tweaker.
It's funny talking about items for Tox. It's like, oh yeah, those things that I run over when I just run over your corpse as well. Like, they just get in my way. He is stacked now. That rail will indicate Tox will want to push forward here as he's desperately trying to continue this fighting. 10-9, still nearly half this game to play. Tox able to extend his lead with a clean frag.
Very, very clean. Sygib does get better positioning on this Mega. Due to the pathing, Tox is actually able to take that one away and make a rather clean break for the heavy. Oh, he jumps right into the fray and catches Sygib off guard, I think. So much LG damage. That light armor pickup saved Sygib's life as he was railable. 65 HP right back down as Tox hit one. Right between the eyes, 100 HP for Sygib. He's still going to try and pressure and make sure that he gets a rail so he can fight back the tri-ball. Just narrowly connecting with Sygib on that one. Still down 3, looking to try and cut the deficit here.
Pretty much the biggest lead we've seen in this map, though. So Tox is getting to a point with the time as well, where this lead is becoming not commanding, but at least substantial enough to see the map out. Obviously, assuming they continue to trade.
And historically, this is where things get scary. So it'll be nice to see Tox play defensive. Still not disappear off the map completely, but put his mark on it. Battle for items just enough to be able to maintain this lead. Sygib looking to grab this heavy and make the final push in these 2 minutes to try and grab 3 or more frags. What an upset that was.
Sygib just can't leave the area.
He just gets peppered with tri-ball. Let's get the megas. Both items are nearly in sync, so Tox will be happy with the heavy as this stack is gigantic. Misses with that rail peeker around the corner. The rocket will not land for Sygib. Taking damage, dropping down to the light. Forced into the low ground now and again. Oh, big rocket there. Pops the berserk just to get out.
Yeah, and over the past couple of minutes, they were tied for damage 6-7 minutes in, but Tox has been doing substantial amount more chip damage in between with the tri-ball and other spam. And that has been one of the points of difference at this particular map. When they were just going ham at it, they were trading back and forth, but Tox has begun to become more balanced in his approach.
And you love to see it. Nice shots from Saigib. Good sequence of events. The tri-bolt from Tox almost takes him out. The
Ooh,
light
nice.
armor will be the death of him. Saigib goes down. 4 frag lead for Tox. If you're a Tox fan, you love to see it. 40 seconds until you can claim victory in this map number 1. Good rail on the way out. You gonna have enough time to grab the heavy? He will. This might go down here. Saigib has to push and convert this frag. 30 seconds left. He doesn't have a choice, but he doesn't have an angle either. Doesn't have a rail, more importantly. Tox with the fancy footwork, using that crouch slide perfectly. He's gonna be able to grab the Mega in the middle of the fight. Should be able to take down Saigib here, and that's a clean rail on the way out.
Yeah, and what started off as very, very chaotic, quite quickly actually, maneuvered itself into more of a strategical game from Tox's POV. So, you know, settled into the set quite nicely, really well played, an absolute brawl, almost old school Quake in many aspects, just going at it, but it was entertaining.
Yeah, not bad at all. That's more of a standard deep embrace. Near the end, it kind of became a more calculated one that we've seen recently. But back when when the map was first introduced, woo, I think we had the highest score on deep embrace, or at least for a while. That was a good one. But fantastic showing from Tox. That's the Tox you want to see if you're a Tox fan. And Saigib on the back foot now, trailing a map early in the set. We're going to make our way over to Awoken, and it's going to be Ranger versus Anarchy. Ranger for Tox, Anarchy for Saigib. Do you see any potential problems here? The Dire Orb, again, standout for me. Very versatile on the Ranger. Might be uphill battle for Saigib.
Yeah, a little bit. Obviously, the Ranger gives you that utility, the passive rocket jump, the orb. We saw it earlier when Rafa just dismantled Strong Sage with it, I believe. That is the weakness of this particular matchup. However, Awoken is a map with the speed. Comes into a lot more effect with that, opening up the angles for the rail. So that's going to be the deciding factor for me, is going to be the use of the injector, using the speed to manufacture rail angles. Otherwise, I think just Ranger in general has higher load utility on a map like Awoken.
We'll see shortly as we're taking a look at the highlights here from map number 1, deep embrace between these two. We mentioned early, slugfest early on, slowing down into a more calculated map. And it's just good to see Tox close these out. We got around the 7-minute mark, and I got a little scared. And I'm sure some people in chat did. Again, historically, that's kind of where it all falls apart. But not this time, says Tox. 14-9. We take a look at the stats. Tox able to bundle that one up nicely, put it in his pocket. Moving on to map number 2. Maybe even a series victory.
191 damage with rocket. Just LG and rail.
That's all you need. That's all you need. I know Kovac in the chat is livid at the rail, but LG, real strong, real good.
Relentless pressure from Toxic. That's what we said. This Dragon Pika suits him perfectly. Has the stack, has the speed, has all the ingredients he needs to open up how he wants to play the game. Woken has very similar ingredients of it. Obviously, he doesn't have the speed advantage this time, so has to be slightly more cautious when it comes to that. He can get out-positioned, out-maneuvered by Saigib, and that's going to be the deficiency here, is that he needs to pay more attention to his positioning. He can't just go as ham as he was doing in that particular map and make it pay.
Yep. Be a very uphill battle here as we're loading into Awoken map number 2. Tox working on a 2-0 in the set. Love to see it, as again, getting closer and closer to the Quake World Championship. Seeding matters. So you can get that first round bye and not have to worry about the first day of play, not get stuck in the trenches, battling your way out. Again, at those big tournaments, it's all about endurance. All about endurance and being able to play multiple games a day, and just, you know, the deeper champ pools also come into play with the best of 5s. But map number 2 right now, between Tox and Saigib. Underway here on Awoken. Can Saigib pull it out with Anarchy? Send us to map number 3 for the decider. Let's see what he got. So we're going to start on Tox. Already with the rail. 7 seconds in, love to see it. Is he going to use more rockets? Who knows, Dan?
Should have to on a map like Awoken, but yeah, his aim was absolutely phenomenal last map. That's the game you don't want to play against Tox, right? You don't want to just go into an aim battle against Tox, particularly if it's even stacked. Sure, if you're the one that's controlling the map completely, absolutely, that's where Tox often falls down. He'll run at you without a stack. Give him a stack, then it's a matchup you don't want to play against. Directional coming out, rail actually hits on Saigib. No items up to contest, so there must be a repositioning now.
little bit of rocket damage right there. Almost connects with a big one. Here's the jump pad, but Saigib wisely deters himself from committing.
Ooh, nice.
Again, nice combo, but the initial rocket damage just isn't a lot. So Saigib able to muscle his way onto the Mega. Tox will grab at the heavy. There's content now with the start. And again, these rockets, the predictions are good. They're just not quite meaty enough, Dan. Tox is almost there with some big, big rocket damage.
Nobody's being more respectful to Saigib this map than he was last map. Saying that he hasn't got an LG yet, so he hasn't unlocked his true form. Although, respectful my ass here. It's just trying to unlock the door.
Waiting for his opportunity, and Saigib with a great rail.
Yeah, no timing there from Tox, backing off the item there, and Saigib makes him pay. Tox winning around for this heavy armor and will in fact win it. He can orb out, but instead he orbs to his opponent. Straight through the door, in fact.
Trying to get a rail angle from down below here. Next item will be Mega. Saigib perched to top it. LG on LG. Tox does have the light armor to work with. Already uses the health bubble and the light armor. Trying to find these rails. Saigib won't land one of his own either. Does get the Mega. Now it's going to be, can Saigib do a lot of damage? Tries to get a cheeky rail. We're taking a little bit of LG and getting pushed through the telly. Trying to make his way back to rockets now. Big opportunity? No, he's just going to... Oh! That's a big rail.
Huge.
Oh, another one. Almost gets the third. Saigib hanging by a thread right now. Tox. Trying to find him and just finish out this frag and tie it at one. A rocket will not go around the corner. And actually using the die rope to make sure that there's no funny business. Saigib can't use that speed to try and slow down the tribal.
Yeah, but Saigib's doing a great job of managing the distance between these two. He does not want to play into an aim battle this particular map.
Pickup of the Mega for Tox. Again, he moonwalks his way back to the heavy, so another round of items, but can he capitalize? He needs to re-up on the rockets. Saigib pushed the top. Kron. Tox wants to re-up on rails. He said the percentages were absolutely nuts. What a play from Tox. He wants to take the fight to Saigib into the LG, catches him off guard, but can't quite finish it, and sacrifices position on the Mega. Now he has to bull rush his way through the choke point, and Saigib actually picks it up, might even convert this. This is going on horribly wrong. Ooh, but the switch back to LG, as Saigib cannot land a rail to save his life, literally.
Yeah, fortunate Saigib didn't there. Again, a big mistake coming from Tox. And these are the errors we were talking about in the intro that can cost Tox big against players that punish them. Huge mistiming there, gave Saigib position. Saigib's just doing a good job, again, of repositioning. Also, restraining himself from using the inject until he absolutely needs it, and that's catching Tox off guard. Tox has once again outpositioned himself with a Mega. Zero reason why Saigib can just waltz onto that with no weapons.
No rockets for Tox. He's got to fight with his LG. Dire Orbs out, but doesn't get too far. More LG. Fadeaway rail does connect, grabs a health bubble as well. Saigib drops down, pops the inject. Now he rocket jumps up, has the extra HP in the rail. Oh, we hung in there, just couldn't connect. Saigib's so weak, but he's very, very early for this Mega. Still no rockets for Tox. Now it's getting sloppy. Might go back to that back and forth bar fight that we saw earlier here. As Tox again getting caught out here at the heavy, able to grab it and make his way out. Hopefully eating so much damage though.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Saigib's doing a great job of just punishing Tox, because Tox isn't 100% on the timings. He's turning up to items, he's a little bit early, he's not securing the area, and therefore Saigib is able to get these positions to punish the pickup. And so because of that, Tox has never been able to build a competitive stack. I mean, And he's just wasting his orb as well. So these decisions, I mean, his aim and experience ultimately are keeping him in the set. But the mistakes is what is allowing Sygib to ultimately take the lead here.
Yeah, not sure what that dire orb was supposed to do. I mean, grab the heavy and get out, but mistimed horribly.
Yeah.
And that cost him a Sygib. Able to maintain position, grab the heavy after the frag, and now Tox trying to stay alive. A lot of tribal damage into LG. This could be big. Sygib has to go through the heavens, and Tox able to stabilize just enough to grab the tickle that he needed, but Sygib might be able to jump back into this one and try and get the refrag. Tox will restack. That window is closed, but 2-2, and this is tense.
We spoke about in the intro how important the orbs are, and ultimately, as you pointed out, they're just being wasted. So all of these, even if they might seem small decisions, the margins, they keep adding up. Is allowing Sygib back into the game. We're still 2-2. 3 minutes to go, but Tox is not in a healthy position.
He's grabbing the resources that are available. Will have to concede the heavy. Not sure if he's in a position to hear that, so that might come into play here, as his timings have already been not
horrible.
great. So
he's so early for the Mega as well. He's going to have to retreat here and try and just do this damage from range. And now he's completely out of position for absolutely anything on the map. Has to force the orb just to get out. Not where you want to be. Sygib's confident to push on here. He's got the inject coming off. Cooldown in any second, so knows he can take a fight.
now trailing by one. Fox has to have some magic happen right now. Connect with some rails, do something a little crazy. There's one to start it. Can he maintain position on the Mega? And again, he's so early that he just backs off. He knows he can't really stick around. Does double back though.
He's gonna just have to take this fight now. He's getting confident, but he's got no stack. Sygib waits to the very last second to pick up the Mega, gets full utility, and now he's beginning to connect.
Oof. Sygib able to grab the resources.
Nice push though.
Huge
That was huge
damage
push.
there from Tox. Yeah, very aggressive, very clean. So he's only trailing by one. And again, Sygib already took all the resources in the LG room. Inject won't be up for another 5 seconds, and this puts Sygib in a terrible position. 2 seconds till the inject. Will he get caught out the rail? Just missing.
Oh, caught off guard, but Tox can't connect with anything. The heavy's up now as well. Sygib's just going to jump on it. Gets railed mid-flight. Still 1 HP alive.
Machine gun.
Anything
Machine
for the rail.
gun.
No.
All right,
Oh
rail's
my
fine.
God.
It's fine. Everything's fine. Tied at 4, 1 minute left. Tox potential right now as he has timing on the Mega. Wasn't the cleanest fight, but it's good enough. He's able to secure the light armor, re-up on LG, and rail as well. So Tox in the driver's seat to take this one away from Sygib. Needs to be careful not to take too much damage here. There's one free rail for Sygib, going for another one. Misses with the second. He could die over up. He's going to take the fight.
Yep.
Oh, buddy.
Of course
Oh,
he
no.
is. Taking so much damage from that though. Although Sygib waltzes into a rocket. Has to pop the inject.
Good
Nice.
read. This is it.
Yeah.
You should push in right here. LG,
LG,
something, please.
LG.
Why? All right, the rail. He's gonna live and die by the rail, Dan. It doesn't matter.
Oh my god.
What are we gonna tell Tox? It's Tox. What are we to say?
So stressed.
Oh no!
Oh, I thought he was gonna get tele.
What?
I just broke my mouse.
Lost. You lose.
Does Tox not have the clock on his screen? Like, why? Why are you dropping? My God. I think I genuinely broke my mouse, you know.
I just don't get it, man. I don't know.
He's just creating a
You make
storyline.
sense of that, Dan. You're the analyst. You make sense of that, because I can't.
There is no reason. Like, you want to end the game, but it opens up the door for risk, which is what just happened. Like unless he's just creating a narrative for us, I don't know what just happened.
It was done. It was done.
I think Tox has this I don't know, motivation where he sees the enemy and just barrels towards them, irrespective.
The chip in his brain is must murder, must frag.
Exactly. Like something from The Shining, it just has to run at you. And there is no logical reason why you would make that move.
It doesn't compute. Somewhere a firmware upgrade needs to happen. I mean, it was a fantastic display of back and forth from both players. Tox able to come back, fantastic aggressive play to take the frag. And then Saigib is able to just Koopa him right there. Just, yeah, nothing makes sense anymore. nothing makes sense. But that does send us into map number 3 as the deciders. We take a look at the breakdown there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Cool. Well, 1-1, tight series. I mean, looking at the context of the game, it was a phenomenal game. Extremely back and forth, obviously. Lots of errors from Tox's perspective with regards to timing, but really well played from Saigib's POV to work around that, maintain his presence on the map, punish Tox for the mistakes and keep in it. And you know, it was that mentality that made him win the game in the end. It could have quite easily crumbled away with the pressure that Tox was trying to put on, but Saigib did exactly the right thing at pretty much every single step. Wasn't able to punish as hard as he wanted, but he did enough to stay in the game. And that ultimately is all he needed to do.
And again, to be fair, yes, maybe a flub from Tox, maybe a mistake, but Saigib still was in the game, capitalizing on it, playing till the end of the clock. So we can't stress that enough. I mean, if Saigib put his hands off the keyboard and mouse, it wouldn't have mattered. So play till the end is what we've learned there, as Saigib is able to literally steal that map from Tox, from his cold, dead hands, and send us to map number 3 as the decider. I'm still floored by what just happened, but shouts to Saigib for staying in it as we load up into map number 3.
Yeah, that was nuts.
And poor mouse, RIP. Molten Falls, it's going to be Galena for Tox and BJ for Saigib. And I don't know anymore. It's crazy. Why? So close. I could understand if it was like a telefrag or something. Then that we've seen that before. I think Chain versus Raisy or something. Just heartbreaking telefrag to send it in OT, but that seemed so unnecessary. I don't know. Well, see, chat, we're looking out for you. That's why we didn't have predictions, because most of you would have been in shambles, and I don't see anyone thanking us for that. So
I think chat didn't see the overtime.
Oh yeah, they didn't, right? Did they?
Yeah.
I don't know, because it was that quick. It was 10 seconds.
I don't know what's going on.
I don't know anymore.
Yeah. Moaning at everything.
Whatever.
Well, I guess the question is, will Tox be frustrated by that, and will that change his decisions going into this game?
The answer is absolutely not. He's willing to go toe-to-toe with dual rockets. With a skirmish there at the beginning. He's going to drop on down into more rockets and get the frag. And when that happens, why would you listen to anyone else?
One to one, 30 seconds in. These guys just want to fight. One might have expected a slower paced game because of the nature of the champions, but not to begin this 140. Tox working his way to the overstack though, just needs one more. They are obviously set up on top of each other by the TP, so be quite easily broken.
Tox able to secure the heavy. Does have a decent totem economy going. In 10 seconds, I'll have the overstack. Ooh, into the dual wield, but just not enough stack to really pop that. A bit of a waste. Tox is able to take this 2-1, and if he gets this third totem going, he can start favoring playing towards the heavy a little bit more than the mega. He is going towards it to deny it from Saigib. As Saigib trying to make something happen, misses with the rail, and this might cost him here. As Saigib able to use the passive to heal back up, but goes down. Does hit a rail on the way out, but again, the overstack is right there, and the heavy as well.
Exactly that. Oh, Saigib comes flying in. Actually knows Tox works his way across. Lovely steal from Saigib in context. He should be able to clear up the overstack as well, but needs to be careful.
Like a bat out of hell just jumping down and be like, mine! Preemptive dual wield, expecting Tox to put on the aggression, and surprisingly, Tox was not there. Like, hey man, we had a deal. What happened to plus forward?
Here it comes now. It's like it walking into Tox here, but Tox is ready with the weaponry, not able to connect with the rail though, an easiest frag of Cygib's life.
So
the
many
overstack
totems.
there. Yeah, he's had it up pretty much the whole map, so really well played by Tox. Quite happy
Very
to compete
dangerous.
when he's got a constant overstack in his pocket. So Cygib definitely needs to go out of his way to try and remove that.
Oh, now Tox doing damage, forcing him maybe to go through the telly, and that can be even bigger damage as he is going to push in through the lower, knowing that the totems are up, but this might melt him anyway. And yeah, Cygib goes down. Does steal away the heavy, but that was just a brutal, brutal positioning play from Tox right there.
Exactly, and a bit of a desperation use of the dual wield there. When you're not able to hit rockets from the low ground, two of them won't help you.
Oh! And Tox go through the telly and make it there. He still has overstack. Cygib saw all the totems, but he's hyper-focusing on Tox, as he should. Tox with
he's
the
too
LG
early.
again.
No, he didn't get a heavy. So far, it's been Tox just concentrating on keeping a basic stack working around the overstack, so Cygib's had pretty much all of the major items to work with. There's so many totems there.
It's just 75 totems there. Oh man, if only they could just count up that high. But 5-2, Tox looking very, very strong right now. Maybe rare footage of Tox actually angry after that last map. It was stolen away from him. But 4 minutes in, looking a lot stronger, a lot more stable. And there it is.
Oh, that
One
is
rocket
so
to rule them
painful.
all. Oh my god, with the LG.
Oh my
Literally
Lord.
sticking his hand out on his forehead as Cygib windmills towards him, and there's nothing he can do.
Jeez. See Cygib just not being able to walk forward. There was so much damage sticking at him. Wow, and Tox, with the overstack that he hadn't need to really leave this room of the heavy, the heavy area. He'd just be quite happy playing around it.
I think this is just like a practice session for Tox because he's had 2,000 damage with LG and the most 300 with Rail. Everything else is 100 plus barely. It's just LG all day right now.
8 frags from LG, 1 from Rail. Has to be fired 1 rocket. He's fired 1 rocket. This is insane.
And he's up by 7.
just
Don't ever let
ignores it.
anyone tell you how to play this game.
He just ran straight past the rocket. He doesn't even want it. Tribal, LG, and Rail. The Holy Trinity. The new Holy Trinity.
Yeah, that's it. Tox, totems, tenacity. That's all you need. 7 frags. There's another totem down, working on his totem economy. Does have 100 HP, no armor, but now the tri-bolt into the rail. Cygib goes down again, and Tox, he's crazy.
Where was this Tox all my life?
You just gotta get him angry, I guess. You gotta steal a map from him, and he's like, all right, that's it. I'm gonna sit up in my chair now and play.
Basically. Oh, man.
Help totem initiated.
Poor Cygib to be on the receiving end of this, though.
Yeah, this is a far cry from what we've seen before. There's a good defensive rail, but had enough momentum to get around the corner. The dual LGs won't be able to quite catch up. Tox makes his escape, but yes, this is a different beast. I mean, similar. Ooh, nice shot there from Cygib catching out Tox, but just pure LG onslaught.
Just defend the LG. Just go to it. Wait there. Oh, he's already got it.
Yeah, it's game over. Cygib dropping down with rockets.
Yep. Gee.
Not the play, unfortunately. Not against this Tox. E30 on the board to regain 8 frags against this style of Tox that again has 2 totems up, and it almost seems like he's just always 1 away from overstack. A lot of damage in the rockets when he needs them are there.
Very nice. Well, 12 to
May the
3.
power heal you.
Saiga doesn't really have a choice now. He's been trying to attack anyway, but he just has to at this point.
Yeah, and 3 minutes from now, we could have been saying that's a 3-0 for Tox. But again, Saiga playing until the last beat. Steal away map number 2. If you missed it, go back and watch it, because it was brutal. Just like this is. A little bit different version of brutal, as Tox is just asserting pure dominance across this using only rail and LG, it feels like. Look at that, drops down. Where are you going? Misses with the rail and just punishes accordingly, and yeah, this is beat down.
The only use of the rocket is to rocket jump. To reposition for more LG.
It's a mobility tool. This is a weapon? I can use this to do damage?
To myself. It doesn't care if there's 2 LGs, it just means it gives the opponent a fair chance, and 2.5k damage with LG alone.
I was gonna say, he used the dual wield LG to do more damage to a totem than he did to Tox. So, those pesky, pesky totems, man. Tox actually curious as to why that was up. He's like, wait, you just leave a mega up for me? All right. Less than 2 minutes remaining, 10 frags separate these two, and I think Saiga may know that it's over. But still, a fantastic second map, playing until literally the buzzer beater. Oh, see ya! Why don't I go send you near Rafa? Why don't you go check him out, have a little chat about what just happened. 120 on the board.
Basically, his first damage with the rocket is to ring out Saiga.
Oh! Oh, it's just, this is bucket worthy now. Not again.
What is happening?
I don't know. I don't know. He's real stoic about it, though. I tell you what. I wonder if he ever won the lottery, if he'd like crack a smile, or if he'd just be like, this is great. Saiga with a great rail frag there to put another one on the board. But nothing matters, as Tox has absolutely shattered Saiga on map number 3 to take this series victory at 2-1. Everything else is just aim practice, which, funny enough, it felt like aim practice from the beginning for Tox, as he racked up near 3k damage with just LG.
He only has one of them. Saiga has 2. Okay.
I was gonna say, there's no way it's another one.
16-7. Might be one of the biggest scorelines we've seen in this map in the QPL. That was a fun series, though, from start to finish, as we expected it would be.
Yeah. A lot of highs and lows and a lot of what the hell just happens. Good time. Shouts to Tox, taking that series 2-1. Unfortunately for Saiga, map number 3 did not go the way that he thought it would. It was a very different map number 3. Yeah, good totem economy. Again, just able to have that overstack and play towards the heavy side of the map when he felt comfortable, able to push out and take the mega away from Saiga as well. Dual rockets, dual LG, not really coming up big for Saiga. As you always say, the return on investment with the ability was near non-existent, and that's going to cost you.
It's not even really like Saiga did anything particularly wrong. He got the bigger stack, he tried to disengage Tox, but got melted.
He just made Tox mad, I think, was his biggest mistake.
Yeah. Like, he could have slowed it down and tried to play the rail game, but yeah, he just got absolutely melted. It's like a simple... Anytime he showed face, look at this, he just showed face and then disappeared. He even got the item. There's nothing you can do.
Yep.
So.
And then when you do use the rockets, it's either air rockets or sending you off the map. I mean, that is a vicious Tox that we saw. Yeah. And a thread away from a 3-0. Fortunately for Saiga, he put up that second map, 2-1, but Tox will take this series. Well-deserved victory to get under the belt. Again, fighting for position on the leaderboards, trying to get first-round buys. Unfortunately, I feel like both these players are kind of iced out of that, but still, seeding matters. Do the best you can as we take a look at the breakdown from all 3 maps. That second one was a doozy. Go back and watch that over and over and over and over. Absolutely insane. But officially now, we are through the halfway point of the day. Coming up next, Dan, we've got Avec versus Maxter, and then we can get into the 2 featured matches. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more Quake Pro League after this. Welcome back to the Quake Pro League Week 11. I'm 40 Lions, joined by a ZSX. We're about to get into a barn burner. Avic versus Maxter coming up. Dan, how do you feel about these two players?
I love them both, to be fair. I think they're two of the most exciting players in the league when they're on form. And yeah, they've had hit and miss season so far, but they're still two of the most talented, particularly mechanically players. Obviously, Avic with the pedigree and experience, and Maxter has been growing into the league ever since he joined it and is now really a stable at the top end. So this is going to be a barn burner.
Yes, we are going to burn down the barns. As Avic, he's had an interesting season, ups and downs, I would say. We can take a look at his history in a second, but most recently coming off a loss to Dramas, which surprised a lot of people. But Dramas is kind of that wild card of a player as we take a look here. Again, Kilson, interesting. Nosfa, Zanaku, Rafa. I mean, some of those you expect, some of those you don't expect, but the Dramas one I think was probably one of the more surprising ones.
Dramas and the Nosfa one. Not that he lost to Nosfa, but that it was a 0-3. That was a big loss coming into the season. But he's kind of scripted his way, built his way into the league since then. But yeah, wildly inconsistent for Avic's standards, but has the experience and all the bells and whistles to go with it to win virtually any series. As you can see there, taking him up off Rafa. Not many people do that, so just shows the level he's at when he wants to play.
Yep, all things about almost even in terms of win-losses for Avic. And then going up against Maxter, I mean, I would say not a bit of a wild card. I mean, I wanted to say that he kind of plays like Dramas in that his rail is fantastic. He can use rail, a pop-off, play with swagger, but he's also been a little more calculated lately, and he's able to play that kind of measured game. It's just a matter of which Maxter shows up, because he has had some rough games where it's been surprising how he's kind of been overcome as we take a look at his season thus far.
Yeah, again, it's mainly that loss to Dramas that sticks out.
Dramas the wild card, man, I'm telling you.
Yeah, he's beaten him again. He's beaten the players he expected to beat and lost to the players he expected to lose. The Dramas and somewhat the serious ones are obviously sticking out a little bit. Inconsistent for his standards, but still up on the top of the leaderboard. Today's going to be a big line in the sand. I think it will ultimately swap their places and push one into the top half and one into the lower half. So it is definitely a big match. He hasn't played as many matches as Avic, which is something to speak about. But he has been looking slightly better as the season has gone on. Even still, he played Dramas and Kilson. But his losses within those two series were also very small. It wasn't like he got smashed.
We'll see if one of these players will get smashed here as we can take a look at the pick bands, see what we have in store. My guess is probably still not Keel. And shit, there it is. Awoken, Blood Covenant, Ruins of Sarnath. We got Strog versus Anarchy, Visor versus Nyx, the classic. And then we're going to round it out with Ranger versus BJ.
Yep, pretty standard. We normally see Avic pick up these type of champions. He prefers medium champions, more VQ3 style. That's just the way Avic likes to play. Obviously, Strog with the sliding ability allows Avic to push the tempo, which he loves to do. The one amazing quality that Avic has is just his ability to deal consistent damage into force fights. And that, in the past, I feel has countered Maxter somewhat, who, whilst having an amazing hit scan and loves to play around that, has struggled when Avic is pushing into him. So that's something Maxter needs to be aware of with regards to positioning, but he has come on a lot as a player since those earlier days. So nothing to massively to write home about here. The pick on Awoken, again, the Anarchy, we saw it just now, is a difficult one to play, particularly going up against a Strog. You don't have that speed advantage. And ultimately, you said the classical on Visor versus Nyx, so we know what to expect there. The BG on the last map is a little bit interesting. I probably would have preferred to see something like an Aizen come out there, but it's a playstyle. It's a playstyle element, and he wants the dual wield to counteract Avic's aggression, I imagine.
Yeah, BJ is definitely interesting. I would have loved to see a Keel on that one. But anyways, based on these pick bands, what do you think is going to take this one down?
Oh man, control yourself. I'm gonna say 2-1 Maxter. I feel that Avic's just been too inconsistent, whereas Maxter's been a bit more stable and growing into this season.
Well, we'll take a look. Again, Maxter has the ability to kind of be a little bit of a wild card and play with that swagger and pop off. I think if he gets started early, we will see that. But Avic, He's a champion in his own right. He has loads of experience in this game, and he's able to play measured, calculated, and also know what he can get away with in terms of, I still have 3 minutes, even though I'm down 2. I'm going to play measured, and I know I don't have to make something happen when I'm not fully ready, when he doesn't have the stack, and he knows how to play calculated and get back into the game if he's at a deficit. If he's in the lead, I mean, Avik is just, his rockets and LG defensively are absolutely fantastic. So we will see how this goes. We're going to start off on map number 1 here shortly between these two. And it should be, as you said, a barn burner. We'll see. We'll see who exactly gets caught on fire here and heats up. Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Oh, yeah.
3, 2.
Fifth set of the day underway. Avik versus Maxter here at week 11 of the Quake Pro League. And we're going to start off on Avik.
Oh, that feels good.
Oh, there we go. And there's one, what we just talked about. Avik able to push that aggression, just dodging the first rocket, busting through the entryway, and huge damage coming out, but lovely counter from Maxter. And that's a good opening from Maxter. Awfully low though, so he will be aware that Avik will want to come pushing in. A little bit more careful, waiting for those audio cues, and there it is. That's his chance to escape.
A really nice sequence there from Maxter. That last push kind of took a little too much damage, but he weathered the storm. He's able to stabilize now. Maintain this lead. Also has inject as well. That could come into play here if he wants to get a little aggressive. A little tickle here as Avik gets caught off guard a little bit.
Nice. That double back as soon as Avik was able to get any sort of damage. Really lovely play, but Avik was ready for the double back. Not ready for Max just to control the entire map.
What a rail from Avik there. Serving that up to the drive-through window. Needs to be careful here. Tiny bit of plasma connects as the tri-bolt volley will net no damage. Big rail here, and that's a follow-up from Maxter. Makes that one look easy. Catching out Avik, trying to stack back up off resources here, and actually denying the light, too, on his way back to the Mega. This could be the start of just a firm grip across everything on the map for Maxter.
Yeah, he's playing phenomenally well to start with. The defensive damage from Avik's been great, but what can you do when you eat a full rocket and you don't have any control? He will pick up the heavy armor, but he's taken a lot of damage for it. Oh, just escapes from the rail angle.
Here is Avik. Oh, hits it with the fadeaway. Disengages, stops taking LG damage, and what a rail from Avik. That was gorgeous.
Literally one. Lovely play by Avik, pushing his champion to the absolute limits right there. Yes, he did get the frag. He has now lost out on the map because of it. Oh, nearly gets knocked off there with a lovely rail from Maxter. He'll be able to kill Avik here. Eats a rail, but it's not the end of the world. He has the Mega, and he has the light to fall back on because Avik didn't pick it up. So, phenomenal play by Maxter. He's got to be aware of the damage Avik puts out. As once again, he comes flying through and gets a trade out of nowhere.
Maxter takes out Maxter, but spawns back in, gets the refrag right before the heavy, unfortunately, for Avik. Rocket from below from Maxter won't land, but the rail will. Avik takes another rail and another! Wow. Clips them toesies! Maxter, oh, this is a bad way. Nice fadeaway here from Avik. Maxter has to prioritize taking down Peeker, trying to get some rocket damage. Maxter trying to dance all day, and Avik lightning guns him down. Fancy footwork to get that frag 4-2. Misses with the rail off the spawn as Maxter wants to rush in, grab as much as he can, and try and position for this next Mega. Might be very dangerous to make the jump. He does decide to get weapons instead.
Yeah, he hasn't got the weaponry. He's got the timing. He did have the stack with the inject as well, but just not have the weaponry.
This rail there from Maxter, looking for another one. The Peeker around the corner this time. Dealt with quickly, and wow, the rail pushes him back! Can't quite steal the heavy either. Maxter just hitting the ones that he needs to here.
How do you get that frag out
I
there?
have no idea. He's jumping over rockets like a madman. Oh no. Bad rail to take right there. Just stack back up to 102 out of rail range, but no armor. Needs to be careful. He's going to be the next item, and Havoc is there, ready. Where's the peeker chase? Right behind you! Okay, it's a horror movie.
That was. Avic's keeping in this game though. It feels like Max has had a lot more of the control, but Avic's finding ways to break through the defense of Baxter.
Fantastic rail again. He's going to serve up another angle and almost gets clipped. It's 10 HP. Maxter needs to be extremely careful. And that's kind of what we talked about, where Avic may be down, but he knows exactly that he's not out. He knows that it's still close. He's playing a great game. He's doing good damage. He's starting to get more and more items. It's just only a matter of time before he could shift full momentum in his favor. If he hasn't already, to be honest. 35 HP, and he's just now grabbing a light. Does have the inject, but Maxter's been on the back foot for quite a while.
Yeah, Maxter realizes without his rail in particular, he just can't do anything at this point in the match. He has to just buy time. Work his way slowly around the map. Avic knows there's no rail to his opponent's name. That's why he's now positioning over this area.
Really nice patience there from Maxter. Does take a little bit tri-ball damage as Avic bullies him off position for the Mega.
Lovely play by Avic.
Wow.
It would be easy for him to be overconfident given his stack and position and just force the issue, but he's learnt to respect Max's defensive play. Took his time, got a very clean frag. What?
Double cheeseburger. He wins the heavy. He's still up by 2. Now he's starting to string together these rails, just missing with that one, Caster's Curse.
Oh,
What a play!
what? Come on. What an awkward frag.
I would say that that's kind of his pop-off swagger. He's like, I'm just going to rocket jump and be a little crazy. Because he's feeling more and more comfortable. It does have the inject, does pop it. Almost looked like he wanted to pop it and peek again. Both players missed with their rails. Now pushing into the heavy room, wants to get this. Missing with the rail, 37 HP.
Oh,
and
come
still
on.
connects.
That's huge because he's got the Mega to fall back on now. It's absolutely huge to take that risk. And Avic is just unable to cope with these rail exchanges. It's been the big deciding factor between them both. Baxter wants nothing to do with Avic unless it's in a rail exchange.
Oh, they're going to collide right now. The Mega and Avic is able to get it first. The shotgun blast won't do enough. Maxter off the spawn gets melted.
Nice.
Avic heating up now. Maxter has to be careful. It's only a 2 frag lead with a little over 2 minutes to go. Maxter's not out of the woods yet.
No, what was looking very comfortable has very quickly become precarious for Maxter, but he's got his trusty rail. Avic has to skedaddle from this heavy vicinity. Needs to get this Mega, and he will get this Mega, in fact. Completely easily, in fact. Maxter needs some weaponry, so has to take a little bit more time. He also doesn't want to have any tricky engagements right now with the scoreline the way it is. Very easy for Avic just to convert a single frag, so this is a close game with 1.5 minutes to go, 40.
Very, very close indeed. Minute 30.
Yeah. I was about to say, oh, that's lovely. Absolutely. So unfortunate to get locked down. I was about to say, Avic needs to put the pressure on this heavy.
Oh my God.
Completely the right decision. Just totally unfortunate that it didn't pay off, but credit to Maxter executing perfectly. And now we'll just convert here for the GG.
The rails are just ruthless from Maxter right now. Hitting 54% and shooting 46 rails overall. Doesn't run out of rockets. That's going to pose a problem right here. Almost hits fadeaway. And oh, look, rockets. Exactly what he needs. So a bit fortunate there for Maxter. But with 1 minute left, up 4. It was never really a huge threat to come back in that last moment. But
No.
just the combinations from Maxter. The rail on point. the deciding factor, I would say, in this one, as he has 7 frags with his railgun, 52% doing over 2k damage.
I mean, gotta admire the way in which Maxter was able to manage the aggression from Avik. You saw it in the opening seconds what Avik wanted to do, just closing the gap, getting in these mid-range engagements. That's where Avik really, really shines. And you can see it from his damage output. 1800 damage from the LG, 800 from the rail, and 400 from the rocket. All he wanted to do was get into that mid-range, but Maxter did an amazing job prohibiting that and playing around the strengths of the Anarchy and playing around the strengths of his rail. So 2 Titans went head-to-head, and Maxter got the better of it.
Maxter, again, on point. And that's quite the start. As we saw there, he got a little more comfortable throughout the game, started doing a little bit crazier stuff. Whether it worked out or not was up in the air, but Avik did his best as well. Not a terrible showing from him, but map number 2 is going to be a big one as Maxter working on a clean sweep of 2-0. Visor versus Nyx, the Classico on Blood Covenant coming up shortly.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Again, seeing the way it played out here, one would favor the Nyx. It just leans into the way Maxter is playing, and Avik's going to have a hard job of trying to assert himself just playing that Visor. So, just going to have to pull out all the stops here.
A lot more rail at play. See if Avik can connect with a little bit more of them. Just these angles, too, that Maxter can find were just so crispy. So good. Take a look at the overall scores yet again. Maxter on top for map number 1 as we load into map number 2 here shortly. Just crazy. Crazy. And how it spirals for Maxter. Like, he really does heat up. Once he starts to connect with a bunch, it feels like he can't miss. Now, inevitably, of course, he does, but it just feels so overbearing, especially when you're going up against it. You start getting scared to peak angles.
Well, look at the items. It's basically even. Avik even had more. It was just the fact that Maxter was using the Anarchy to perfection, holding that inject until he needed it, using the speed to reposition to play that angle game. And Avik just could not cope with it. Look, you know, Maxter fired more than double the amount of rails, hit over nearly triple the amount of rails. Avik could not cope with the range game. And the amount of times he tried to go toe-to-toe in a range game and just came off second best. He has to find a way around that now, and it's going to be really, really tough going against the Nyx for that.
Well, then your advice would be get into that mid-range area where Avik is comfortable with LG rockets, force the fight, force Maxter off the railgun going into Blood Covenant.
But how?
Exactly. That's for you. You're the analyst. You tell me.
Yeah, it's obviously really tough. He's going to have to just play a slower paced game now, and he's going to be forced into it playing Advisor as well. So play the slower paced game. You got the things like the heavy machine gun that you can use at range as well to continually chip away at that Nyx, so you don't be forced into these rail engagements. It's definitely a completely different dynamic on a map like this. Obviously, the initial spawns come into play as well. If Avik can get the rail side spawn, trying to prevent Maxter from getting that weapon for a while, you can use that strategies just to build a foundation. But no. The Nyx for me on this particular map is probably the best pick you can have. And if you're playing it well, it's almost impossible to beat.
We'll see if Maxter can play it well. Strong first map for Maxter. Avik looking to clap back and send us to a third as the decider. It all comes down to the next 10 minutes. Avik versus Maxter live on map number 2. Blood Covenant, we're going to start off on Avik.
Hold-offs on the ability for the first 5 or 6 seconds, but does catch a little bit of sight there of Maxter's positioning, the timings, and the items, so good use of it.
Like diving in on the rockets and then straight to rail once he knows it's safe, and now he has the ability to play this range game that we spoke of, and firing back is Maxter. Avik needs to be careful, hits one to even it up on the way out. More importantly, has the vision to try and lay a trap here. Both items are up, trying to discern whether or not Maxter is going to commit. Doesn't look like it, and now Avik is going to add a delay. He's going to try and get to Mega and maybe do some damage, look for an opening lane, and then fall back. So a good split here and gives Avik the opportunity to set up an attack for this next Mega.
And already we're seeing that slower paced game now, so he realizes he needs to adjust. Oh no, he's gonna get caught. 2 direct rockets. Okay.
1 HP, does have the vision and is gonna pop it to try and stay alive. And and get... Whoa! The splash!
Oh, feels bad, man.
All in all, not the worst. Does get the spawn right on the Mega, gets his rail back, more importantly, so he doesn't have to traverse the map too far. He just needs rockets, but yeah, that rocket was... Whew. That one hurts.
Yeah, he thought it just got away as well. Awfully patient here. Just doing so. Oh, Avic's going to double back actually to try and contest a Mega. Happy with trading. It's again a 2-for-1 for Maxter in these rail trades. He even goes aggressive to take the heavy away. Avic realizing it with the experience that he has. Maxter goes, walks back. So Avic's going to lose out on the whole map. Lovely rail from below saying that. Ooh. Oh, just in time with the piercing side as well. Pushed this aggressively. He's got much more stacks, so lovely defensive play from Avic. Super aggressive from Maxter. Nearly paid off, but superb from Avic.
Really, really nice. So the split between the items is huge, and making sure there's no play through the telly there with some rocket spam as he's positioning well for this next Mega, maybe looking for a play on the light armor that was already taken.
He is low on rail though on Avic's side, one of both their sides to be fair. So they're going to have to make maneuvers over to the area to restock.
Maxter might be trying to do that as he hits a rail of his own. Avic down to one rail, and that's it. There goes the long distance fight. Tribolt, though, trying to cut him off here as Maxter also tribolts his way back. Rail. Avic. Hard-earned Mega there. He's going to try and make his way back to the heavy. Still lacking the rails. Needs to make this somehow an rocket/LG fight. Maybe a little machine gun as you see there. And Maxter just giving up the map now.
Yeah, Max is afraid he has no idea that Avic didn't have a rail and they're going to meet here. Lovely ghost walk just in time. Avic's taking loads of damage, has to pop the piercing sight again for defensively just to stay alive at this point. Awkward engagement then, neither really understanding where each other were, so both lucky to get out alive in context. And once again, the problem's just been the rail for Avic.
What a rail.
Although he is now connected with a few back-to-back.
Wow, that rocket into the rail, Maxter. Looking for any kind of damage going around the corner. There's the wall jump. The rocket won't take him out. 13 HP as Avic drops down for the light. Both players extremely worked. There is the rail. No! Oh, with the piercing side as well. Avic looking to capitalize on that. Tied at 1. Maxter drops down. He's just going to try and tank this damage. No
nice.
Rockets! The click of death for Avic as Maxter gets a second one.
I like that choice by Maxter, just to go over the heavy machine gun, just to do some sort of consistent damage. But now Avic's in a lot of trouble. He's got no weaponry, as I say that. Maxter's going in aggressive, not connecting. Shipping away with the super shotgun from below. Problem is,
oh my god.
Avic's being a punching bag at this point in time. Oh.
So bold, but also mission accomplished if you're Maxter. He stole away the Mega, but now he has to try and fight for this heavy with literally nothing but a nail gun.
You know, he's got no ghost walk or anything. That's super risky, man. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, huge blast.
Oh, what?
Wow, the trade. The Lords of the Spawn favor Avic on that one. He's able to get the Mega grab an LG and make his way back to do some damage on this rail. Maxter taking all these tickles. A little bit of rocket damage. Yeah. It's a good rail right there. He wants another one though. Just missing out. Avic's able to grab the heavy. Still tied at 3, 6:30 in. close one between these two, and Maxter in a bad way right now. Luckily, gets to grab the Mega, but still, he's sketchy right now. He's gonna drop in. Doesn't even care. It's an insane vertical rail, make it 2.
They got greedy there. Wanted to take some sort of engagement, but that rail again, so difficult. The last couple of minutes, Avec has been doing a phenomenal job considering he hasn't got a rail.
Yeah.
But the problem is he hasn't got a rail, so there's only so much you could do unless Maxter makes a mistake.
And now he doesn't even have rockets. He's living off shotgun and a prayer. Maxter able to melt him down, make the deficit 2. And again, Alex spawns in, has machine gun and nothing else, but he wants to keep the damage as high as he can, knowing that Maxter hasn't really been fully healthy. And machine gun from Maxter, a little bit better, a little bit more damage there, makes it 3. And at this point, I think Avik has to stick to his guns and just try and play aggressive, but that rail is going to deter him immediately.
It's so frustrating for Avik. It's just like you're like a puppet. You just can't do anything. You're trying so hard. You can see your opponent, but you're just playing around your weaknesses, which is a lack of mobility and a lack of weaponry.
Absolutely brutal indeed. And now Maxter. Good LG damage. Really good rocket damage, forcing him through the choke point. Time is ticking against him. Avik has to make plays happen, and he just can't, because right when he spawns, he takes a rail and he can't grab the items or the weapons he needs. And Maxter is doing such a good job on Blood Covenant right now.
He is. This is Avik just realizes he has to force something, and rail wasn't working. Just now spamming him out, like we said, with the tribot, the heavy machine gun. This is something, but it's obviously not a game plan that's likely to succeed.
Wow. Maxter again shooting approximately 2 times the rails that Avik has, because as you mentioned, Avik just has that rail for minutes at a time in this game, just being zoned out, not able to make it across the map. It's a great rail from down below. You can see when he does have it at his disposal, big difference.
Just gotta love the confidence of Avik. Just runs at his opponent. GG's. Send map 2, my friend. Yeah.
No, he's done. He's tired of it.
He corrected himself.
Maxter with a bit of a sigh of relief there, knowing that was a hard-earned victory. Well done to Maxter. Takes the series 2-0 as we get ready for the 3rd map between these two. And if you're an Avik fan, you got to hope that he bounces back, but that was a rough ride on Blood Covenant. Maxter just played that too as well as you could, really.
Yeah, there was definitely a period of time where it got a bit shaky for Maxter, but we knew what the game plan was going to be, playing a Nyx, particularly in Maxter's hands, which is get the rail, play keep away, engage in rail fights. And he did that. Avik tried to shift the needle a little bit, get close and personal, the super shotgun, the heavy machine gun, the tribot, but at the end of the day, without a rail, like, there's only so much you can do. And we worried, you know, the visor worked in the original meta when people weren't as effective playing a Nyx. When you're playing a Nyx now, you feel hopeless half the time.
Yeah, it's definitely harder, especially when you let Nyx get ahead. That's doomsday, no matter I don't know what champion you have. I mean, some better than others, but Visor probably one of the most difficult to come back, especially on a map like Blood Covenant. We take a look at the highlights, and yeah, that rocket spam damage was heartbreaking too. You can see Avik ducked, he got out of the way, but the rocket hit the backboard. Just 1 HP separated him from life and death, and then from there, Maxter just kind of fearless. This was a bit brash, but he almost made it work. Then Avik finally jumped in, grabbing the LG, making it rain. But yeah, minutes at a time with no rail. It's just absolutely brutal. I mean, I don't know what you do against that. Obviously try and get the rail, but Maxter's so good at controlling it. Then you have to be certain parts of the map to try and fight for the items. Otherwise you're giving up the majors.
At that point, you quite literally pray they don't hit you.
I'll write that down. Write that down. Tell the qualifiers coming up that, like, hey, just don't get hit.
What do you want to say, man? What do you want to say? There's nothing you can do.
Hit your shots. Just try not to get hit.
Like, it's quite literally that. If you're trying to get a frag against your opponent who is in Nyx with a rail, you literally pray they don't hit you. There's nothing else you can do.
Right, that's fair. That's fair. As we take a look at the breakdown for map number 1 and 2, loading up into Ruins of Sarnath shortly. Ranger versus BJ. BJ pick, a little confusing, maybe? Maybe not confusing is the right word, but...
No, it's a preference pick, right? He wants the extra weaponry for if Abek pushes him to the mid ground, like he wants to do all games. So then he has the double LG, the double rockets. That's primarily the reason. Again, it's just a play style between that or an Ison. If he doesn't practice an Ison that much, then the use of the turret's going to be not effective, and then Ison becomes a waste of space. So it makes sense. It's easier to execute with the dual wield than the turret if you're not used to it.
You know what I'm going to say about Keel, though, right?
I'm just going to ignore you as usual.
As long as you know. So, going into map number 3, we'll see how it goes. Avik trying to fight back, at least put a map on the board. Maxter looking for a clean sweep 3-0. Got all the momentum behind him. So we'll see if he can utilize that BJ, take map number 3, and we'll see if he doesn't. And he should have picked Keel, and we can talk about it offline. But between these two, Avik trying to bounce back, put some money in his pocket right here. So we are getting closer and closer to the Quake World Championships, and seeding does matter. That first round bye, getting that whole first day to just study your opponents, watch their matches will be absolutely crucial. And these two are kind of on the cusp, I would say, of being able to punch their ticket in that first round bye.
Is a big factor, and it would be a big shame to see neither one of these players not be in that zone. I mean, then you risk yourself not even making it today to at that point. So tough competition out there.
Tough in the streets indeed, as Maxter grabs the heavy. He's got LG and Rail. He's also got face full of rocket as Avik just wants to dominate this one. The Rail just in the last second will miss. Quite the attack. And after all of that, stacks are about the same here as Maxter looking for an extra 25, stacks back up, and now he's just going to perfectly position himself for that light, knowing that Avik wants to get some armor. Really easy Rail there.
Always risky getting out of this heavy area when you don't know where your opponent is, and that's why Avik is taking such a long time. Waits for his orb. Now he's feeling a bit more confident.
The light armor here does have the Mega behind him. Maxter knows.
Nice.
Ooh, that's a good Rail.
Yeah, big round. Avik delaying the item as well, but so is Maxter. You can obviously hear it from down below because you can. And waits to hear that.
Because the game allows you to. There's the dual wheel. My God!
Huge!
What a play. That looked dirty for a second, but Avik got out of there, made it work. Rails exchange for both players, none of them landing. Avik still waiting, trying to find the right angle here. Playing with a little bit of fire. Maxter trying to just get out.
Oh, Avik, don't do this. You haven't won a single one.
Oh, wow.
Lovely. And this is Max's biggest strength. He can just take these rail engagements and bully you with these consistent damage.
Happening. This is Avik's nightmare. Rail is
Oh
out.
no, don't. Oh no. That is the worst of all the worlds.
Retaliation there from Avik. Knocking back with a Rail. What an angle, Maxter. Is he an opper? What is this guy? This is crazy. 75 HP. Decent rocket damage on there. Avik's hurt. And capitalizes on that one. Maxter might be shaking his head on that. Like, all right, fine, you got one. But he's able to spawn back in and grab that Mega. Does hear the timing on the heavy. Items have been synced pretty much the whole game, it feels like, as Maxter gets a free Rail. Oh, and Avik misses a chance for some free damage. Completely lacking rockets right now, taking his time, hearing some spam going through. There's a little bit of a tickle. Avik will miss a Rail, needs to be careful. It does fall back onto the Mega, luckily for him. Maxter.
Cannot buy a Rail.
It is, yeah, it is rough right now. I just don't understand. 5 for 15. There There's one starting to clap back, but Maxter again, the stack to take those fights and get the best of them. Light armor in the pocket as well. Mega up in 10. Maxter still does not have rockets. I mean, maybe just saw the Tox game and says, you know what? Don't really need it. We'll see.
Yeah.
Still a lot of time left in this one. Rounding the 4-minute mark. Maxter up 2. Heavy. In possession for Avec.
The moment he's playing into Max's game, he's not finding a way to break through and close the gap as he would want to. So you got to credit Maxter for that. It is a frustrating strategy when your opponent, look, Avec trying to do something, and it's just not his day.
Yeah, the range game not working. He's like, well, maybe if I get up close and use a shotgun, but unfortunately, Maxter just backing up, keeping distance, and using that rail well. It's just one of those days. Can't buy a rail, can't really execute how you want. You're playing your opponent's game, and it's just, for Maxter, you're going to get railed to death.
Yeah,
frustrating.
Even look at, when I'm looking at Avic's POV, he just seems frustrated because he knows he's not playing his best. At the same time, he hasn't found a recipe to counteract what Max is trying to do here. You can see him trying to close the gap, chasing Maxter around the map.
Maxter finally out of rails, luckily for Avec. Maybe he can capitalize here and get this third frag as he's jumping up in the garden area. Maxter trying to hang on with rockets. Decent damage there into LG. Maxter hanging on by a thread. Going to use this passive just to get back up to 25, but that can't save him, surely. As Avec really needs this one, finally finds it. But a decent delay from Maxter.
Yeah, gets it.
Oh my God, he almost got him with the tri-bolt.
So much damage with the tri-bolt.
This is insane. Oh no, and he dual wheeled with a rail, and he's like, this is it, this is wrong, and now Avec has a big opportunity here.
Oh, good job he fell down, actually. He got a free frag.
Yeah, we'll just call that rail denial. He knew it the whole time, tied at 5. Maxter able to steal away this mega, keeping Avec really low, but Avec will grab this heavy. Just slow things down. He's gonna run into a rail, needs to be careful, and Maxter just always has the rail handy. Keeps that fang on him, Dan.
And not only does he have it handy, he just hits his shots.
Hit your shots, go pro. Except for that one, that's not what you want to do.
What's happening?
I don't know. But we're tied at 6:30 in. That's what I do know. Maxter's just hugging the wall, gets seen, gets clipped on the shoulder. Dual-wield machine gun comes out after he secures the heavy.
Somehow Avec is back into this one. He looked dead and buried for a good part of this map, and we are tied 6-6 with 3 and a bit minutes to go. Avec, I don't even think he knows how he's really got back into this one, but he's back in it. Only has a rail to hand, so needs to go collect some weapons as well as some items.
That's the power of Avec, right? He's able to keep things close even when it seemingly seems impossible. Seemingly seems. 7-10 in, a little bit of rocket damage. Oh no, Maxter! Rocket jumps away from the situation to be safe here as he does concede the mega doing so. And 15 seconds till the heavy is way too early for this one. So if any opportunity for Avex, it would be this.
Yeah, Max is just playing slow and steady. Oh, lovely, coming down the back way. He's hurt though. Max is gonna have to get out of dodge. He does so. Now Avec is stacked to the teeth and wants to fight. Be more than aware that he has to be careful that Max is probably going to be standing on the other side of the map.
Oh, no.
Wow. What? Did he just steal the mega? Come on.
Next rail will do it. Ooh, just clips him with the kneecaps. Avec, it's a better position for that one. Takes down Maxter. Up 1, 2 minutes left. Maxter not happy with that one. Gives it a bit of a mouse twirl. Does have his old rail back. There's one right off the bat. Avec able to get through the doorway and escape for now.
Trusty rail.
You find another opening. Still hurt. Luckily gets on the mega and you couldn't even tell. Oh Oh no! Angles for days, Maxter.
7-7. Minute and a half to go. Havoc, super shotgun in hand. Doesn't want to fight this. Kind of does actually, because he's got the orb. He just wants to delete Maxter, but Maxter's not going to fall for any tomfoolery.
Here's the dual wield, and he wants to stay put for now. There's the dire orb right through him.
Pick up the Mega as well, and we do reset. Havoc's got time here to take a breather, try and get some weaponry. Still only got that rocket. Oh, but he caught him huge rocket, but nothing else, and he's just getting deleted. Lovely worked his way around there, so... Now Max is beginning to miss. Looks like the first time this map. Havoc has no idea of this timing, no.
Yeah, but he's able to bully his way onto the heavy after all of that, just from the sheer damage output. And Maxter trying to play this more conservatively here, does grab the Mega, has decent armor stack, and has 9 rails in the chamber. And that's going to be, it looks like, what he might live and die with here, as he does have the long range play on Havoc.
Timings are still pretty much bang on even, so they could continue to trade and push to a stalemate within overtime. It is obviously going to be overtime now, as they are worlds apart.
Sygib would beg to differ, and now it's officially overtime, sir, as Maxter able to grab the heavy. Slight delay on the Mega, but even closer in sync than they were before.
They know where each other are. Maxter makes the move first. He doesn't know exactly where Havoc is, he just knows he's in the vicinity. Havoc hears him, obviously. He knows the timing. He's going to hit him this time. He hits the static. And a second, and here we go. Oh,
the play would have been
he
beautiful.
drops off! At least he can contest for this heavy. Maxter gets out for now.
That's a big rocket, though. Still a huge stack, but that play from Havoc would have been gorgeous. Just came up a little bit short on the dire orb. Oh,
No
Max is
way.
taking the fight to him. You psycho! Oh, good defensive rail. Actually knocks Maxter down as well and saves Havoc's life.
Havoc's also in position for this Mega as well. Is he gonna? Maxter's gonna come up. Of course he does. Havoc goes in aggressive. No. Oh man.
Wow. Wow. A rocket to end it, but he rode that rail the whole way to that victory. Let's be honest. Maxter displaying his show of rail skills and angles yet again on Ruins against Havoc. And unfortunate again. It's just one of those days your shots just don't hit. And then it completely makes your game one-dimensional. You can't take certain fights. And when you're going against an opponent like a Maxter, like a Kilson, like a Dramas that just utilizes rail so well, you're kind of just like, what do I do?
And we've seen it in the career of Havoc, actually. He really does struggle against rail-heavy players for the most part. He's obviously can beat them. He's more than good enough, but he definitely struggles in that environment. And we saw it again here today. He had no answer really across any of the maps for the way in which Maxter was playing. Just got frustrated. You could see that frustration coming through. He did obviously try different strategies to break through and close the gap and play the way Havoc wants to play, but for the most part, it was controlled by Maxter. This was a bit more messy from Maxter in terms of his own play. Just saw it through with some fortune towards the end, but all credit to Maxter.
Yeah, really, really nice display from Maxter there. Good showing from Havoc on map number 3. A little bit disappointing. I know 0-3 always hurts, but congrats to Maxter. Big dubs moving forward. And a clean sweep on the series again. Trying to get the highest seeding they can to try and get that first day bye at the Quake World Championships. Save that energy, keep that endurance up, because it's going to be a long day of frags when we get there. We take a look at the breakdown for all 3 maps between these two. Very, very close one on that last one on Ruins.
Yeah. Fun series, though.
Yeah, very, very fun. Again, you feel like even though the scores were 10-6, 8-3, you never really felt like Havoc was completely out of it until it was like the last minute or two, because he's just so good at hitting some good rails and rockets and being able to do enough damage to stay in it and keep it competitive. But yeah, Maxter, good job to him. Pulling those maps out and getting a 3-0 victory. And finally, and we're at the point of the day where we're going to bring in the birthday boy. That's right, Papa Wheat's going to join us. It was his birthday soon. We'll shower him in gifts, but then we got 2 featured matches to cover too, so we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more Quake action here at Week 11. Don't go anywhere. welcome back to week 11 of the Quake Pro League. It has been a bit hectic here, Dan, so I think we're going to bring in the birthday boy. Just turned 21. Let's get Papa Weed in here, get some order restored to the cast.
Just to get a little more hectic, 40, because I didn't make some very good life choices last night. 21th birthday and 21 shots, right? So
got to.
Kind of feeling it this morning. Actually, psych, no, I'm not. I'm feeling great. I'm ready to do some Quake. Let's go. Nice to be back. Thanks for the birthday wishes.
Yeah, always glad to have you back, Weed. It's always a pleasure, and we're about to get into Nosfa versus Raisy, and this one should be pretty good. I mean, Dan, how do you feel about Nosfa going up against the beast that is Raisy?
I think that's the point, right? Raisy is a beast, so it's an uphill battle for Nosfa. I think he's having his best stage pretty much to date since one of the first to shrank mid-cast. Having the best stage.
And I'm trying to get up to where you are. I'm trying to get on your level.
Literally deflating before our eyes. But no, he's having his best stage since he based his inception in the league. But he's going up against Raisy, who there's very few players you've ever come up against Raisy. You wouldn't favor Raisy to win or at least go for a clean sweep. So it's a hard one for Nosfa for sure, but look at those results. He's had a really strong season so far, only losing out to Kilson, Maxter, and not surprisingly now in context, Sirius. So it's been a really good stage for him so far.
Wait, any thoughts on Nosfa?
I mean, yeah, even though you look at their rankings, number 9 versus number 4, Raisy, they're still looking about the same in terms of overall record, right? Both played 5 games. Nosfa has another loss, but just like Dan pointed out, those losses are, those aren't walkovers by any means. Those are tough matches, good opponents. So I'm hoping that we get a really solid game. Now, Raisy, I think he's been having a pretty decent stage. There's others that might say, oh, where's the Raisy from the last couple seasons? And we've seen some of the greats in this game go through, not their best games, not their worst games, but we're all like newbies commenting on this, right? So like, as far as I'm concerned, both these players still look amazing. Raisy's in that bucket as well. Had a loss versus Kilson, loss versus Strong Sage. I think that surprised everyone, but what hasn't been surprising is just Strong Sage's overall performance this stage. I mean, I guess it is surprising, but I think a lot of us coming off of last season thought, this is someone you need to take a look at. But look at that, 3-0. Like, how can you argue with what you've got here on paper? I feel like Raisy's got this one.
Yeah, absolute beast. Looking at that track record this season, Strong Sage definitely was a surprise and a shock to most of us. Kilson, maybe not so much. It was still a battle, but every win except for that Avik win at the end there, 3-0. Just dominance from Raisy. Looking to add on to it here against Nosfa, but again, as you guys pointed out, Nosfa having a solid season himself, all from the luxury of a public library. Anyways, let's get into the pick bands here and get a better picture of what's going to go down between these two players as we take a look. Blood Covenant, Veil of Nath, and Ruins of Sarnath. Dan, can you take the chair picks for me, buddy? Thank you.
Carry on. You're doing great.
All right, the Clutch band comes out, which is obviously a respect band. Very important. We got Slash versus Anarchy on Blood Covenant, high-speed action. Then we're going to jump over to Ranger versus BJ and round it out with a little bit of Visor versus Nyx, the classic this time on Ruins.
Yeah, it's...
I was going to say, the floor is open now, gentlemen. Anybody?
Yeah, they opted for speed versus speed on map 1, leaving in Nyx even the Athena open. So that's an interesting choice right there. Looking to combat, looking to play a bit more aggressive on that one. So bit more unusual, but still very, very good picks for the map as we know. Veil picked up from Raisy. Interesting. Not sure we see him pick that an awful lot. And he's actually opted for the BJ there. Again, the Ison's left out there as well. So that's he's looking to fight today, it seems, and then ending up in Ruins of Zonath, as you said. So I really like the next pick there. Obviously, the Visor is still a great utility on that particular map. You just have to play slow, likely play around one of the major items, just play around your ability and try not get caught off guard.
Sorry, I was going to say something earlier, but I'm at the library and this woman keeps looking over me and So I completely agree with everything that you said, ZSX. The one that I think is roughest is, I really do think Raisy on the Knicks on Ruins is going to be pretty rough for Nosfa. So if I was to look at this, I think there's a 3-0 potential here from Raisy. What I would love is that, oh shit, nail biter, like 2-1 third, game decider. And can Nosfa bring that? I think that's the big question. But I think map 1 looks pretty great too in terms of what we're going to see. Of course, the last time that we had 2 champs like this on Blood Covenant, we also had the slowest game I'd ever seen, which is good. It made it really interesting, but you just never know what you're going to get.
Dan, real quick before I boot you out so you can go drink your blended chicken, who do you think's going to take this one?
I think Raisy's going to take it. I'm gonna say 3-0 as well. I think Nosfa's had a great season, but the former Raisy's there.
You think he's going to run into the brick wall? All right, well, Dan, we'll get rid of you, and then we could talk about predictions in private here. Dan, we'll see you in a little bit, buddy.
All right.
I think I heard something. I don't know. There's like an echo.
I don't know.
Throughout the caverns here. I don't know.
I didn't realize that the background cycled along with what my actual weather is all the time. So it is raining, and here in the Midwest, it's a little nutty. But how you doing, 40?
Doing well. Doing well. Can't complain. It's always a good day when there's Quake here. Again, where the countdown to Quake World Finals in Texas is happening. These players are trying to do their best to get that first round bye, get the highest seeding they can, and then we all pack into an arena, which I haven't done in, 3-4 years now?
What's an
so
arena?
Awesome. Yeah.
40,
What's people? I don't even know.
Yeah. I'm really excited for that. Not only that, 40, but the consistent storyline that we've been seeing throughout the stage is that everyone's playing out of their minds, right? And I can't wait till we get back that LAN environment, get the crowd out there. That'll be new to some players, or some players a little bit more accustomed to that. It does become one additional factor into playing a championship tournament at something like QuakeCon, but I can smell it already.
It's going to be great. Please, God, bring deodorant everybody else.
Yeah. I smell the pizza. Yeah.
That's what it is. Anyways, we are live on the first featured match for Week 11, Nosfa versus Raisy on Blood Covenant. We're going to start off with Nosfa, a little bit of a skirmish right off the bat there, just to put a little pressure on and scare Nosfa, keep him honest.
Got to keep him honest already. And Nosfa heading over to try to get that rail. Guys, talk a little bit about the importance of having a rail on this map and what happens when you don't have one. So Nosfa's in that position right now. He's still kind of looking. He's got an idea that maybe Raisy is going to try to keep him away from that, but he'll finally go over and scoop it up. No problem. Easy peasy. So 30 seconds. He lands the first rail coming out of the gates. Looks like he wants to follow up on this one too, 40. I like it. Trail coming out. We do see the eject. Nice little rocket bounce, but can't follow up with that rail, and that one is not going to work out for him.
Definitely wanted a little more than that, but at the very least, I guess, did bully him off the Mega. Sees him go back, so now this should be a clean path for the Heavy. He's going to hang in there and take too many rails, and now he's got to make a quick beeline to this Heavy, and he can still go down. Raisy right on his ass, and there it is. That was the risk he was willing to take by hanging in there with those rails.
I mean, might as well just been a mind reader, right? And I think that just goes to show Raisy's in top form right now. It was just absolutely perfect in terms of reading his opponent, what he was going to do, and then had the right weapon out. Perfect with the LG. So nicely done. Picks up another one on the conversion, and a minute 20 in, and Raisy's already looking to say, hey, I would like to just grab some control early on, get this lead, and then kind of chill for the remainder of the game. Of course, they're still so early, and you can't count out Nosfa, but Raisy looks like he is definitely playing like a robot this morning.
Absolutely. Speed Demon robot as well.
Yep.
He's going to claim this upper light armor. It's in the vicinity to see timing on the Mega. Going to drop down, make sure that inject up. And all in all, it doesn't really care. Add a delay, don't add a delay. I'm going to set up position here on this Heavy. Did Nosfa see the shoulder? He may have, but now he definitely saw and felt the LG here as Raisy was trying to set up a bit of a trap there on the exit from Rockets. Dropping down, rails exchange, nothing landing here as Raisy taking a sweet time to pick up that Heavy and add a delay between the items.
So happy with this 2 frags so far here. Unfortunate miss there as he sees Nosfa crouching over the back hallways at the top of the M6. 2.5 minutes in. Tribolt can't do work, and Nosfa's putting himself out there, despite the fact that those rails keep on hitting. That one finally does connect. Can't hit another one, as Raisy going to keep that pressure on. Perfect timing there of that heavy 40. And, you know, so far, given that Nosfa's down by 2. Oh, hold on. We got a big rock jump coming in. The trail does come out. And that shotgun blast still stung quite a bit. And what I was going to say is that despite the fact Nosfa down 2, I feel like he's playing pretty conservative, but can't play conservative enough. A great angle there by Raisy for frag number 3 with the rail.
Yeah, just get flipped in the toesies right now. And I don't want to point out anything horrible, but 3 for 14, Nosfa rail. You got to pick that up. That is going to cost him badly throughout this map. Your 320 in, Raisy. Firm 3-0 lead, upping on some rails here, injecting across, trying to take control of the map here. Might catch him out. Nosfa just barely gets away from that rocket damage.
Yeah, kind of, I don't know, jumping to maybe throw his opponent off a little bit. Hard to try to trick Raisy as he finds and tracks Nosfa for frag number 4. Caught him with that LG. And look at that, knew his opponent coming through that teleporter. Great rail. And Raisy's just in full control right now.
Yeah, this is scary end boss Raisy that you do not want to go up against right now. Nice rail from Nosfa, but he's going to need a lot more than that. Raisy denying the upper light before making his way back to the Mega and having plenty of time to circle back for the heavy. Again, keeping an iron grip across all the resources on the map.
Iron grip indeed. That robot hand. He got Clutch got banned,
glove.
but that didn't stop Raisy from showing up in a giant mech suit today. We got 420 on the clock, and there's another nice rocket as Raisy's just been dictating these battles from start to finish. 40. I mean, you know, an engagement. He's caught Nosfa out. Like, I don't know that I've seen a battle that has begun with Nosfa. Most of the time, it's Raisy kind of throwing his opponent off guard and then him having to be in this defensive mode. So Raisy, I think, is someone who's always going to be comfortable, and we might even see his best version of himself when he is in the lead. And frankly, for me, like, that's when he's scariest.
Yeah, a confident Raisy that's in the lead, that's when the gauntlet comes out. That's when the pain train happens. You don't want that. You could see more and more rocket jumps coming out from Raisy, feeling more comfortable controlling the map, hitting his rails, and it's only going to get harder for Nosfa, but great tri-ball, but again, right before the mega pickup, so Raisy negates all that damage with one single pickup.
Yeah, that like feels bad, man. You know, because you got to ask yourself, you're halfway through this game, what am I going to do to not only surprise Raisy, take a frag, and then try to regain control here in the map? It's going to take some nice placed rails. He does finally land one. If he could just set up some sort of trap, but once again, as you mentioned, there's a nice little rocket jump. Tries to take him by surprise. He will drop down, doesn't really have a great shot from below. Is he going to do the unthinkable here? Well, he's caught. Strike team's coming out, and oh, another rail. All right, here's the opportunity. Nosfa with the slide around the side, shotgun, and this is going to be his opportunity. He's got to capitalize on it.
Huge opportunity indeed, and now he can kind of control the rail as well. If he'd like, actually, just makes a beeline to the Mega and says, you know what, you take the rail, I'll take that trade, and Raisy is totally okay with that as rails exchange from both players here.
Yeah, Raisy no armor stack. This is a little rough. It's definitely scary. He's kind of hanging out near this lower light, but he gets caught. Body cue from down below. Inject does come out. The chase is on. Raisy going to finally find at least some kind of a stack, and now he's asking himself, okay, how do I get back to that control place that I was at? That was pretty nice. Worked out pretty good for me. But only letting Nosfa get that first frag, that's probably what was most important about that exchange. It's bound to happen, especially players here at this caliber, at QPL. So another great rail, and Nosfa's rail has definitely turned on just a little bit here since he started. No frag from it, and there's another exchange. Nosfa's gonna find it. Nicely done.
That rocket prediction was just incredible here. Maybe more. Raisy's going to make him pay for missing the initial rocket, though, and melts him down immediately.
Yeah, what can you do about that, right? Not much. I guess he could have turned around and tried to run, but I feel like that would have been just as painful of a frag as that one was. So 3 frags still separate these two. It is possible, as we've seen, but Raisy does get pretty good position off that last frag. And let's see, Nosfa defending from the heavy. And I think Raisy in a great spot. He can slow things down just a little bit if he wants to. Knows exactly where his opponent is. That will always be beneficial to him in this situation of being up by 3 frags.
2 minutes, 3 frags against a Raisy of all people. Let's see what Nosfa has in store for us if he can make this work. He does have the slash, so the speed is there. But so, oh my god, okay, so a little bit of LG, and then Nosfa replies with a rocket straight to the face. So decent damage, but again, he's trying to cycle all the items, which is going to waste time, and still can't handle these rails. It's just so close, but no cigar. Oh
Yeah,
no.
I mean, you think about some of those rails early on where opportunities were there, but they just weren't hitting, right? And they didn't really start turning on until later on in the game. Could have been a little bit different. It is super important, especially considering the champions on both these players. But 1:20 left, and this is just going to turn into the race here for Raisy. He's got some speed. He's still got an inject. Well, let's see. Nosfa's got to make something happen. You can't win by just doing nothing. So he tries to make a go for it, but Raisy gets out clean.
Yeah, and again, you can get all the items in the world, but you're down 3, so you got to start fragging. 50 seconds for 3 frags on a map like this. Oh, maybe if they gift it to you, that's big damage, but even then, the reply from Raisy is just enough to push Nosfa off and buy time.
Yeah, I mean, if that would have resulted in a frag, maybe there is a possibility, but Raisy sitting pretty good here with this 35 seconds remaining. And the bump and the perfect arc. 40, just that perfect arc. You can see it from a mile away. GG's exchanged, and that means this first game is going to wrap up with a final score of 6 for Raisy, 2 for Nosfa. Not a super high scoring game, and I think that was in reaction to Raisy's initial 2 frags. Nosfa played, very conservative. He was not being aggressive. He was trying to play to try to regain control. And Raisy was not necessarily pushing it unless he felt like he was going to yield a frag out of that. So game 1 goes to Raisy. It's pretty much kind of what I expected. Maybe thought Raisy might pull a few more frags out, but Nosfa did what he could. It just was not enough.
Yeah, unfortunate there, but good utilization of the rail from Raisy as well. Getting a bunch of free rails through the telly at first until Nosfa was like, all right, I gotta dodge out of here and not keep going that way. And then you saw as he got more comfortable, rocket jumps to surprise Nosfa, attack from different places, having the inject to also negate the damage that he did. So it's just like a free rocket jump, kind of like Ranger's passive. Just an insane plays from Raisy. And again, a comfortable, confident Raisy is just insane to play against, and it's terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts, right? Because obviously, Raisy the winner here, but I do think that Raisy, when in the time that between 0-0 to 0-4, where he had a 4 frag lead, I don't know what it is. It's Raisy's movement, it's his shots, it's like how he attacks, but it just looks like super confident mode. And then I'm not saying he looks less confident, but I think he kind of goes more into reserve mode, right? Almost survival, like just win the game. So that first 5 minutes I thought looked far more deadly from Raisy than the last minute. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter as long as you have the higher frag score at the end of the game.
Well, I think that's what makes him so deadly in general is the fact that he could put on the acceleration at will and then just immediately disappear off the map and leaving you no opening at all.
Right.
It's very frustrating. It's frustrating to the point where chat gives a shit about it and complains about it. And he's like, oh, he plus backs all the time. He's like, yeah, he's trying to win. And he does it in such a good way, too, where he forces his opponent to play super aggressive in these disadvantageous positions and just eat rockets and LG through choke points. And that's the way that you win these. So Raisy can close out a game aggressively, defensively, however he wants, and that's what makes him so scary.
Yeah, I mean, and not only that scariness, but he also just had full control, right? And you're asking yourself, what do I need to do? Well, if you're not hitting those rails like Nosfa wasn't early on in the game, then you just have far fewer opportunities to actually make something happen. So it's one of those cases where Raisy did great, and unfortunately Nosfa couldn't quite keep up with that pace. Hitting those shots could have led us to a different game, different outcome. But as they say, hindsight is 20/20. So we're moving on to Vale Panoth. We've got Ranger on Nosfa and Raisy on BJ. And what do you think about this one as we think about Dire Orb versus the dual wield and what we might see out of these two?
I always tend to favor Ranger because of the Dire Orb. It's so versatile. You get the burst damage, you get the redirect, you get the mobility, everything. But against Raisy, I don't know. I don't know, man. His rockets and LG are absolutely nuts. And being able to pick a BJ on here, close quarters combat, I think it might be the pain train for Nosfa. If he can maybe disengage and play a little bit more distance on this one and utilize the rail a little more, it might be beneficial to him. But we will see as we are live on map number 2. Raisy starting off with that heavy pickup right off the bat and going straight down to the rail.
Oh, yeah. And that's really no surprise right there. As, we have the opening seconds where Raisy's going to pick up that heavy. Oh, caught. Nosfa, as he was jumping over to that Mega, did manage to land a rail. It's answered back with a nice rocket shot, but bit of a slower start here. However, Raisy's like, okay, I know where you're at. I know what you've picked up. We're in the first few, opening seconds of the game, and was able to land yet another rail. So expect this first frag to be pretty explosive here. As rockets firing out, we're gonna have another battle here over the Mega, potentially. But Nosfa, yeah, he was holding on. Oh, missed that rail, but 0-0.
You love that play, Nosfa knowing that he's pinned down and using the rocket jump again, the passive for Ranger, doing less damage to get out of there. Make sure that he doesn't take any rail damage. Ooh, and the Dire Orb play, I like that one. Takes a big rocket, though, to the back. Does steal away the heavy.
That was perfect.
Yeah, so many rails coming out from Raisy. Here's the dual wield. Oh, no.
Oh, my God, dude. That was so 5-head right there. That was incredible. And that's why, dual wield can be so nasty.
Yeah, absolutely disgusting. Pushes him onto the jump pad and knows he's going to have to come back up. And then he's like, I'll kill you when you get back. Don't worry. It's a round-trip ticket on me.
That's where the game truly goes to slow-mo and you hear the player, no.
Exactly.
It's like you know exactly what is going to happen in the next 2 minutes. It's the worst. So nice rail through the railing there to also grab that Mega. Now knows exactly where his opponent lands. Another rail, follows up with a second 140. And the hammer of Raisy is coming down as 2 minutes in. He grabs his second frag, and he gets that heavy. This is exactly where we were on DM6 10 minutes ago.
Oh, the shotgun doesn't come up from Nosfa, no. And yeah, I thought maybe playing the distance game against Raisy might help, and no, Raisy's just hitting these rails, and Nosfa, again, struggling to hit rails. So that makes the game one-dimensional. It makes you have to force into close quarters, and that's, again, another deadly way to go down. As Raisy wants that with a dual wheel. There he is, jumping literally on top of Nosfa. Nosfa cannot buy a rail to save his life. This is going to be bad.
It is kind of bad. I mean, we're seeing the pace of Raisy definitely pick up some more. So we got rail on rail, and Raisy knows I'm not going to win this one. He backs off and still lands the rail. He is in danger zone right now, but just look at this positioning 40. This is nutty. He lands 2 great rails. He puts himself in a defensive spot to land that second one and then easily cleans up. And Nosfa is definitely hurting a bit. He is going to be able to dire up to the heavy to grab that away, but I kind of feel with the score of 0-6, we should see 5 minutes on the clock, but it is 3 minutes and 22 seconds on the clock, and that just seems wild. Finally, Nosfa has to be able to stop Raisy, and he does as he ticks him down and finally gets his first frag.
Puts his frag on the board, a little bit of stabilization here. Nice rocket jump using that passive again. Trying to chase Raisy, but he needs to hit this damage, and he's just struggling with these rails.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's got to be one of those things that is going to be in your toolbox to try to defeat someone like Raisy, I mean, you know he's going to do that to you. You've got to be answering back on that damage. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself just kind of, you know, coming back into the fight, but being a little bit weaker each time. It's going to result in a frag for his opponent. So Nosfa doing everything he can to try to keep some kind of control, to try to take at least one of these major items back into his hands. He rocket jumps up to the top level. Mega's still a long ways away, and he really has to, unfortunately, give up the heavy there. Now, how does he, you know, get back in at this point? He's got to wait for the dual wield to come out. There it does get popped. The orb goes out. It does nothing. And Raisy is hungry for blood. Another dual wield frag, 1-7.
And even though you're up by that much and you have a decent stack and you have dual wield, it's still kind of crazy to just drop onto your opponent's LG like that. And that just shows the level of confidence Raisy's playing with right now. He's just like, yeah, if you make a great play, fantastic. But I have a feeling you might not be able to, so I'm just going to do this. This is how I want to play.
I mean, Forty, can we just stop for a second and, like, imagine what it must be like to play Quake being like, oh, my rail is totally just going to eat them or my LG is going to eat them for breakfast. Like, I'm just going to jump on top of them and do that. That would be a glorious thing. I dream about that, but I never actually came true.
I just want to be able to hit like 12% LG. One day, I'll practice a lot. There's the dual wield again, pushing him off the churro. The dire orb coming in, barely missing the rocket damage on that one as Nosfa, small victories, able to steal away the heavy, but both players extremely weak, and Nosfa still trailing by 7.
That's the second time Raisy's also gotten away from a fairly major engagement just by the skin of his teeth. And, you know, if that could have been a conversion frag for Nosfa, that was the second time I saw that one happen. It could be 3-8 versus the 1-8. This is a tough deficit to claw back from. And one of the things he's got to do in order to actually claw back is be able to clean up those frags. But Raisy just doing too good of a job both offensively and defensively.
Yeah, and again, this is the Raisy that can just put on the brakes and play super defensive and vanish off the map.
Right.
So it doesn't matter how small the map is. Nosfa has to, oh my God, he just gave him my haircut with that rail. Just the tip of the head. It doesn't matter how small the map is when Raisy's so good at playing defensive and can just disappear. Nosfa's just in a world of hurt right now. Down 7, 330 left. There's a dual wheel trap. Okay.
Oh, all right.
He had the answer that time.
That was like, now maybe you're getting a little bit too confident, but that was dirty. I love it. Raisy, though, still looking good on this one as he gets hit with yet another rail. Nosfa, can he bring this one back? Good reaction on that. Dire orb into the rocket. I like it. So still though, 6 frag deficit. That is a hard one to make up. Jumping rail misses. Gonna rocket jump up to the top. Double rocket jump. Does land a nice rocket. Can't hit that rail. It would have been so beautiful.
Wow.
And there he does finally grab it. And another one. All right. This is Nosfa's time to bring it back.
Yeah, he's making a strong argument for it, at least. Nice little shimmy there to avoid the rail. And he's got perfect timing on that Mega. So cycling the items while getting the frags he needs, but he needs to keep the damage up high. And this is exactly where Raisy's so good. But look at that. Now using the passive more, moving around better, and hitting these rails, Nosfa heating up.
And I like that, right? And in most situations, it's Raisy who's doing the surprising. So you might as well use what tools you have in your belt. And I think, right, throwing off surprise, although that one was just he sent him an invitation, 40. He's like, hey, I'm going to be there in about 1 second. And Raisy was ready for him the moment that he got there. Next time, don't text your buddy that you're going to show up.
Don't
just
drop
show
the
up.
pin.
Yeah.
A little brutal, but again, at that point, he didn't have much of a choice. Had he maybe gotten the rail swap earlier, he would have been able to get the frag.
Yeah.
He hit a big direct, but yeah, you got to start taking risks at this point. And that's some good LG from Nosfa. Still down 6. He's able to grab this heavy and maybe make a play off the spawn. Oh, no! To the heavens! Oh, my God, he just got floated.
That is the worst when you look around and you can't even tell where it's coming from. I was watching through Nosfa's POV and he was just kind of like, what's going on there? There it is. There it is.
Hit the bucket.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Swish. 5 to 11. This one's definitely going to go back to Raisy. But Raisy's playing phenomenally. That was a great form coming out from him today.
Yeah, really, really strong play from Raisy, but I love the fact that Nosfa's still in it and he's not giving up and almost gets this frag potentially. Nothing to lose at this point, push on in, but Raisy's going to be able to capitalize on that. 12-6 with 1 more minute of pain for Nosfa. Still, I mean, as we saw earlier in the set between Tox and Cygib, you play until 10. You never know what's going to happen. You just keep playing, keep fighting. Good rail from Nosfa. He's going to drop down and hit another great rail. 4 frag deficit.
I mean, think about some of those early frags, too, that, you know, Raisy just got away with 20 HP or 35 HP, and this could be a 10 to 12 game right now. He's still going to give it his all, orb up, and try to get behind him. The flank doesn't work. Raisy's going to get the LG kill with the dual wield, and that is 8 to 13. And Raisy takes game 2.
Convincingly. Convincing game 2 after... Oh, no. Well, put the Raisy stamp on it. That's official.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, someone in chat mentioned that kind of like gray ranger skin.
Yeah.
You know, and I do gotta say, I know people are like, it really doesn't matter at the end of the day, but I said in chat, I was like, that thing is practically like the bright green keel of Quake 3. Like, I just feel like you can see it from a million miles away.
Yeah. You may not be doing yourself any favors.
Maybe. I won't question his decision over that. So, Raisy takes game number 2, looking to try to close this one out in 3. Not going to have that nail biter that we thought, you know, maybe we'll get it, because Raisy wants to ruin our fun by having some fun of his own. And actually, it's been great to watch him in both these games. I'm totally kidding. But as we go on to the 3rd and final map, we're going to Ruins, and it's going to be a Visor versus Nyx. And when we were looking at the picks and bans, 40, this is the one where I was like, I feel like this is Raisy. Like, he wants to be here all day, every day on Nyx versus a Visor. You know, I think this does not look great for Nosfa, potentially trying to take this one with at least 1 win under his belt.
I mean, it's going to be an uphill battle because, again, we mentioned the aggressive and defensive ability of Raisy, and put a Nyx in his hands. If he gets the lead early and he's playing defensive and he's got a ghost walk, like GG. Just throw your keyboard out the window. So we will see exactly how it plays out. Hopefully, he's got a little something left in the tank, does Nosfa, so he can try and get 1 map on the board. But Raisy's just looking so strong, so dominant right now, and it just snowballs, right? He might come out the gates with a super aggressive ghost walk play and just in the first 30 seconds absolutely demoralize Nosfa. We'll see, because it's the Raisy show sometimes, and he'll just be like, you know what? I feel like doing this. Like, this is just what I'm going to do. That's just crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, Raisy's gotten that early lead in the first 2 minutes, had full control in the first 2 minutes. It's just been a barricade that Nosfa's not been able to quite bash through, and he needs to, you know, sip or chug a pitcher of Kool-Aid, 40 Lions, and he needs to Kool-Aid man his way through that wall. Just, oh yeah.
Oh yeah. We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like all of his problems would be solved if he just picked Keel, but that's fine. I'll save that lecture for another day. As we're going to get into map number 3 for the first featured match of the day, Nosfa versus Raisy. Raisy officially grabbing the series, but trying to make it 3-0. We're live right now on Roots of Sarn.
We are, and let's see if Raisy can duplicate his efforts from the last 2 maps where he's got a quick 2 frags and full control. So far, he is going to make his way over to the Mega, immediately holds off on that. And this is interesting. I like that. Does catch a rail coming out from Nosfa, but he'll immediately go back and just grab that Mega. Now, timing is off here. Unclear what Nosfa knows at this point. But Raisy in a great spot to at least contest this heavy and then back up and make his way over to that Mega. So here we go. It is popping up. He's going to grab it. Oh, no. Fighting on the stairs was not the best idea. Raisy in the best position possible. First frag on the board, and here might come that quick 2. In fact, I think it's inevitable. It's inevitable. Oh my God. He just blew up the car and then walked away, not looking at it, 40.
That's just the most cold shit I've ever seen. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Oh man, that is you hate love to see it, don't you?
It's as if Nyx had the vision, but he just it's insane. What a way to go up 2-0. And again, Nosfa has to be slightly demoralized, but there's still a lot of game to play, so he has to try and hang in there. But again, stuck down below this jump pad yet again.
Yep. I don't think we're going to see a repeat performance, but Raisy's got everything. He can run away, and if he does, Nosfa's still going to play this one slow and steady, you know. And he does have a little bit of a stack. He's doing everything that he can, but Raisy's just doing a paint by numbers, and every single time he sees just a little pixel, there's a nice rocket. Got to follow up to that one. Nope, he's going to slip down, grab that light. Oh, misses that rail, but Nosfa's like, I'm done with this. Let's go. Let's play.
Now, I don't want to assume anything, but was that Raisy kind of playing with his food? I would say yes. I mean, come on. That was just Raisy being the gatekeeper. He takes a rock and he finally backs off. But Raisy was having a little too much fun right there, I feel like, with Nosfa. And oh my God, just these rockets just adding up. And here comes the aggressive Ghost Walk. He's going to go for it. Buckshot to the back.
Oh, man. I mean, at this point, this is the scariest version of Raisy that you can get. I don't think there's a scenario that runs through his head where he's like, I'm going to lose it, unless he gets up and walks away from his computer right now. And that's scary, right? Like when he's like, yeah, I'll try this. I'll make this shot work. I'll trap him here. This is not an opponent I would want to be up against right now. And we hit that 3-minute point, 40. It is 4-0. But I feel like the score doesn't represent the absolute domination that Raisy's been dishing out here this entire map on Ruins.
I don't think it does either, but what hurts the most is the fact that Dan is right, and that is what's going to keep me up at night. As another Mega goes into Raisy's pocket, 4-0, no signs of stopping, and again, he's using all the sound cue. We already saw this. Okay, Nosfa, luckily, it doesn't run into the shotgun blast again, jumping across that gap, but Raisy's he's playing in a way where it's just like, hey man, you do something and I'll just counter it. Like I'll play around your sound cues, I'll play around the pickups. Like I don't have to do anything. I'm in cruise control mode right now.
That's exactly what it feels like as I'm watching this. You know, just smooth sailing, and just not a whole lot you can do to combat it. So Nosfa's still not gonna give up, and he should not. You know, 4-0, you can make that up in this situation. I think, again, Ghost Walk has just been the bane, right? When he's gotten close to it, Raisy can use it to back off. He's also used it in an aggressive manner. And at that point, you just don't even know how your opponent might use it. That might be even scarier. So Raisy continuing to just pick his battles and not necessarily overcommitting if he doesn't have to. It seems like he's slowed down just a little bit, but I think that's because Nosfa's been hitting some shots and definitely means some business.
Wow, the rocket. And yeah, he just doesn't seem challenged. He doesn't seem bothered by any of the stuff that Nosfa's trying to throw at him. A comfortable Raisy is a scary, scary Raisy right now.
Yeah, and then you know, I tend to agree with chat, talking a little bit about the champion picks overall. I felt like they certainly benefited Raisy, especially when he was able to get into that comfortable style. You can't really anticipate that, but you've got to, you know, feel like you're in a position where I'm going to be effective versus my opponent in the map and with the champ pick. So Raisy in the corner this time. What can Nosfa do? Well, we see a rail into a quick Ghost Walk, but Nosfa running after him might regret that decision as he get electrocuted down for Raisy's 5th frag.
It's just brutal. What do you do? What do you do besides just start thinking, you know, I'm going to get out of here in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. I just got to hang in there. Just got to hug the ropes and I'll be done with this.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, I have zero. Oh, man. So much damage. And that has also just got to not feel awesome at all for Nosfa. I don't know what you do at this point, right? Your opponent has that Ghost Walk. You've got to try to burn it, but with Raisy, I just don't think you can. It's a hard plan, right, to execute. I think right there he used it as in a defensive manner, but I do not know the answer to that question. 40. It is this just Raisy looks too good right now.
Yeah, and it's very, very scary here. And it's also, again, just so unbothered. No matter what damage he takes or where Nosfa is, he's just like, all right, whatever. We want to have a fight. I guess we can have a fight right now. Nosfa, good job following up and converting off that rail. It's still trailing by 4, and so much damage he took from that battle.
Yeah, came out of that battle with what? Just over, a little over 25. I guess he's just, 35. Picks up that mega. And he just really hasn't had the stack either. You know, he's been getting kind of leftover major items here and there. He will finally actually have grabbed both of them in this situation. So if the most important thing, I don't even think a frag is the most important thing here in the next little round, but probably trying to keep some sort of control. Of course, he's also down by 4 and needs to make that. He knows exactly where his opponent went to. And Raisy just too smart here. Up the side, does go up the jump pad, decides to ghost walk. That was probably a good idea. We do see Nosfa seeing a little trail behind him, but he can't get the angle. 40. He's going to sit on that heavy, but now it's time that might be the bigger enemy.
And this is just why it's so frustrating, because Raisy knew, like, okay, if you commit, I'll just ghost walk and I'll just run away. The items are synced up, so I'll get one eventually, and then it'll just repeat the process. Like, how often can I make you frustrated and pissed off? For these last 2 minutes is essentially how Raisy's going to play this.
Yep, and now Raisy's going to go back to the Ruins clubhouse, where it's hard to get in and out of. He pops that vision, but it is not really going to help him at all. A little early on that rail. 2 minutes remaining. 4 frags seems doable, but Raisy is just not letting it happen. Their first rail to open things up. Doesn't look like he's able to go after. Sees Raisy popping up to the back. Playing cheeky here in the final moments, but there is nothing he can do.
Nope. And this is just pure, yeah, come get me. I'm gonna have a coffee. I'm good. 4 frag lead, I don't have to do anything. And that's the most frustrating, right? It's like if a boxer went up to the other boxer and was like, you get a free shot, go ahead. But then just dodges everything. It's just like, damn it.
Right. Yeah, and it's unfortunate, you know. Raisy's just staying on top of it. Knows with that vision, but again, it does nothing here.
Oh,
situation through the doorway. Raisy with the rail. Ouch.
I think I'm gonna have to ask him, why are you such a bully? I'm just Oh man, he timed that ghost walk so well right after the vision was gonna be cut out. Just missed that rail. There might be a frag here for Nosfa, and he does get one. Nailed it.
Nailed it. Less than a minute left to go here. Raisy is going to end up taking this series 3-0. And unfortunate, you know, Nosfa had some good moments. It wasn't a complete stomp, except for when it was. And, you know, it's unfortunate. We'll see Nosfa drop down to a 5-4 record. Very, very worthy opponent to fall to, like nothing to be certainly ashamed of. We all know where Raisy has been throughout the past few seasons here of the QPL and where he wants to go. So you're definitely playing, you know, one of the best in the
You lose.
Nosfa's like, get me out of here, man.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. That was too funny.
Brutal. That was brutal. That was brutal. Let's bring back the creatine cowboy, see how he feels about what we just witnessed here. Dan, I don't know where you're at. Bring the broiled chicken or whatever you're eating. Hi, Dan. How are you? What do you think?
Have you been? Can you hear Dan? You think we would have just let you talk for like 30 seconds without being like, Dan, we can't hear you. We can't hear. No, you're not muted at all.
Yeah.
I was on VMix.
Yeah, I mean, you were, but not to us. So that's what makes this whole thing
Oh,
hilarious
so
to
you
me.
were street. Oh, that's even funnier because everyone's like, you literally did that, Wheaton 40. You just ignored him for. He was saying, Dan will not say anything more intelligent and insightful than what he just dropped.
Yeah.
And there's no way he could recreate that.
You
that
all missed it.
statement that
It
he
was
just
beautiful
made.
prose, really.
I mean,
Good casting, guys.
pretty sure, given his that little advice he gave there, like I think I'm ready for QPL now. Like that was solid. I wish everyone could have heard that.
It's been such a good day. Dan, how do you feel about what we just witnessed?
I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. It was brutal. Let's just summarize it that. It was brutal. Credit to Nosfa, but he went up against a player who's just playing on another level recently.
Yes, as we take a look at the stats for map number 3. The breakdown for the weapons. And yes, Nosfa just ran up against a brick wall that is Raisy, getting stronger and stronger as we get closer and closer to the finals. And that is just Raisy imposing his will on his opponent. And we might see more and more of that, and it's only going to spiral more and more out of control, which is terrifying.
I mean, he's looking in really, really great shape. And we kind of talked about a little bit 40, not too much, but this is going to be an exciting finals this season, right? I really do think we're going to see some wild stuff take place at QuakeCon between all of the different folks that I think that have the potential to maybe walk away as a champion. Seeing Raisy in this type of condition right now, as we still have many weeks left to go, this is really exciting for what the potential for the finals will be.
Yeah, we are going to see some crazy stuff, both from the players and Dan and I, because we are going to rip each other's shirts off and shave Quake symbols into our chest hair. But nevertheless, I do believe we're getting Raisy in here for an interview. That's neither here nor there. And a bench press contest. We got a whole bunch of stuff. So yeah, buy your tickets. See you guys at QuakeCon.
Real content.
We're getting Raisy in here to have a little chat with him and see how he feels about that. So just going through the microphone check and everything. But yeah. Fantastic first featured match. Unfortunately for Nosfa, not so much on his end, but again, running into a brick wall, confident, collected Raisy that can just both play aggressive and defensive. Nothing more frustrating in the world, really. Because again, even when you feel like you have a chance, you have full item control, it's because he's just gone off the map. He's disappeared and you can't find him.
I thought what was really impressive was just the efficiency of Raisy, as you say, right? Like every time he pressed, it turned into a kill pretty much. It wasn't any real kind of pre-game before then. It was, he knew exactly the moment he needed to go in and he got a kill. And off the back of it, he didn't even really need to defend. He just hit.
There really are some moments, Dan. It's like it's that movie Action Star where they do that thing where they like foresee what's going to happen in the next 49 seconds and then they do everything. Like that's kind of, especially on DM6, that's how Raisy felt, right? Like from that mid-level to the rocket jump over killing him at Mega. There were just so many moments like that it's why I keep saying like Raisy felt almost robotic, right? It is almost perfection. But then there's other times where he's just playing like a solid Raisy. Like, well, it sounds like we have Raisy now, so I'll wait to ask this question.
Raisy?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? Congrats.
Thank you. Hi.
Congrats.
You want to go first?
Yeah, sure. So I'll try to do my best to understand. Hey, like, so Raisy, sometimes when I watch you, I feel like I watch two different Raisys, right? I watch like the very disciplined, just Raisy, good aim, good decision making, playing the game like you would expect someone like your caliber to play. And then I think there's sometimes where there's this Raisy that just is so confident in game that you begin to pull off these shots that I didn't even think they were possible. You begin to attack in a way that looks like it has been, orchestrated to result in a frag. This is my perspective. Do I sound crazy to you right now? Or do you feel like there are moments in the game where you also sort of feel that way, where there's almost like a flow versus the just using your raw skill sets?
Well, no, you are certainly right. There are times when I manage to pull things off the way I plan them to, and when they happen the way I mean for them to happen, then it looks like as if everything just works perfectly in my favor. And then there are times when I fumble my movement, I miss a crucial shot, or whatever else. My opponent reacts differently than how I anticipated him for, and then things don't go so smoothly anymore for me. So depending on how well things work out, decision making and planning ahead, there are times when I perform way better than I sometimes do some other times. But generally I do have like a game plan behind what I'm doing, even if it's like micro decisions in the heat of the moment. I still have, like, because of experience, I have like an expectancy of, oh, if I do this, then these are the possibilities of what's gonna happen as an outcome. And sometimes they happen the way I anticipate them for, other times
Sure.
not so much. This
Awesome,
time it
thank you.
happened in my favor. Like most of the things I tried actually worked out really well.
Maybe that's why. Maybe it was just one of those games where everything that you were planning and executing really worked out. But congratulations, great job.
Thank you.
Yes, congrats, Raisy. I actually want to look ahead to finals now, since I don't know if we'll speak to you before then. So, I mean, as somebody who has now been in and around the finals pretty much every event yet, unfortunately not had the belt yet, what, in your opinion, needs to change for you to finally take home that belt? And what have you been focusing on that will take you to that next level? Basically, I want to see, from your opinion, how are you now going to win Quake?
The main thing is that I should stay in the upper bracket. If I can do that and not have a map disadvantage in the best of 7 grand final, then I might just make it happen and win it. But for that, I really do need to stay in the upper bracket, because I've gone through the lower bracket a few times now. I am familiar with that path, and it's not an easy one.
I agree. Well, congrats, Raisy. I have a very simple question for you. What is the one thing food-wise you're looking forward to in Texas? Is there anything that you're just dying to eat?
In the hotel, there's a chicken salad that I really like.
That's still kind of healthy. I thought you were going to go with something just
Texas
barbecue.
chicken salad is not healthy, my friend.
Well,
That's
it was
This
yummy.
is why
true.
you look like you.
That's probably true. I'm going to have 3 with mayonnaise. Raisy, congrats. I look forward to eating chicken
Congrats,
salad
Raisy.
with you.
congrats.
And we'll see you again soon.
Thank you. See you
Congrats.
guys.
Take care. I love it.
I'm offended, Dan. All right. It's probably healthy. No, you're
I
right.
gotta try this chicken salad, is
yeah,
what I'm
exactly.
thinking. Like, I
Yeah.
gotta. Wow, let's go. The first thing I do when I get there, I'd be like, "Where's the chicken salad?"
Do you know who I am? Where is my chicken salad? All right, it's been a long day. We got one more featured match on the way. It's going to be Sirius versus Zenaku. Don't go anywhere. We'll try and keep it together for the next set, and we'll be back shortly with more Quake action. Welcome back to the Quake Pro League, where we got the best chicken salad in the world. I am 40 Lions, joined by ZSX and Wheat, and we are about to get into our last featured match of the day, and it's going to be Sirius versus Zenek.
Yep.
I am unmuted as well, so I can talk now. I'm looking forward to this one a lot. Like, Sirius, in my opinion, is probably the most improved player in the QPL, going up against the former most improved player in the QPL in Zeneku. I think Sirius has surpassed at least my expectations, but pretty much everyone's expectations. He's been able to take his mechanical skill and combine it with a much stronger mental fortitude and more rounded game plan. So he's done everything we knew he needed to do, and he's done it fairly quickly as well.
Yeah, and I think with like some of those wins and successes, that's got to be good for just building up more confidence to say, yep, I should just keep doing what I'm doing. I think he's a really entertaining player to watch. He's entertaining in chat, right? Like he's in it. He's a full QPL participant at this point. But I love what you said, Dan, in terms of like most improved players, right? Because this is kind of an ongoing storyline that we've heard in QPL time and time again. Like, yeah, we've got our legends that have been in Quake for years and years and years, and kind of, you know, it actually Sirius sort of fits in that mold. But when you talk about who is improved, I would put these two, you know, together and say, let's battle out, see who is the best of the most new, improved, and QPL, you know, whatever that comparison is.
I think the interesting thing is that he's now entering a period of the QPL, kind of the reverse of Chain, where he's played everyone that is beatable for him, and now he's entering a period where he's playing pretty much the top 6 back to back to back, and this is going to be the maker of where he stands in the QPL. If he can come out of this sitting where he is not, like, that's super impressive, right? But he does have Zenek, Wenger, Rafa, Raisy, Kilson all coming up, so it's going to be a real big test for the next few weeks.
Yep, the monster of memes and mechanics going up against Zeneku again, who's had a pretty good season, I think, all in all. Some upsets, some ebb and flows. He's got kind of a new approach to the game and maybe to life in general, which is helping him. And, you know, it never hurts to reassess your position to the game and kind of your approach to the game in terms of practice, how much you're practicing, quality of practice, all of that comes up big. And Zeneku looking to add more wins to this season as we take a look. Not too shabby. I mean, the loss against Nosfa may have been a surprise. Loss against Raisy, teammate, a little bit brutal, but all in all, pretty good season for Zen.
I think dropping maps consistently is going to be a worry for him, particularly when you're looking at QuakeCon in a tournament setting. You know, all it takes is for one of those 1-1 settings to go the wrong way, and it's not a 2-1 in your favor, and you're down in the lower bracket. So that can happen in a tournament. But obviously, the only player this season to beat Rafa. What can you say to that? You know, so
Yeah, I mean, in some regions of the world, people would say that's an automatic win for Zeneku, right? On the other hand, if you look at all of the losses, I would agree with you. I think that Nosfa losing Nosfa 1-2, right? Clearly not his best performance, but I think Zeneku's had more of a mix of, right, the talent that exists in QPL. So he's sort of past that point of, you know, I can come up against the best of them. Whereas like Sirius, this is his match to show and hopefully take that momentum into the later weeks here of this season of QPL.
Let's take a look at the pick bands and see exactly what we have in store for us for the last game of the day. Deep Embrace, Molten Falls, Corrupted Keep. It's going to be Ranger versus Strug on Deep Embrace. A little bit of Slash versus Anarchy on Molten Falls. And then Galena versus Eisen on Corrupted Keep for the last map of the day. Gentlemen, how do you feel? Wheat, we'll start with you.
Well, first off, I'm, you know, big fan of Deep Embrace, and especially I think with these two champions make for an interesting dynamic. On Molten Falls side, not surprised to see that with the Nyx ban as well. And I think it's the last game that's kind of the most interesting to me in terms of how the Galena stacks up versus the Eisen with the BJ band there. I could see that being a sort of a rail heavy long distance game, but you know, anything can go, especially with two players like what we've got here. So looking forward to kind of the explosiveness of these first two games potentially, and then you know, what we'll see in Corrupted Keep.
Yeah, the main one I'm looking at is that map 2 actually, and that the Slash versus the Anarchy. Obviously, Sirius picks up Molten Falls. Generally don't think we've seen him play an awful lot of Slash this stage. And from his play style, he generally, in my perception anyway, likes to play slightly slower, more positional, heavily based obviously around his rail and then following up with the LG. But he was almost forced into picking the Slash to go with the tempo that Zeneku might want to set. So interesting to see if that was strategical or how he adjusted that one, but I agree. Otherwise, it's fairly standard picks across the board, and Deep Embrace, Corrupt to Keep should be really fun.
Well, we're going to get right into it. I'm going to go hang out with my cat on the couch and watch this. You guys, the adults, can handle this, and I'm going to take a break because I deserve it.
Excellent.
Bye.
Thanks, 40. Enjoy that break. Yep. Notice how 40 left without any predictions. So we're going to do things a little different. You cannot predict Dan based off of skill. You can only predict based off of which skin you think is better than the other.
Oh, all right. I'm liking it.
So for game one, I'm going to have to go serious on this one.
Yeah, Ranger.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a no-brainer. We have Santa Quake World Ranger against, which I think is default skin with a bow tie Zeneku.
Yeah.
It's not
I
good
mean,
look
the bow tie is classy. I can appreciate that, right?
Yeah.
But a bit more limited on when that attire is appropriate. Low poly Ranger. I'm with it. But the Santa hat, you could show up anywhere with the Santa hat and people would be happy. So I feel like
beard as well, man.
And we've got the matching gun with the Santa hat. So I'm gonna have to say that game one is gonna go to Sirius, and we don't know what skins they're gonna use for game 2 and 3, so we can't predict that far.
We have to go game by game. We have to keep it real time. I don't think the bow tie goes with the wings of Strog. The whatever they're called.
You think he'd look better in a tux, is what you're saying?
I mean, if you're gonna get the bow tie, you gotta get the ensemble.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
I mean, I think Strog should be like Reservoir style suit, right? Like just a white shirt, thin black tie. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is our second featured match. We're going on to Deep Embrace, and I really am hoping for a nice, chaotic game here. And we'll find out here. So which skin will win? Will it be Sirius or will it be Zeneku?
That's like the reverse statement of any referee. I want you to go out there and kick the shit out of each other.
This is true. Let's go.
Opening with a nice rail. Well, whilst we didn't talk about predictions, what I will say is I do think that Zeneku poses a very different challenge to Sirius. I see Zeneku as somebody who is just almost unparalleled at adapting his own game to the way his opponents play. So he just won't allow Sirius to play the heavy aim-based style he wants to. And it's going to be interesting to see how Sirius begins to adapt to these players up in the top end of the leaderboard who are just more adept at imposing themselves.
Yeah. I mean, and it's hard to create a game plan for that, right? You just kind of have to rely on your own instincts in game, and I think be able to adjust your game. Wow, 2 great rails right off the bat here from Sirius, and it's not going to put him in a position to easily capture a frag, but suddenly it's going to make this next round of majors pretty important. Sirius is still hanging out over on the heavy side. Ooh, looked away for just a moment. Might have had a nice shot lined up, but that means Zen is going to grab that mega. But look at how slow and steady this Deep Embrace game has been thus far.
Oh, nice. And a lovely follow-up as well.
Lead taken.
What?
Just plays like a turret, just standing there, using those audio cues.
That is, that's just can't feel good. And there's going to be frag number 2 in the first minute 45. As, I mean, look, if you need to start figuring out a better way to think about predictions, just look at which skin looks cool. There you go. Already being proven out here in the first 2 minutes.
Oh, lovely burst damage there. Zen will go down. No, he actually stays alive.
Okay. I'm a little surprised by that, Dan. I thought he got enough rocket damage right off there at the bat, but or at least in a position where it's like I can control this fight. But Zeneku on the board now. Sirius once again just lining up that cursor, letting Zen walk right into it to land the rail, and it's working.
Yeah, a big part of that came down from the damage Zen did in the previous engagement. Messy frag from Sirius, but this is what Sirius does best, which is just get some weapons, get a stack, stand on the mid ground, and out-aim. So I did say Zen should be able to adjust to this, but so far, really struggling. I mean, his opponent is hitting 88% rail. There is a reason why he's struggling, but
yeah,
have to adjust.
Yeah, really interesting as Sirius actually kind of gets Zen out of the heavy room, but then waited a long time to pick it up. Now, I do think that Zeniku heard that one. It's a nice tribal coming out of that teleporter. We will see Peeker come out. Big rocket to the rail, and 3-1.
Nice.
Rail off the spawn as well. 76% rail, 13 fired, 10 of those have hit.
Those he does miss now, you know, when you base your game so heavily on it, those you do miss can come back to haunt you. Gave Zen a free pickup there. Zen slowing the pace down. He's just afraid of Sirius at the moment. Sirius doesn't give you an inch with regards to information. It's so slow on the mid ground that you can't close that gap.
Yeah, and it really limits kind of, you know, your own sort of routes in the game. Wow. Into the orb. Peeker does come out,
timing.
but another one with the shotgun. 4-1. Beautifully done. Zen should be able to pick this one up, and he does off the spawn with that LG very quickly. 4-2. And as long as Zen can keep up with grabbing those frags and potentially converting them, like, he's still sitting in a good spot.
Nice.
And it goes to show that you can still hit a 70% rail and lose a game. But Sirius might actually be looking at being tied up here. LG is out. The chase is down. Sirius, 31 points of health, but Zeniku turns back around after picking up that health, and we are tied now 4-4.
Yeah, that got too greedy there. You saw the thought process going into it, but when he didn't get the frag, he shouldn't have carried on chasing, and now he's being baited into these engagements by Zen, who is healthier than Sirius. Sirius continuing to push, think he can get that frag, but the window of opportunity does feel like it's closed its gaps there. Zen has the speed to get away and the weaponry to keep Sirius at bay, so he's had to give up that mega, but he's got himself back in the lead.
Well, you know, you can shoot 70% rail all day, but you still got to make those rocket jumps too. So Zen up by 1 frag now after a pretty solid opening there by Sirius. Kind of putting on a clinic with that rail. It's going to be landing another one there. But as you mentioned, that speed is kind of an issue, especially, of course, every time that dire orb is down. So no rocket jump this time. Gonna use the jump pad. Let's see if he actually heads on over. Peeker quickly dispatched, but can't get to the heavy in enough time. And I think that could be a big decider. If he could put a little bit more time between that Meg and the heavy, might be able to position a little bit better than how he is right now. He's just pretty much having to wait for Zen to kind of come to him.
Oh, I don't think that all connected. And that gives Zen an easy frag.
Yeah, and neither, you know, the reaction of both those players, I think, was didn't really favor either of them, but Zeniku able to kind of recover from that one. Now up by 2. More rails coming out. There's Peeker. I really like the Peeker usage here by Zen. I think he's I like what he's doing there, but Sirius with another set of rails. Grab another frag. Still down by 1, but there is time.
Oh, no. Yeah, there is time indeed, and it does feel like Zen made that adjustment now. He's able to work out how to get onto the high ground without being caught by Sirius. But as I say, that Sirius bounces him around. Should be an easy cleanup here. Oh, no. Just that end rail could come back so costly.
Yeah. Tie back up, Zen back down. He is within spitting range. Picks up a little bit more health. Oh.
That's a no-scope.
That will be a rough one. 7-6 now. And
76% rail.
That's not too shabby. OG fight here. Lower levels, out of some ammo, but a double rocket will clean him up. And now suddenly we see the tables turned yet again. When your head comes over the top of that column and you see your opponent, you pucker just a little bit.
It sees Zen almost expecting to get railed every
exactly.
corner he peeks around. This is the other side of the coin. When someone like Sirius hits so hard, you're forced into taking more rush shots, so it's harder for you to hit your own shots. It has that knock-on effect to your confidence and how you're aiming. But those type of pushes from Sirius, that overzealousness is almost that inexperience again coming in, giving an easy frag for Zen and allows Zen back into the game. No way is he going to get a frag here.
Oh.
Come on.
Wow. I mean, the anticipation as he jumped up from that box, that actually opened up some kind of free damage at that point, but there was nowhere for him to go.
That's a huge frag. That's as clean as you can get. Now Zen is extremely healthy, having got that pickup as well. Sirius hasn't got a rail to work with, and now is in a little bit of trouble. Question is, how does he get out of here?
He needs that rail. I think he's just going to feel better with that rail. Playing a little ring around the rosy, and that is going to be the opportunity. Actually decides to go for that heavy. Peeker comes out, orb as well. Rockets do not connect though, and Zen with a great choice with the LG there to tie it back up. 1 minute warning, and we're tied 99. This is how I like it.
How afraid Zen was of Sirius's aim right there. Just didn't want anything to do with an LG fight. Happy having tied it up, wants to play the long, but
oh my god! Oh, that little ledge. That map designer's like, I saved your ass. Oh, and Peeker's gonna come out, doing some damage, rail down. Both players very, very close on stacks. Oh, but this time, Zen hits the rail, up the jump pad with that shotgun, and that could be it. Sirius has to make a move in 12 seconds. He's not in a great place to do it. His opponent's gonna pick up that heavy, tries to orb right on top of him.
Oh
my
way.
god! Oh my god! He was so close. Bow tie won, man.
I was gonna say, Ranger deserved it, man. Don't know what to say. Stolen.
9 to 10. Those last few moments, if you were to snapshot 30 seconds where you think the game could have drastically gone the other way, right, in Sirius's favor, where do you think that moment was?
I mean, it was the biggest turning point was that clean frag off the spawn from Zen when he got a clean frag with a shotgun into the mega swoop, because then Sirius spawned upper and just delayed for 30 seconds, which allowed Zen to get all the weapons, reposition, and lock down the map, where Sirius should at that point try to retreat at least onto the rail to give himself a fighting chance. He just he didn't know what to do at that point. But otherwise, the big thing for me was, again, I think mainly inexperience from Sirius in some situations. He gave away some easy frags, but more importantly, he just gave up too much free damage, particularly when he was closing some of these frags out. And those small ins turn into big deficits against the best players.
Yeah. There are a few moments, too. I just feel like Zenecu had remarkable weapon selection, made good decisions on... right, the LG kind of came in clutch for him several times as a result. So 9-10, close game, took us all the way down to the final seconds as that machine gun was trying to chew away at Zenecu, but he takes game number 1, and now we are moving on to the Molten Falls.
Molten Falls, the slash against the Anarchy, and then this one, I imagine is going to play out in quite a similar way, which is, Sirius is going to try and get that rail, assert himself in the mid-level, and just engage in those type of fights, the long-range fights, chip away at his opponent. He very rarely loses on these exchanges. So again, the pressure is going to be on how does Zen adjust to that.
Yep. So as we're getting ready to pop in the next game, Sirius is using Slash with bunny ears in celebration of potentially Easter, or maybe just likes rabbits. And Zen going pretty standard here with this Anarchy.
Default skin again, like vanilla Zen.
Yeah, I mean,
Gotta go bunny ears.
I gotta go bunny ears, right? Yeah.
Oh, I mean, this is Zen's on the side down here. No creativity.
Maybe that's the distraction. It's like, I just got to change the default skins. Like, so what's been the biggest improvement for you, Zen, over the last few months? Like, well, I started using default skins. And it's going to change the meta.
Maybe that's your question if he wins this, right? Why the default Zen?
Yeah, there we go.
That's it.
That's what 40 will ask. Because apparently, I think 40 has, I don't know. He always is asking, like, these simple questions. And so what brand toilet paper do you I was just like, what? You have these great Quake players. I'm just giving you crap, 40. You've got some good ones too, but all your other ones make me laugh, so keep those up. All right, we're preparing to fight here as we move over to Molten. Sirius looking to try to bring this back, and we wouldn't mind that. I'd love to take it to game 3 for the decider, but Zenegu's looking to stop that one and say, nope, I am the most improved player this season. Let's go.
Absolutely. We all want a game 3, a decider. So bunny ears it is.
Let's see what happens here. Last time, the winning skin was in the lead, but default ultimately won out. So no pickups yet. We're about to have our second round here of our major items and opportunity to potentially delay those a tad. And Mega is getting delayed. Interesting, as Zen actually sees his opponent, doesn't go for it, but lands the second rail for what I think would be the little bit better of the exchange. Plenty of time to head back over. And additionally, no, he does. Never mind. So 1 minute in and still 0-0.
Here's yeah.
What was you?
Oh, everything froze for about 5 seconds.
Oh, okay. It's like, I don't know. Was it? Was it you? All right, well.
As we expected, Weed, it is a sort of a stalemate with Sirius trying to work his way into this mid-ground, but on the other hand, Zen with a good stack, use of the inject, is more confident now in pushing across the map.
Yeah, and I think he's going to need it, but trail is out. Send from the middle level. Wow, Sirius decides to go ahead and fight it out. Eject does come out. Rail misses, and Mega is picked up. And Zen has got to be feeling pretty good about that exchange. That absolutely worked out in his favor and is in position to grab this heavy.
Sirius has to do serious damage here. With the split between the major items, he has to try and delay Zen.
Oh, wow.
And he's done more than that. He'll even get a frag.
What? I mean, you said he was going to need to do serious damage, and that's exactly what he did. That first rocket kind of set him up to continue to dish it out. And that is a big first frag here for Sirius.
Yeah, unexpected as well, given the control Zen would had. But given the previous engagement, the split between the items, if he had missed out on that and given Zen free pickup, he would have been shut out of this map. So perfect timing for Sirius to take that engagement and pick up that frag.
And it's still, you know, stayed a little slow here even after that first frag, which I'm not too surprised about. Mega picked up by Sirius, and now it looks like he's just going to barrel his way over. Now holding that middle too. Knows exactly where his opponent is and is set up very nice here for the heavy. Ooh. That was unfortunate headbutt to the top of the arch there. But Sirius in a great position stack-wise.
Yeah, tremendous. Zen setting pretty as well, particularly after that rail. He's also got the inject coming off cooldown now, so he's going to fight. Doesn't even need to fight. He's going to take the Mega away for free. You can see him ready now for these positions of Sirius. In the first couple of minutes of Deep Embrace, he was often going getting caught off guard as they say that. Back turn to the TP. Now he's in a little bit of trouble, forced to pop that inject just ahead of this next heavy pickup, but Sirius decides to retreat, take up in a better position ahead of this next Mega.
Yeah, it's really interesting watching the routes of these two. I think there's been a couple of situations where they misread one another, which is kind of awesome because it's almost a surprise. Like, oh, I thought that they were going to go down. They went up. I thought they were going to be up. They went down. That actually worked out pretty decently for Zen, but a rail from Sirius will equalize things yet again, and I do think that he continues to have the just a little bit better positioning here overall, as he's going to trail up and now put himself in a spot to grab that Mega.
And lest we forget that a single rail as a light champion is absolutely crippling just because of the limited stack that you have. Unless you have full control, you just can't afford to take that level of damage, and that's why we see this almost stalemate. So as soon as one has some return damage, they just retreat. They forfeit the item.
And so when trades like that happens, one rail, but the other rails too, still significant for both players, but risky. A missed jump rail there again. Is he going to go in for that Mega? I was kind of thinking about it. Threw out some Tribal, going to try to drop down below. Great rocket, can't follow up with that rail. Sirius hurting just a little bit, no armor stack at all. He's going to pick up a light here. He knows exactly where his opponent is. Like, they're definitely running the routes.
The counter punching from Zen is incredible. Like, each one of those pushes was created by Sirius, but Zen was just ready for it. He was shutting it out before it even happened. And Sirius is really trying to break that deadlock, but Zen on the defense is being phenomenal so far.
Stopwatch.
This is going to be another round of major pickups here for Sirius.
Oh, the double back. Zen knows that once again he's ready for it. Huge rocket coming out the TP, swaps to the OG, but he's railable. Sirius wants to finish this now. He has an item to fall back on as well, but Zen takes the high ground. Sirius with the rail. No, Zen just lives.
That was very, very nice shot, though. And you know what? It wasn't a frag, but I don't think Zeniku can stick around for that Mega. But and yeah, he knows it. Sirius knows. He's got an idea on where he is. Hits with the Tribal, goes to the teleporter.
Oh, come on.
Not enough. And that game gave up that Mega, but I guess that would have been worth it if he would have got the frag. Didn't. I don't know if it was.
Sirius, is he mistimed this? Did he not know? It could come back to hurt. Zen knows exactly when it is. Oh, has to skedaddle. And all this pressure, it looks great and it is great, but all it takes is one overcommittal from Sirius and it's 1-to-1 and he's on the back foot.
You're right. You're right. It's like a dangerous spot to be in, and might have been why he chose not to run. Great rocket. Oh, it's gonna slip in, steal that Mega. A rail from up top. This should be able to finish him off, but no, he can't get an angle on the shotgun blast. So he is going to clean up some health potentially. Nope, just grabs that Mega and is in a good spot. I still don't think he wants to be overly aggressive, but should something not go his way, or if he is caught by surprise, 7 minutes and 28 seconds on the clock. We're just 2.5 minutes away from the end. And you're right, like, it's still a big burden for Sirius to try to hold on to that one frag and just play a perfect game at this point.
Yeah, mentally this is tough. Zen is always present, even though he's on the back foot. Look at him, he's always there, making himself known. Sirius can't switch off for a second. That inject can just turn a fight in a moment if Sirius does overcommit. Inject comes out again, he's expecting a fight over here by the heavy. Sirius is coming for it. Could be deciding.
Oh, switch over to the LG from the top. LG out for Zeniku 2. It's so close. The Tribal, the falling Tribal, beautifully placed, wonderfully done. Follows up off the spawn with the rail, and with less than 2 minutes to go, puts him in a good spot. We are going to have Mega up here just a second, and Zen, I don't think he can fight for it. In fact, he's just going to head on over and try to re-gear. 1.5 minutes remaining, Dan. It was very nicely done by Sirius.
He doesn't need a frag, he just needs to control the map now.
Yep.
Just needs to keep the pressure on, keep spamming. Keep your opponent away, not do movements like that. That was a big mistake. That was a huge mistake.
Oh!
That was overconfidence.
Oh my God!
Why?
No.
Why? Why are you taking that fight, my friend?
I don't know. We're tied though. He's like, well, I'm tied. I could still win the game in overtime. Yeah, I think he could have just backed off there when Anarchy was down below.
He knew exactly where Anarchy was going to be. He didn't need to be there. There was no reason.
We may never know. We may never know. Now Zen in a great spot as far as I'm concerned, especially just picking up those 2 frags. You're kind of in your opponent's head. You still got to play smart. He's gonna possibly be able to take full control here. Once again, Sirius knows exactly where he's off. Zen cutting him off. Does need a rocket for that play, but immediately grabs that heavy. Has an inject up. We're gonna have trail in about 5.
Juice it up, baby.
Right from down below. And now it seems like they've switched roles a bit.
Yeah, and it also feels like Sirius has lost his composure. He's lost timing a bit. He just needs to mentally reset and take a breath.
All right, we're in overtime. Next frag wins it. Heavy is up, and Zen is going to grab it. It's going to come down to probably that, you know, that playing your opponent and hitting that rail. First one is going to be from Sirius. Second one from Sirius as well, but he's hurt. Can't really chase on this one.
The problem is when that happens and you don't get a frag, you don't give up the other resources on the map. So Zen is sitting pretty. He's still got that inject, which is the big boon in this light versus light matchup. Basically has an extra pickup to his name. Sirius does steal away the heavy though, so that's really well played to delay that advance from Zen. Now that makes him even on stacks. Big rail coming out.
That's big rail. Super limiting the options here of Sirius coming in. He's going to catch him on the middle. Wow, Sirius lands a rail of his own. Zen picking up that mega. Doesn't find himself in any better position than he started the last 20 seconds. Oh, and now as he goes through, his opponent knows exactly where it is. Zen's going to go down for it. Avoids the rocket from up top. Similar situation to what we saw on the tying frag.
Injects up.
But this time, Sirius gets away.
Yeah, for now, but he's got no major items. He's going to push into the mega. He knows the timing of the rocket comes out from Zen. Big rockets and a shotgun to finish. I mean,
that's going to be a tough one to rewatch, right? I think Sirius is in such a good spot. He was up by 2. He had item control. He had upper middle control. He did hit the one rocket, which I think was sort of his, I hit that perfect rocket, right? And he was in a similar situation that yielded a frag earlier in that same game. So whether it was I did it once, I'm going to do it again situation, but I feel like there were 10 ways that Sirius got out of that situation, but only one way to, and that was like getting the frag, which I'm just not sure why he decided to take that fight.
I have a very famous cooler quote ringing in my ears at the moment.
Yeah, which one?
It's about know when to go aggressive and when not to go aggressive. I believe that was the quote, right? Which he said to Strengths. But it's like, it's exactly this. There's no reason to push in this scenario and just open up yourself to any sort of comeback material. And then this was even worse. The first I can't justify, but you can kind of argue he wants to see the game up. But that second one was mind-blowing.
So the off the spawn frag, I tend to, I think, forgive a little bit for, because that, up top, I think that Sirius thought he did more damage to Zen than he did, and that's like a tough call to make, right? Sometimes that move that he made there, that can win you games.
Yeah, but you're also 2-1 up with a minute to go.
Well, I agree. I'm not necessarily.
Listen,
it can win you games. And
You're playing against an Anarchy who has an inject. Maybe you didn't know he popped
You're
it.
right.
You
Fair,
just picked
fair.
up all major items, and then you're fighting into someone who has a light armor and a health to fall back on, and probably picked up a health on the way. And you really didn't do that much damage. Like, I think for me that was almost tilt. Like he as somebody myself who comes from a big aim background, you always trust your aim, and I think he actually believed he was going to win. But that's the downfall, right? It's not really appreciating all of the circumstances and just being a little bit angry, thinking you can win it. He's also a slash with no starting stack. Like,
Yep. Yeah,
I don't know,
know. Sometimes you spawn by the LG and you're just like, I spawned by the LG.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
gonna do it. Yeah.
Like, no. Well played, Zen. Once again, like you said, I said it. All it takes is one mistake and he can come back. Well played, Zen, for doing what Zen does. He knows how to stay in games and he knows how to win. And he didn't give an inch. Like, he was under so much pressure that whole map. Sirius played well that whole map, and all it takes is one moment, and that's it.
Yeah. I mean, we could talk about the skin prediction, but it doesn't matter at this point. Default skin. Well, it's the blue. It's the blue velvet that Zen seems to like. But I still think Sirius could take a game here. Right, both these games were by one. It wouldn't yield him a series win, but it would still be pretty great to take a game from Zeniku.
Yeah, I mean, in context, he could have won both these games. It's like they
Yeah,
both
sure.
they both played very, very well. It's not like Zen had an easy victory so far. So yeah, let's see.
Yep, let's see if we can do it. I don't know. I think probably Zen's he's probably like feeling in a winning mood. So
Yeah, and I'm tilted from just watching Sirius. I don't know how he feels. Okay.
well, first frag goes to Zen with 2 nice rockets and following up with that shoddy. And early on, it happens, but yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see as Zen's gonna pick up that heavy, and it's looking like a man on a mission for sure.
Pretty good start. This is obviously a map as much around these traps and close combat, which is also around the hit scan and the mid-range. Zen is not going to want to commit to any of Ona's engagements. He'll be smart around it.
Yeah, I don't know that he's going to be given the ability to get those totems down too. Just Zen is kind of all over things. He's going to defend and take that Mego thanks to the turret.
Yeah, and Sirius already making a few mistakes there, just giving up Mega for a little bit of chip damage. Not a good trade whatsoever. It's to just refocus and play slow and simple again.
Yeah, and I mean, it doesn't feel great to do that, you know, probably, especially for a player who probably isn't interested in necessarily playing that way, but you have to, right? You have to be willing to kind of give up your own play style and play against your opponent in that way. So it's unfortunate. There's some good rockets coming out, not doing a huge amount of damage, but keeping Zeniku at bay slows him down a little bit. 2 minutes in, and Zen just continues to lead by 1.
As much as Zen had the huge stack and lead, once again, you could see how cautious and aware he is of who he's playing against. He's just not wanting to get caught in any situations where he has to take these aim fights, because it's just not a good position for him to be in. So it's all about that adaptability from Zen once again.
Yeah, he's playing quite nice, using the turret to zone, keeping his spot. Mega's gonna be picked up. And I mean, the one thing that is still kind of remains decent here for Sirius is the major items are just too close for one person to control both of them. So, you know, we're going to see Sirius try to come in here and make something happen. Oh, but a huge rocket on the exit of the teleporter. His turret is down as well. That is going to allow him to get that heavy, but again, Sirius should get the mega, which he does. And that's the thing that Sirius just, he can't give that up. He cannot let Zeneku have both items.
No, but at the same time, the items being on the timings they are is actually in favor to Zeneku, because he's the one that doesn't want to fight. He's the one that wants to play this plus that game and have this stack in reserve. It's almost in Sirius's interest to try and split them and take a risk. I mean, it is only 1-1, so there's still a long way to go, and you can still play this slightly safer style. But it just means he's always going to have a fully stacked Zen to fight against as well.
Yeah. Nope, that's right. Continuing to control what he can. Another exit rocket, almost. Where it comes out. Oh.
Is that the server? Is that us? I'm seeing that as well, right? Jittery?
What do you see?
I'm very jittery.
Buttery smooth Quake experience right now.
Ah, yeah, it's just me again. I'm afraid.
No, it's not you. It's
I know.
not you.
I know. I'm being sarcastic.
Is it me? Sec. All right.
You're looking for. Yeah, this is it's Quake Champions 2. Watching right now. Yeah.
All right.
Oh well. We're back, I guess.
Clearly, one skin was just too much here for this game, so I might have to switch it up. The score unofficially when it closed was 0-2 in favor of Zeneku. We'll let you know exactly what's going to happen. If you just joined us, this is the second featured match, so this is the last game of the day. Zeneku took the first two games by 1 frag. Definitely worth watching if you want to go back and review that. Otherwise, we will see the conclusion here for Keep. Not sure what, do we just play out the 5 then, or?
It should be 0-1, I'm thinking as well, right? Because I'm guessing Sirius died mid-lag engagement, so I don't know how.
That would make sense.
Don't know what the admin's going to decide, but.
All right. Well, we'll let you know as soon as we know. So. Yeah, unfortunate. It does happen, but might actually be a blessing for Sirius. I don't know. We'll have to see.
I mean, the spawns on this map are a big deciding factor in sometimes the first frag or so, right? So if we were at a complete stalemate for 3 or 4 minutes before that frag, it could really change the dynamic for sure.
Yep, it could. We'll have to see. So we're recreating the match. 40 ran back. It's like, what the hell? No, you've still got a little bit of time.
40 and run. That's an image, yeah.
Wow. No chicken salad for you, my friend. Well, just a quick update on the chicken salad, by the way. We did do some research, and because 40 brought up a great point, which was like, wait a second. Do we know if this chicken salad has raisins in it? Definitely a fair question. But what we did find is that the venue where QuakeCon is at, they have a barbecue chicken salad. Now, unclear if this is the chicken salad that Raisy was talking about, but don't worry. The QPL casters, who are also expert investigative journalists, will find these answers for you in August if you don't come to the finals yourself, which, you should. Think about it. So.
We'll be there.
Yeah.
Don't know if that's good or bad, but we'll be there.
I will sign any chicken salad container anyone wants to. With anything. Just put anything. Yeah. There you go.
It's going to be good. I think we're still...
The chicken salad or the event? I'm like, which?
I'm actually really looking forward to chicken salad now. I hope it's not a letdown. But I don't even care how many calories are in it.
We're going to build it up so much that... Sorry, we're getting instruction.
Are we? I can't hear.
Okay. The official word is that it is indeed 1-0 for Zanaku, and it'll be 6 minutes left to play. So, yeah, we're going to hype up this chicken salad so much, like, it better be the world's best chicken salad.
Otherwise, we're blaming Raisy.
Yeah. He might be this season's Quake champion, but he sure isn't a culinary genius. That's for sure. We'll find out.
Man.
All right, we're going in 1-0 in favor of Zeniku, and then 6 minutes on the clock.
All right.
So, yep. The second frag absolutely started during the start.
Sirius gets LG spawn, so can this be deciding? Zen has no real hit scan beyond the machine gun at the moment.
Yeah, and it's not, and I think Zeniku, rightfully so, is gonna play this one with a little bit extra caution. I think Dan.
Yep, 100%.
Not gonna push it, and I don't think he should. Like 1-0 still a very compromising position. So, but again, it keeps. We haven't. Not much has changed from game 3, right? Catching his opponent off, getting some initial damage in.
Sirius has given up map control for no apparent reason. He could have controlled the LG and used it as a bit of a bait, but instead has given it up for free. So that's the type of thing he just needs to work on, in my opinion. And now he's taking this fight, and it's just not the fight. Well,
That
melted.
really wasn't. Yeah. And you know, I don't know if he had a full suite of options there, but it was kind of a good move there by Zeniku. There we're gonna have the heavy picked up yet again. That makes it's 2-0 in favor of Zeniku. Make that 3-0 now as the rocket to Shoddy combo is effective.
Yeah.
Looks like he might run away with this one.
Feels like it now, yeah. And the Galena pick as well hasn't paid dividends, really. I don't think there's been a single overstack throughout. Not entirely sure it's been particularly useful, where it feels like the turret's been very impactful in delaying and blocking Sirius. So again, it's gone down there and just forces Sirius on the back foot, allows Zen to pick it up, and this is all she wrote with 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, I completely agree too. On totems versus turret. Turret's been huge, especially from a zoning perspective. At that top, even getting 1-2 hits is a pretty big deal. Especially considering Zeniku, I think, has been on point also with just his machine gun spam, making sure that anytime he can possibly get some damage dealt, he's getting that done. But Sirius is going to get a frag as he sees his opponent fly through that teleporter. There is still some time. There's about 3.5 minutes remaining. Still a 3-point game. It's currently 1-4. So let's see if Sirius, he wasn't really able to convert much of anything off that frag, but just stopping your opponent's momentum is important.
Just so much damage from the spam from Zen. That's something Sirius just has not been able to do because Zen just has not let him. And with the items, once again, on the same timing, more or less, it just gives Zen a fallback clause again.
Yeah, and once again, turret kind of being a problem here. It is interesting, like where Zen is at. He could almost stay in this back corner. He did put turret down, so doesn't have it up right now, but it just potentially used turret to zone a bit. I mean, Sirius is having to put a lot of effort into just trying to dispatch that turret and then get in any sort of favorable position as well. So, of course, he's also then able to stack his totems on one side if Zen's going to stay there. So, will that play out for him? We'll find out. Oh.
Just look at the damage again with the totem. All Zen had to do was plus back, let the totem do a little bit of work, and it's causing mayhem at the moment. Sirius is trying his darndest to push on in, but Zen's defensive play once again on show here.
There's some good damage. And as Sirius now finds himself full stack. Quick dispatch of the turret coming around the back. It's hit in the face with a rocket. The LG is doing work, but it's not enough, and that is going to be it. GG's. And that final score is
5-1.
5-1.
4-1.
I think 5-1. 5-1. So,
yeah, 5-1.
I mean, still some close games. Let's bring 40 back and see what he's got to say.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, quite the ending to that series. Unfortunate. The first two maps really, really close. Third one, a bit of a cluster. First of all, Dan, I do run constantly from my problems. Second of all, Wheat, I ask great questions. But yeah, the series was great.
Elephants never forget.
It was a fantastic series, and I just want to say that seeing the kind of evolution of Sirius throughout the league, as Dan always refers to it, is still good. Like the way that he played Molten Falls for the first 8 minutes. Those last two pushes were a little crazy. Maybe not the first one, but definitely the second one. Dan, I kind of agree with you where it was just like it was maybe tilt or completely unnecessary. He was playing so patient, so measured, and he just kind of threw it all away and kind of defaulted to what we used to see Sirius do. But the fact that he was able to hang in there the first two maps, map 3 was a bit of a cluster, so whatever, we'll chalk that up to whatever it was. But the first two maps, really, really strong showing from Sirius, and I think he's evolved and grown so much throughout this league, and he's only going to get better and better, similar to how we saw Zen when he first entered the league. So I think iron sharpens iron. It was a really good set, but shouts to Zen for taking it in the end.
Yeah, it was, you know, those are close scores. But what I take away from this is that Zeniku, one of the things he's been doing is trying to play his game through and through from the first second the game starts all the way to the end of game 3, and that's what I saw. Right, there are many times where Zeniku had his back up against the wall, was not in the lead, but still played calm, cool, collected, his game, and it worked out for him.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously heard that Sirius was feeling a little bit under the weather today. Maybe that played a part, but
yeah,
there's definitely still elements of rawness to his game, as we saw. And what was really interesting to me is that he didn't really know how to unlock Zen's door, really. As soon as Zen went on the defensive, Sirius's attacks and pathing was quite predictable, which is why Zen was able to counter him, right? So we need to see a bit more creativity coming out. That's what Raisy did so well when he started to pivot to become more of a mature player, is setting traps, being more creative, delaying items. We didn't see that level of depth to his game. The aim, the stability, the timing was all there, and it's getting a lot better. But now to take it to the next level is when you play against people like Zen who can adapt to you, who can play incredibly well on the defensive and won't fall into your traps and don't get flustered by being hit by 80% rail. What do you do next? And that will take Sirius in being a very good player to somebody who will then break into that top 6, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, it is a great point because playing against an opponent that'll shoot a 70% rail, that'll frustrate anyone. And that did not, I mean, I think about that first game on Deep Embrace where it was just like, can you not? Like, it was Sirius, every single shot Sirius was hitting or just coming so close that he could feel that burn. So it was good. Like I don't really waver from this. Like you could look at it as it's a series loss for Sirius, absolutely. But again, those two games were close, right? So we'll continue to kind of keep a close eye on Sirius to see how he performs in the latter half of the league play leading up to QuakeCon.
Totally agree. We're getting Zen on the line for an interview, so just hang in there, chat, configuring some things. But just real quick to kind of reintroduce the idea of this QuakeCon, this live event that we're finally going to have again after so many years. Wheat, you mentioned it before. It changes the dynamic of how you play because a lot of these players maybe haven't played on LAN, let alone in front of a live audience with the lights and the big stage, and it is completely different. It's not you in your house. It's not you in the AC-controlled environment that you're used to playing in with the chair and everything. Everything is different. How that impacts them, we will see in 2-3 months, but they do have to start thinking that way, like Strong Sage specifically, right? Fantastic showing online, totally different ball game in the arena with a live crowd under the big lights, I mean, that could definitely deter you from playing the game that you're used to playing. And so for the younger players in the league, they have to be worried for even some of the challengers that may be showing up for one of the first times. All of that stuff goes into play. The endurance also, depending on seeding and knowing, as Raisy mentioned before, we talk about it all the time. He runs into lower bracket problems where he's playing best of 5, best of 7s. He has the disadvantage and he still makes it all the way through, but it's not easy. It's terrible. So you have to kind of condition yourself to be able to play longer days, longer games, get it all done. As we take a look at the world rankings, well, again, we're still trying to get Zen on the line, but I think that's a huge part of this and something that, I mean, obviously we're all looking forward to. We want the live event, but that is something for the players to get readjusted to.
Man, that's an exciting, like, just, you look at that top 8 right now, and that's pretty wild. And even, you know, gosh, even the bottom half I look at now, I'm just like, this is going to be, it's going to be a nutty end to the weekly play and then going into it. And, you know, I got to say, you know, Strong Stage didn't seem to have much of a problem at the last finals, which at least was on LAN. Now, yeah, you're not adding in the other aspects like, you know, there being an audience, or just like the table's a little bit skinnier than you would like it to be, and all these things. So I don't know. We'll have to see, but everyone handles those things a little bit different. We've seen people completely crumble. We've seen people be like, what, this is not any different than me being in my room. Let's go.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, and then, you know, you have to keep in mind that once you put those eners out and you're packing up your stuff after a loss, you're going to hear Dan talk shit about you, about how you just played. So that could get in your head. Let's get Zen in here. I think he's ready on the line. Zeniku, congratulations. Welcome.
Thank you, mate. How you going, boys?
Congrats.
Good. You want to kick it off again for us?
Yeah, sure. I can come up with something on the fly here. Zeniku, congratulations first and foremost. Great game. Now we've been talking a lot about how we've kind of hit that halfway point, right? And we're getting a little bit further, which means that a lot of players are setting their sights on QuakeCon, and it means you've almost got to prepare in a dual role. You've got to be continuing to prepare for your online games, but then you've also got to prepare for returning back, being on LAN, playing on stage, all these things. With QuakeCon coming back, is that part of it exciting to you, or are you looking at it like another challenge in terms of like, oh, I've got to make sure I'm back on top of my LAN play? Like, how are you thinking about that?
I think it's a bit of both. Of course, like, I mean, I think it's a two-factor thing. It's like, not only is it a LAN, but it's also QuakeCon in terms of like, it's not just any LAN, it's QuakeCon, the one that people actually want to win. No, I think it's good. I'm just doing like my normal preparation, and I think, like you were saying, I think we're kind of starting to see that, you know, at the start, everyone's kind of like, oh, what's going on, trying to find their feet, but now, you know, I mean, as we saw in that match, like, that was incredibly close, but I imagine if we had played that week 1, that definitely would have been what it was like today. So obviously people are kind of like stepping it up, and it's good. It's kind of giving, you know, me motivation to also, you know, play to that potential. So
Awesome.
Yeah, congrats, Zen. I want to ask you about this set in general, but I guess it's the way you approach anyone really. But I think one of your biggest strengths is adaptability and versatility in these sets, to see the way you mold yourself to your opponent in many ways. And going up against somebody like Sirius is definitely an element of you having to adjust a lot in the way in which you want to approach these types of games. So how is it that you, in general, adjust like that, but particularly against someone like Sirius, which, you know, first map he was hitting 80% for 6-7 minutes of that first Deep Embrace, right? How do you actually then keep your cool and adjust and find the right solution for that kind of environment?
Well, I think first off, like, I think definitely, as people can see, like, I feel like myself mechanically, I'm not as strong, definitely not as strong as Sirius or some of these other players, so I have to kind of take a bit of a different approach where it comes to using the strategy. But I think, especially against Sirius, for me, was just playing the whole 10 minutes. Like, if things did go wrong, or if he's going to hit more shots than usual, I'm kind of just ready for that. But also in the preparation for this match, I've kind of like, I mean, I felt like my aim was shocking in some moments. I don't know how, like, a bit of jitter cam going on, but how can I say? Like, I did take steps to think about, okay, if he's going to set up in these ways, how am I going to do it? So it's more of preparing what he's going to play like, and then moments where he could mess up, which we saw, I think, a couple times throughout the series. Like the first map, he tried to set a trap, and then I think twice that it didn't work out. And then on the second map, he kind of like was baiting me to the items, but then at some point it kind of worked against him, and then there was that comeback. So I'm not like that 200 IQ. I didn't plan that far ahead, but it did kind of work out great. So yeah, it was good.
Nice, thank you.
Zen, congrats once again. I have 2 quick questions that Wheat is going to hate. One, would you officiate the official bench press contest between me and Dan? Would you do us the honor in
As
Texas?
the officiator, do I not get to participate or what?
Well, if you want, it's just between me and him. We could do a separate one, but this is between me and Dan. Think about it. You don't have to answer right now. And 2,
Okay.
are we doing shoeies?
Are we doing shoeies?
Shoeies in Texas.
I think I want to say if I win, do I do a shoey? But then I like shoeys enough, so I'm just gonna do one anyway.
That's all I needed to hear.
By the way, if whoever does win, if you do not do a shoey, we're gonna have some trouble.
All right.
But anyway, yeah, shoeys all around.
Well, it's IRL this time, so we could bully them playfully. But Zen, congratulations. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Congrats, and we'll see you again, I'm sure, in the next coming weeks as we
Congrats,
build
man.
our way to the
Congrats.
finals.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Well, gentlemen, it's been a long day.
Longest cast of my career.
Yeah. The restraining order's coming back, I'm sure. Any closing thoughts, arguments, complaints? Wheat, we'll start with you.
None. I think it's really excited to be on the back half of the sort of regular matches leading up to it. I even chat was saying, yeah, this is probably the wildest group of players that we have, with a lot of potential to swing either way. When you throw the Quake Con variable into it, I think it's even more exciting. Definitely, you have to imagine that it probably favors some of our players that are used to going and have competed in a TwitchCon and know exactly what to expect. So thanks for joining us here on another Saturday, and thanks for having me, and can't wait for the next one.
Daniel, any thoughts? Any appropriate closing thoughts, anyway?
Appropriate.
Yeah.
I think the next time we get to cast 40 is actually in Texas. So
Wow.
yeah.
I really need the soapbox so I can at least
Will
in
you
the
guys
shot
write
with
each
you.
other letters between now and then?
So here's my thing. I'm thinking that I ride on his back out to the stage. Well, we could talk about it, Dan, but I could lift me, no problem.
I don't know if my
Easy.
back can.
Yeah, that's true. I've been packing it on. Anyways, that's it for us, chat. Thank you very much for hanging in there. Shouts to PGL Bethesda for all the production, all the hard work. Shouts to the players for putting in the time, making the game so entertaining. Chat, appreciate you being here as always. It's always up in the air. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for dealing with all the technical difficulties. Take care of yourselves and one another. We'll see you next week for week 12 of the Quake Pro League. But until then, we're out. Have a good one. Take care.
Peace.